So this kid is named Logan, the oldest son of a noble family that's totally broke. The maids in the house were super scared of him, and they were right to be. I mean, look at this crazy guy's face. One day, Logan wanted to go see his dad at the castle, but the soldiers wouldn't let him in. They said the prince wasn't worthy. He's just the son of the baron's former wife. You know, people were either scared of or just straight up hated Logan, because up until then, he was just an arrogant and despicable guy. But things were about to change, because Logan is no longer the same person they think they know. The protagonist gets irritated with the guard's stance, so he grabs a pair of gloves from his outfit and throws them right in the guard's face. The humiliation he made the prince go through is going to be paid for in a duel. Logan insulted the guard, saying he's the real failure here, that he's always been a mediocre soldier. Dominan gets furious and, totally overcome with emotion, he accepts the fight against the prince. They head to the dueling arena and are gonna use wooden swords. A knight can use aura, you see, and even with a wooden sword, he could kill a weak warrior. Everyone feared for the prince's life. It was obvious he was a total loser. Dominan attacked with all his might and used his aura, but Logan dodged it with a super precise move and attacked right over Dominan's sword. The force of it disarmed the guard. He just couldn't hold on to his sword. Everyone was in complete shock. How does the loser, Logan, know how to fight? Logan wasn't satisfied and said Dominan could have a second chance if he wanted, but the soldier was on the ground just staring at his hand. He couldn't deny that the blow had been incredibly heavy, deadly even. Logan didn't wait for the guard's answer. He just landed more hits with the wooden sword, payback for before. This fight left all the castle soldiers terrified. Prince Logan wasn't the weakling he used to be. The reason for this, none of them could possibly know. The truth is that in the future, when Logan was 40, he was just a common soldier after his family was destroyed. The other soldiers made fun of him because when Logan was young, he lost a duel to his younger brother. They just didn't get how he became a soldier after his family was wiped out. Back then, the kingdom was betrayed and enemy soldiers invaded. All the soldiers fought bravely, and Logan did too. But even so, the kingdom couldn't win, and they were all eliminated. On that day, Logan died in combat. He regretted so many things in his life. He had always been a terrible person and wanted to ask his father for forgiveness. Suddenly, Logan woke up in his room, totally freaked out. He'd been injured after taking a blow to the head in the duel against his younger brother. The protagonist couldn't believe it. Was it all just a nightmare? Definitely not. He remembers everything. Logan looked out the window and saw his family's castle, where he lived when he was young. His younger brother came to visit him in his room, scared of how Logan was going to treat him. He was trembling with fear because Logan had always been awful to everyone, including him. Logan remembered that the last time, he treated him like absolute garbage, and that was the last time Romian ever tried to get close to him. Logan's head was throbbing with so many memories flooding his mind, and Romian really cared about his brother. The servants knew all about Logan's horrible personality, so Rick told the young master Romian to leave. But for the first time ever, Logan didn't scream. He spoke gently, telling Romian to come closer. The boy was stunned, and so was the butler, Rick. Young Master Logan is acting weird today. Logan wanted to praise Romian's strength, but the words got stuck. He needed to do more than that after treating him like trash for all this time. Logan hugged his brother for the very first time and asked for forgiveness for everything he had done. He admitted he was a terrible brother and that Romian was amazing. No one could hold back their tears at this scene. After talking for a while, Romian left Logan alone. Our protagonist looked out the window and knew for sure it wasn't a dream. He had gone back in time, and this time, he's gonna do things differently and save his family. A maid walked into the room by mistake and apologized. Rick came in right after her and apologized to the young master on her behalf. Mary didn't do it on purpose. This was so annoying. Logan now realized how ridiculous it was that everyone acted this way out of fear of him. Just how miserable was he back then? Logan says it's nothing and asks them to bring him some paper and pens. Rick and Mary start to panic. Is the young master actually going to work now? When they brought what he asked for, Logan thanked them. Rick couldn't believe it. Did his master just say thank you for something? Now the servants think they're dreaming. And once again, Logan realizes what a piece of trash he used to be. He asks to be left alone to work. But before that, he remembers the war against the Empire is going to happen in 10 years. And that's what will destroy his family, because they'll be weak and drowning in debt. His goal is to change not only who he was in the past, but also his family's situation. On top of that, an internal war in his region a year from now was the first thing that started to shatter his territory's reputation. After working hard, writing for a while, Logan decided to go see his father. On the way, he noticed the staff would turn their faces to avoid him. They knew Logan could end their lives on a whim. A maid was carrying clean clothes and didn't see the master, so she fell to the ground. The girl froze. She was done for. Her life was over. But that's not what happened. With a gentle hand, Logan helped her up. Maybe it was a miracle. The girl then saw the master's face. This was not the face of a kind guy. So she begged for her life and then ran off without looking back. Logan then realizes that just acting different isn't going to change things so quickly. After all, he's used to smiling like a damn murderer. When he reached his father's office and they announced he was there to see the Baron, Logan became cold again. It had been over 20 years since he'd last seen his father. When he entered, the cold treatment was to be expected. The patriarch of House McLean, Patrick McLean, had no reason to respect his eldest son. Logan was there to ask for permission to go into isolated training on the family's mountain property. The protagonist had the memories of his past life and knew the training to become a knight, but his current body was that of a useless, lazy piece of junk. Besides that, he needs to get money to change things, and becoming stronger will help with that too. He has to be ready because in 3 months, that girl will come to them. Patrick asked if Logan was trying to run away after his defeat against Romian. Logan denied it. He just realized that he's weak and has wasted his time until now. He decided to get better, but Patrick had heard these excuses before. He won't allow it because his son's problem isn't just a lack of effort. Logan should have expected that. He admits to his father that his behavior is his biggest problem and that he's going to change it. His father isn't willing to believe his lies anymore and orders him to leave. The request was denied. This is the consequence of everything. But Logan tells his father that he's been foolish and immature until now, and it's through this training that he'll take the first step to change. Not even the most bitter of fathers can abandon their children. So Patrick says this will be Logan's last chance to change. However, before he leaves, he asks if Logan thinks 3 months is enough time to catch up to Romian. Logan then says firmly that the training isn't to defeat Romian, but to defeat himself. When he left the room, it had been a long time since Patrick felt any respect for his son, and our boy noticed it. Even though his father didn't say anything out loud, Logan felt that changing was worth it. Logan went to the mountains and is going to stay in this place for 3 months. His goal is to train his body and, more importantly, achieve something bigger. True warriors are capable of defeating even a dragon by using the life force in their cores. 3 months went by with the protagonist training every single day to his absolute limit, until, finally, he managed to form his core, something he only achieved at 40 years old in his other life. With this, he could push his body's limits beyond the breaking point. On the last day of training, he stood in front of a huge tree to use his strongest move. By focusing all his aura, he transfers his energy into his sword and muscles. The strike is capable of cutting through space itself to reach the target, and then slicing it in half. This is the power he gained at the end of his life, and now he can do it even at this age. Even though he pulled it off, the toll on his weak body is massive. This should only be used as a last resort. Now he can go back home and start making changes. And the first thing to change is his clothes. He smells like a sewer. When he got back home and went to visit his father to show his progress, the guard, Dominan, denied him entry, because only those with direct McLean family blood can pass without authorization. It was on that day that Logan realized his authority in the family was at risk. It was at that moment that Logan challenged Dominan to a duel and shocked all the castle guards by easily defeating a trained soldier. This was the result of his training and combat knowledge, and it will prevent other guards from trying the same thing. Later, in his father's office, Logan and Patrick begin to talk. His father says what he saw was impressive, acknowledging his awakening, and asks what happened during his training. The young man thinks about the fact that his father was watching, something he never expected, and says that he simply got rid of his greed and let everything go. As he continued training with that mindset, a point came where he could feel the force filling him from within. Logan reflected that even if it sounded like a lie, this was an insight he had gained in his past life, that only after giving up on avenging his family was he able to become a force user, and how he only awakened after he was 40. His father seemed impressed that this simple realization had done this to him, and said that he had truly changed. However, he was furious because after this breakthrough, the first thing the boy did was attack a knight. Logan insisted that the guy deserved what he got, and asked his father if he had heard the whole story from the other soldiers. His father said yes, but still thought those measures weren't necessary. They were, he retorted, surprising his father. After all, the man was trying to deceive his lord's blood and make a fool of him. If they let it slide, the guy would become a poison to the family's discipline. The young man then thought about how hierarchy is the foundation that allows an organization to function. And when the hierarchy is shaken, the organization itself weakens. After 10 years as a mercenary, one thing he learned is that when dealing with a bunch of armed men, you have to establish order in one fell swoop. What happened today would serve as a lesson for the other knights. His father continued, saying Dominion was largely to blame since he had failed in his duty and tried to trick Logan. But what he did was too risky, and it was best to hold back for now. Logan was shocked by how easily his father forgave him, a stark contrast to his previous life. Seeing his face, his father even joked, asking if he wanted a punishment. "I'm good," Logan replied. His father went on, saying he didn't think what he did was right, and that he should never do something like that again without permission, since he hadn't even officially received his rank. Logan respectfully said he would remember that. Soon after, his father announced that his fiancée, Reina, would be visiting soon. At first, the young man seemed surprised by the news, but it wasn't surprise, it was pure excitement, because the day to get the cash was finally coming. And right on cue, Princess Reina Wolf was introduced. All the ladies present are speechless, and all the guards envy Logan. When she approaches, she greets Lord McLean gracefully, saying it's been too long, and asks about his well-being. The patriarch, stunned by Reina's beauty, comments on how she's grown into a beautiful woman since he last saw her. Rick also watches her from a distance, impressed to see her all grown up. However, he looks over at Master Logan, who doesn't seem the least bit impressed by her presence. Reina says she has a letter entrusted to her by the Count, her father, and then begins to read it. The letter was addressed to Baron Patrick McLean, and it was so boring that over the next 30 minutes, even the guards nearly fell asleep. However, the letter's conclusion brought everyone back to reality, as the final request was that, due to some unavoidable circumstances, the arranged marriage between Reina and Logan be called off. After hearing all this, the young man concluded that the message was simple. They thought Patrick McLean would become a stronger aura user, but instead he got stuck as a high-ranking knight for over 20 years. And to be honest, Logan is a loser, so it makes no sense for the Wolf clan to join the McLeans. Therefore, they prefer to go their separate ways. Patrick was furious, since they were breaking off the marriage for no apparent reason. He understood that the Wolves were trying to humiliate the McLeans. Reina replied that wasn't the case, saying she even asked to be the messenger because she feared Patrick would reach that conclusion. Therefore, she wanted to clear up the misunderstanding. She then went on about her vivid memories of her year at the McLean residence as a child, good memories she had with Logan in that beautiful, serene place, and how she didn't want to let go of those cherished moments. However, there's nothing she can do, as she's bound to her family and has no choice but to follow her superior's decisions. So the best she can do is come and apologize to Logan and Patrick in person. Everyone is stunned by her words, saying her heart is as beautiful as her face. Everyone, that is, except Logan, his stepmother Mary, and Kairos. So Logan bluntly asks Reina, what exactly is the reason for this breakup? He said he'd like to know what these so-called unavoidable circumstances are. Meanwhile, Logan thought about his stepmother, Ranyan's biological mother, and how she always saw him as an enemy because of the succession issue. He thought she wouldn't get involved, but it seems the family's honor is a different story for her. Ranyan apologized again and dodged the question, saying she didn't know the reason for the breakup, arguing she was just someone who would marry into another family, so her father doesn't discuss important family matters with her. Mary is furious and concludes that, all things considered, she understands why Reina came to announce the breakup without any apparent reason. Reina, scared to death with her white dress gaining brown stains, looks up at the McLeans and announces that, for the inconvenience caused, the Wolves are willing to pay 3 million gold pieces as compensation for ending the engagement. Seeing this, the financial manager, Dwayne Filsner McLean, nearly has a heart attack, and Logan was thrilled to hear it too, thinking he was about to get his hands on the cash. But no way. Hearing that, Patrick nearly had a fit of rage, asking how she dared to propose such a thing. A knight from the Wolf House jumped in front of Princess Reina to protect her, and begged the patriarch to calm down. Patrick asked if he was a high-ranking knight like himself, acknowledging it was impressive for someone so young to have come so far, and continued, saying that perhaps injuring the rising star of the Wolf family would be a fair trade for the dishonor of the McLean family. The knight replied that his master, Chiron Wolf, considered Lord McLean an honorable man, and that he would never go after the young princess or someone younger. Reina then spoke up, stating she also didn't wish to buy honor with money, asking them to accept the gold as a sincere gesture to maintain the friendship between the two families. Lord McLean gritted his teeth, thinking that if he pushed the matter further, he would become a man without honor. He realized this was exactly why Chiron had sent these young people. Patrick continued, saying a visitor is a visitor, even if they bring bad luck, and stated that the McLeans were not ones to go after their guests. However, he would not accept the Wolf's one-sided offer. House McLean asked for only one thing, that the messenger, Princess Reina Wolf, cordially apologize to his son. Patrick also made it clear he would refuse any other type of compensation. After all this, Logan intervened, saying that as the person directly involved, he had a request to make. Logan ponders that they need to accept the money, thinking that letting them off with just words is crazy, especially considering that 3 million gold is the entire annual budget for House McLean. Besides, half of their current funds come from his stepmother's family, the Chirons. He thinks they'll go bankrupt the second that support is cut. And for what? Honor? He thinks everyone has lost their minds, and they have to take that 3 million no matter what. So, Logan starts talking to his father and says he would like to accept the wolf's terms of apology. Patrick gets angry again, asking if Logan is going to make him go back on his word. Logan thinks about the pressure his father is under, remembering that even without an aura, he's still a high-ranking knight. But unfortunately, that's nothing compared to others in the kingdom. And he thinks that if he can't handle this, he'll never be able to move forward. Patrick tells the young man that House McLean is not so poor that it needs to abandon its honor for money. Logan lets out a deep sigh and replies that, actually, they are exactly that poor. He continues arguing that House McLean owes the bank 3 million gold pieces right now. 1 year of interest is about 150,000 in gold, and without the Chirons' money, they would have gone bankrupt long ago. They are the biggest family of beggars in the kingdom. In fact, they owe more than 2 million gold pieces to the kingdom they serve as lords. Therefore, settling the matter with a simple apology makes him fear that rumors will spread that they bowed down to the wolves. Reyna then intervenes, saying that the House of Wolf is not such an irrational family and that they have the utmost respect for the honor of their claims. At this, Logan asks if she doesn't find it ridiculous to talk about rationality, since she's the one who came unilaterally to break off the engagement. A memory from the young man's past life emerges, and he remembers how, back then, he believed Reyna was genuinely sad about the inevitable separation. But that was before a certain incident. Reyna and Logan are alone in a bedroom, and she thanks him for coming. Reyna says that they may be ending things today, but she still wants to create one last memory with him. Logan, thinking his life as a master was over, asks Reyna to run away with him that night. That's when she throws a knife at his face, forcing him to draw his sword to defend himself. Reyna rips her own clothes and, trying to shame him, asks if he really thinks someone like him deserves someone like her. Then she tells him to learn his place and get lost. She asks why he's even carrying a sword, since he lost to a child, and says he just made things easier for her. Logan doesn't understand what's happening, and Reyna starts screaming as a thunderstorm rages outside. Reyna accuses Logan of becoming aggressive and trying to take advantage of her, and since his sword was already drawn, it was an easy lie to believe. The young man remembers that he was already blamed for so many mistakes that not even his family believed him, and as a result, the McLeans were forced to apologize to the Wolves and pay a hefty compensation. He thinks to himself that because of her, he could never trust women again, calling Reyna a bitch from the streets, but vowing that this time, she wouldn't get away with it. After these events, Logan thinks about his plan and how he was going to change his reputation in the family, figuring that by gradually showing them he'd changed and convincing them they would also change. But it seems the fight with Dominion made him realize something. The soldiers turned a blind eye even when someone disrespected him, and the rumors that he lost to his brother spread while he was away. Therefore, you can't transform the family by winning the recognition of people like them. With only 9 months until the start of the regional war, his reputation no longer mattered. The only thing that mattered was saving his family. Logan put his pride aside and told Reyna that he would accept the Wolf family's compensation, ignoring the will of his own family. Reyna was speechless. The patriarch was furious and asked how he dared to defy his will. Logan replied that he wouldn't be satisfied with mere empty apologies, leaving his father dumbfounded. He continued, saying that their honor couldn't be bought with words that the wind carries away. The value of it will be as light as those words. Hearing all this, Reyna tries to make the best of the situation and says that the Wolf family wishes to obey the will of the Baron, the House of McLean. Then she asks Patrick what he chooses. Logan sees her move and thinks that everything she's saying is to save her father's reputation, and that she's probably scared to death of having to pay 3 million gold. The patriarch, looking down on Reyna, states that as the representative of the McLean family, he is satisfied with only a sincere apology. However, he will leave it up to Logan to decide whether the apology is sincere or not. Hearing this, his stepmother Marion is furious. Patrick turns to the young man again and tells him to think carefully, because if he accepts money for his dishonor, he will be opening the door for his honor to be traded in the future as well. Logan, without a second thought, decides he can't give in to his father on this issue and says that as the person involved in the broken engagement, he accepts the compensation offered by the House of Wolf. This surprises Marion and visibly upsets Reyna. After Logan made his choice, his father, disappointed, said he thought he had gotten a little better, but in fact he'd changed for the worse. He even adds that it's his fault for not teaching him the true value of honor. Logan, though he doesn't say it to his father, thinks that everything he does is for the good of the family. In his room, after receiving the handsome compensation from Reina, the young man is interrupted by a knock on the door. Thinking it's Rick, the boy invites him in, but instead, Dwayne, the family's financial advisor, enters the room. Seeing him there, Logan wonders what he's up to. An internal monologue from Dwayne unfolds, recalling how he, as the financial advisor, had to manage the McLean estate with an ever-dwindling budget. He had to deal with both the soldiers demanding new weapons and the servants who were running out of supplies for the winter. To make up for the lack of money, he was constantly begging the patriarchs. He wondered if he was a financial advisor or a king of beggars, and he thought that if this wasn't his hometown, he would have resigned long ago. However, now, he had a chance to rest easy for at least a few years. He thought the only person in his way was the idiot, thinking to himself that Logan would have to split the $3 million with him. Dwayne told the young man that he'd only stopped by to greet him, since he'd made such a great impression the day before. Given how he defended himself and didn't yield an inch to unfair external pressure, he was truly an incredible apprentice, worthy of being the heir to the McLean family. As Dwayne said all this, he imagined his flattery had deeply touched Logan. After all, he had never received praise before, since he only used to mess things up. He figured it would be easy to take his money, but Logan is not the least bit impressed. Dwayne continues, saying that in difficult times like these, 3 million gold was like rain in a desert, and that Logan's cleverness had allowed the family to breathe a sigh of relief once more. The young man remains stone-faced, saying he doesn't see why the family would be relieved, since that was his money. Hearing this, Dwayne loses all hope. He thinks Logan is really going to use all the money for himself, but he tries to keep his cool. After all, in 20 years as the McLean's financial advisor, subservience had become a normal habit in his life, and this situation was no different. So, he started to cry, leaving Logan a bit shocked, who asked if the family's situation was really that bad. Dwayne went on, saying he didn't know if the other was aware, but the family owed 3 million gold to the Cooper Bank. He wanted to continue explaining that the interest alone was 150,000 gold, but Logan cut him off, finishing the sentence for him. Dwayne, surprised, asked if he already knew about that, and the young man replied that the interest shouldn't be a problem. After all, it was harvest season, and he should be able to pay it off with the harvest money. Dwayne tries to convince him that just managing the barony costs a fortune, that they're always on a tight budget. He tries to say that if he could just help a little, things would change. But he's interrupted again by Logan, who doesn't want to hear it. Dwayne asks why he wouldn't help, since he thought he was against the Baron for the family's sake. Logan agrees. He says he will use the money for the good of the family, but not to cover the barony's immediate expenses. Instead, he needs to prepare for the future. Dwayne, furious, thinks Logan has no idea what he's talking about and should just hand over the money right there. Logan then asks Dwayne if he's correct in saying that even if he paid the family's debts, it wouldn't change the situation much. Dwayne argues that having a larger budget would make managing the estate easier for at least a couple of years. The young man then asks what would happen after that, saying that even if that were true, they would just fall back into debt, since they had no special products to sell. He concludes that it's a vicious cycle, and he's trying to break it with a plan of his own, for which he also needs the money. Dwayne is gobsmacked, wondering if this is really the same delinquent he knew, thinking to himself that he thought Logan was just a kid who couldn't care less about family affairs. The young man says he has a favor to ask of Dwayne, and that if he helps, he might even share a portion of the money, helping to pay some of the family's expenses. Dwayne asks what he needs, and the young man says he needs to gather some mercenaries. Later, he speaks with Rick. It looks like he's preparing to leave again, and Rick asks where the hell he's going, saying it hasn't even been that long since he returned from his isolated training. Logan replies that he's leaving to make money. Rick points out that he already has a good amount, but Logan insists he needs more. He continues, saying that the patriarch certainly won't let him leave now because the mood in the castle is incredibly tense. But Logan replies that he's not going to ask his father for anything. He's going to slip out quietly. Rick is shocked, but Logan doesn't care. He thinks that if he can't change his reputation now, it's never going to happen. So he has to gather forces from the outside. Luckily, he's aware of what's happening in the outside world, just like when he was kicked out of the family in his past life. And he concludes that his first step is to find a certain guy. Rick tries to talk some sense into him, saying he's not thinking straight, and that becoming a fugitive at this point won't do him any good. Logan gets annoyed with Rick's persistence, who asks what he plans to do if he just runs away. Rick even says that if he's really leaving, he might as well just walk all over him, which, by the way, he's close to doing, since he doesn't seem to care at all. The young man replies that everything will be fine for his friend, as he will write a letter to his father so no one will blame him. Rick asks what he's going to write, but Logan just smiles. Rick lets out a sigh of relief. After Logan disappeared, Rick took the letter to the patriarch, who looked like he was about to make D-Day look like a child's play. The letter began with a formal greeting and went on to say that, heartbroken over the engagement, he had decided to leave to get some fresh air, but that he would be back soon. Signed, Logan McClane. After that, poor Rick just cried, wishing for the young man's return. A history of the McClane family is then presented, revealing that just 200 years ago, the family didn't hold the position it has today. Their vast lands stretched to neighboring counties, and they were revered as rulers of the southwest region of the Kingdom of Grandia. But up until the current Lord Patrick McClane, the useless work of the last 3 generations of ancestors had caused their title to be demoted and their territory to shrink considerably. The vast grain depot, once called the McClane Plains, was handed over to a powerful vassal, and the fertile lands were divided among others. The place they ended up, as if they had been kicked out, was the arid and dry land near the southern mountains, so the McClanes were doomed to financial hardship. There were no suitable regional products, and the copper mines common in mountainous territories didn't exist there. Logan thinks that even if they win the regional war, they would need to keep asking Kairos for help. To end this vicious cycle, he needs a lot of money, way more than the 3 million he already has. He says there's someone here who can help him. As he enters Cairo, the largest commercial city in the Kingdom of Grandia, various voices call out to customers, offering rings, shields, and even fresh fruits and vegetables. The young man thinks that coming here helps him remember just how remote the McClane barony is. He continues, saying that based on his memory, the person he's looking for spent his youth in Cairo, and he was told the man lives nearby. The man he's searching for, his golden beetle, Philip Claude, is a key figure in the Ares Empire, the strongest nation on the continent. It's a centralized power based on a merit system, meaning as long as you have talent, regardless of gender or age, you have a chance to succeed. It's a nation where you can enjoy power and wealth, even as a foreigner. A perfect example of this is Philip Claude, from the Kingdom of Grandia. He is one of the richest merchants who moved to the empire and the largest arms dealer on the continent, known as the Trader of the Kingdom of Grandia. However, in reality, despite being called the Golden Beetle, he supported people from his homeland and used his money to create the miracle of Grandia's sovereignty. While walking through the streets, Logan saw a person and wondered, is that him? The boy in the middle of the street had just been scammed and was wondering how he was going to survive from now on without a single penny. Logan watched him, thinking about how he had heard the man's business had gone under due to a scam. But seeing the scene with his own eyes was much worse than he imagined. As the boy contemplated ending it all, Logan approached, trying to strike up a conversation and asking if he was Philip Claude. Philip confirmed, a bit suspiciously, and asked who Logan was, figuring that from his appearance, the red eyes and steady gaze, he could be dangerous. Logan said he'd like to talk to him for a minute, but Philip remained skeptical, wondering how the young man knew him. At that moment, Philip felt a strong emotion in his eyes. It was something the businessman Philip had seen countless times: greed. Philip began to theorize that, given the timing and the old armor, he was a mercenary gangster. Logan tried to explain his motives, but Philip freaked out and started yelling that the payment date hadn't arrived yet, and that the sale of his commercial property would be finalized in 3 days, so he should come back then. Logan assured him he wasn't there to collect any debt, but Philip barked like a rabid dog and repeated that his sales hadn't been processed yet, telling the young man to leave once more. Logan tried to calm Philip down and said he wasn't there to collect anything, but to invest money, leaving Philip in shock. When asked if that's right, investing in him, Logan confirms. Philip starts thinking that if he didn't come to collect money, then he must be a lunatic, crazy for wanting to invest in someone like him, who had completely failed. But at the same time, he wonders if Logan is telling the truth and asks how much he wants to invest. Logan retorts, asking how much he needs, and states that he will help him enough to pay off his debts and get back on his feet. Philip, still suspicious, analyzed the expression on Logan's face and the dirt on his armor, concluding that he must have come from very far away. That's when it hit him. Logan tried once more to ask how much he needed, but Philip cut him off, calling him a disgusting scoundrel. He said that if the plan was to trick him, he should have prepared better, like the other guys who had already made a fool of him. He continued, stating that he was no investor, and by the crest on his armor, he must belong to the McClane barony in the southwest. To Philip, they were nothing but a family of beggars who had to live off their rich relatives. How could they possibly want to invest if this family can't even pay its own debts? Besides, he tells Logan that if he were caught impersonating a noble, he would be executed, and complains that he chose the wrong person because he's completely broke. Logan analyzes the situation from another angle, thinking that even at rock bottom, Philip shows good judgment, as expected of a future tycoon. He wonders how he can calm the guy down, while Philip complains in the middle of the street that he doesn't have money to eat. let alone to die. At that moment, Logan has an idea. He asks Philip to pay attention for a second and shows him his aura, leaving him perplexed. Philip thinks that someone as brilliant as him, who awakened his force so early, would be stupid to throw it all away for a scam. He apologizes, saying a lot has happened and he's a bit sensitive, and asks what Logan's interest in him is. Logan says he wants to hire him forever and, as a bonus, pay off his debt. Philip becomes skeptical again, asking if the McLean family has the money for something like that. Logan asks the amount of the young man's debt, estimating around $250,000, and says he'll pay it and give him another $300,000, revealing the cash he'd been carrying all along. Philip looks at Logan and thinks he's an angel, so he signs the contract. The terms are as follows. If the subordinate Philip tries to harm the boss on purpose, he will feel excruciating pain, as if his soul were being torn apart. An unreal formality. The witch who sealed the contract tells Philip that if he doesn't like it, he should strive to awaken and become at least a high-ranking knight, or pay a four-circle mage, or hire someone for several hundred times the value of the contract to break the curse, leaving Philip speechless again. She sends them off, telling him to say hi again, and Philip wonders if he didn't just get screwed. He thought he was delirious when he pictured Logan as an angel, especially now that he realized he had just paid a fortune for a magic contract just to make him his savior, when a single page of the contract is worth 30 slaves. Logan adds that they can't trust each other now, since they barely know one another. So, if he's going to invest a fortune, he needs a reasonable guarantee, and assures Philip that once they build some trust, things will be different. He'll get rid of the contract and extends his hand in a gesture of camaraderie. Philip thinks this contract is a mess, with no details on deadlines or conditions, but he has no choice but to trust Logan for now. So, he shakes his hand. Philip asks what Logan needs him to do, to which he replies that first, they need to buy monster meat. Hearing this, the young man calls Logan a psychopath. Logan thinks Philip's reaction is normal since monster blood and flesh contain poison, so burning it would be the wisest thing to do. However, in a few years, the situation will change drastically. As soon as the news spread that you could make a monster blood neutralizer with common ingredients, some areas with little food began to consume the monsters. That winter, they started treating cases of deficiencies after consuming the Kellogg monster. Even those with injuries in intimate areas that caused sterility began to see results. A year later, the Royal Magic Tower confirmed everything. The Kellogg disappeared from the map across the continent because the species simply vanished after research results showed it was good for virility. And with this in mind, Logan thinks he can easily make 3 million, or even more, depending on what he can get. Walking around with a madman like this, Phillips looks at Logan with disappointment and wonders if it wouldn't be better to just run for it. In a tavern, Philip and the young man start discussing what to do next. Logan tells Philip he wants to buy monster meat worth 1 million gold pieces, and Philip thinks he's completely lost it. The warrior tells him to calm down, assuring him that he'll make money even if he spends more on it. Philip says he's against the idea and asks if he's sure about what he's doing. He says yes. So Philip asks what the price range per unit is to buy Kellogg meat, and he says that Kellogg meat is worthless now, that people are mostly burning it for lack of buyers. So if he sent someone at level 0 to bring the bodies, it would cost about 200 gold because of the kingdom's transport fees. And this fee is charged per unit, meaning if you brought a bunch of Kellogg's at once, the transport would be much cheaper. Philip is impressed by how Logan even thinks about transport fees and agrees that he's right about the costs. He asks if, with this price per unit and a budget of 1 million in mind, he's going to hire a mercenary guild for a kingdom-wide hunt and buy everything for them. Logan confirms he's right and asks if he sees any problem with that. Philip explains that the plan is completely wrong, since all monster meat is being thrown away now. He should hire a merchant's guild for the price of beef, and everything would be sorted. He continues, saying there are merchants out there who will bring and sell anything for money. Even if it's trash to be thrown away, they will offer to get it for him. The young man is so confident that he even says they will probably bring all the Kellogg meat in the kingdom as soon as he asks, all cut up and ready. Logan is impressed with Philip's idea, thinking his investment is already paying off. A bit suspiciously, he calls Philip an adorable punk for some reason. Philip tells him not to worry about money from now on and to leave everything to him. After all, his faith depends on Logan's future. Then, the young man hands Philip a list of several things: ironwood cartridges, springs, and glue. He tells him to stay in Kaylee and buy all of this in large quantities, but Philip is skeptical again and asks if he's trying to open a toy factory, to which the the young man replies that he has something even better in mind. In fact, Logan had Philip buy the raw materials for weapons of war, and remembered how armaments made from these materials were used in the invasion of the Kingdom of Grandia in his past life. Depending on the battle conditions, a single soldier could even keep a knight in check with these weapons. He also remembered having tasked Dwayne with hiring mercenaries before he got there, so just putting these weapons in their hands would be enough to gain an advantage in the regional war. But first, he had to find a craftsman capable of making these weapons and an instructor to train the mercenaries. 2 days later in Harran, the city of mercenaries, Logan was talking to Kaisalon, a rank A mercenary, trying to hire him as an instructor. But Kaisalon said he had never productively trained anyone before. Logan insisted the job wouldn't be that difficult, since he would only be training the rank C mercenaries he would hire. Still reluctant, Kaisalon explained to Logan that he didn't know what he had heard, but all he had managed to do was guide some young people, and that he should entrust this mission to professional educators. Logan thought that Kaisalon couldn't fool him, as he knew all about this since he had worked with him in his past life. He recognized that Kaisalon could wield every existing weapon, and on top of that, has great skill with horses. But where Kaisalon really shines is as an instructor. After all, the mercenary squad he trained after retiring due to a serious injury was more skilled than any other, but he doesn't seem very keen on it now. Logan offers 4,000 gold coins for the service. Kaisalon is playing hard to get and doesn't accept the offer. Logan increases the proposal to 6,000, but the guy keeps refusing. So he goes up again to 7,000 and, once more, the stubborn man doesn't budge, trying to explain to Logan that money can't buy everything. But the young man raises the offer again to 8,000. That's when Kaisalon caved and accepted the proposal, even thanking him in advance. They talked, and Logan revealed he was the firstborn son of the Baron McLean family, asking if he wasn't curious about why he was hiring mercenaries from the countryside. Kaisalon replied that he didn't care, as long as he got paid. As they walked through the streets, they saw a man whipping a group of people, shouting that if he was late, he would kill them all. Kaisalon continued, saying that as Logan might already know, Harran is known as the city of mercenaries and slaves, and they would see a lot more of this ahead. From there on, the city turns into a slave market. Logan replies that he's familiar with the situation, thinking of buying a slave in this market as well. A merchant observes him, thinking he must be some clueless country bumpkin, and calls him over to show his wares, saying he offers slaves at unbeatable prices. But upon seeing Kaisalon, he gets terrified. Seeing this, the young man relaxes, thinking it was totally worth hiring him. He arrives at a shop with more guards than the others, and soon realizes this is the right place. An elderly man greets Logan, saying he imagines he knows where he's getting into. The young man replies that he's there to buy a dwarf. The old merchant confirms he's come to the right place, and explains that races from other worlds are rare, which is why they take such good care of them, inviting him to come closer. Then, he shows a pair of elves, commenting that they were very difficult to get and asking if he had ever seen elves before. The old merchant tries to talk about the two elves, but Logan couldn't care less. He simply tells the merchant to hand over the chained dwarf in the back of the place. The merchant replies, rather obviously, that he can clearly see it's a dwarf by the way it looks, and that he will find many uses for him. After all, even among dwarves who are famous for being great craftsmen, this one is one of the few with an expert level. Hearing this, the young man is a little surprised. He always thought dwarves were born with incredible manual skills, a race that creates, repairs objects, and finds meaning in it from youth to old age. And an expert dwarf was beyond what he was looking for. He wouldn't even have to worry about the work he was going to give the guy. Logan asks about the price, and the merchant says that since he's an expert, the starting value would be at least 200,000 gold coins. The young man looks the man up and down and asks if he looks like a sucker. The old man nearly craps his pants and lowers the price by 50,000 coins. Kaisalon thinks about how he made the old man drop the price so quickly. The dwarf looks at Logan and comments that what he did was ruthless, but the young man thinks it's just basic. The dwarf continues, asking where he's going now. Logan replies that he's taking him to the Mechlin estate in the southwest, and that he will do the things he asked. The dwarf just agrees. It was exactly as he thought. Dwarves are famous for their manual skill, but not slave dwarves, because even though they are the race of craftsmen without passion, they don't create true works of art. Logan wanted to awaken that passion in the dwarf, and said that if he gave his best for the next 20 years, he would send him back to the mountains, since 20 years were nothing to his kind. The dwarf was happy with the promise, and tried to thank him when, suddenly, another slave broke free and started running from his master. The young man watched it all unfold. However, he didn't get very far. A soldier managed to catch him. It turns out Logan found that slave familiar. a slave with blue hair and different colored eyes, also blue. Suddenly, he remembered and ended up thinking out loud, making Kaiserlund curious about what he was saying. Logan wondered how it was possible to find the noble slayer here. This made him recall his past life, when there was an incredibly famous aura user in the kingdom. Once a slave, he escaped after killing his masters, embarking on a killing spree, murdering nobles and knights. Finally, he hid for the next 10 years. When he reappeared, he used aura, proof that he had transcended his humanity, making it his life's mission to kill every noble he came across, which earned him the title of Noble Slayer. Logan continues, explaining that the slave escape incident happened about a year after he became a mercenary. So, by the timeline, he would still be a slave now. If he rescued that boy right now, he would have a future aura user on his side. But the problem is, the guy is an unstoppable homicidal maniac. The young man thinks that if he becomes a lethal weapon that attacks his own allies, he can just lock him up. As the master tries to strike the boy once more, Logan draws his sword and blocks the blow to his leg, catching the master by surprise. That's when he notices the family crest. He tells the guy that he must be a customer and gets all cocky. The slave trader continues, saying how embarrassed he is, and says the merchandise wasn't obeying, so he had to find a way to train them. He asks Logan how he can help. Logan replies that he would like to buy some slaves, referring to the two children, but the merchant warns that since both are rare, one a redhead and the other with blue eyes, the price is very steep, and asks if he's sure about this. Logan insists on the price, and the merchant informs him that it's at least 10,000 for each. The young man thinks that a strong young slave costs around 300 gold, and the guy still has the audacity to charge 100 times more for two children who barely have any meat on their bones. Logan continues, saying that considering the value of the noble Salier, 10,000 gold coins is cheap, but there's no way this guy would know that. Besides, he doesn't want to let this scoundrel make money at his expense. So the young man says that 30 times the asking price for a strong slave for two children about to collapse, with one of them nearly dying, is a bit expensive. The master argues that they are the only ones there, and Logan retorts, saying he'll pay 500 gold for each, a price higher than that of a healthy slave, which would be more than enough. The master tries to bargain, saying that for that amount he won't even recover his investment. Logan gets angry and asks the master if he thinks he's so stupid that he doesn't know the price of a slave, and the master wets himself. He thinks Victor always causes trouble for him, so he's sure he'll continue to do so in the future, and ends up accepting Logan's offer. Kaiserlund carries the injured boy on his back, saying it's impressive how he's already up, since the wound shouldn't have allowed for such a quick recovery. And Logan continues, saying he recovered quickly, easy peasy. But the reality is that he was gradually releasing force to heal the kid, which is even better than the magic of most low-level priests. But he gets annoyed when he realizes the other boy might have detected his aura when not even Kaiserlund could feel anything. But he ignores it, thinking it's just a coincidence. Victor jumps off Kaiserlund's back and tries to attack Logan, but doesn't even come close to landing a punch. The young man grabs him by the neck and says he doesn't know if he's brave or just stupid, but that he's leveling up, and asks if he understands the situation he's gotten himself into, and if he looks as weak as that insignificant slave trader. He says it's great that Victor is full of fighting spirit, but that he needs to learn to choose his opponents better, and hopes this is the last warning he needs. Logan continues, saying that if he obeys, he guarantees his safety and his little sister's. But if something like this happens again, he will get rid of them both. He lets the boy go, thinking that was enough, and reveals that he plans to raise him as a knight. Victor asks if he's serious, and Logan confirms, adding that he needs to know that knights are honorary nobles and that, naturally, he should be able to escape his slave status. And not just him, but his sister too. Hearing this, Victor looks at his sister and says he will do whatever it takes. Logan observes the two and realizes his assumption was correct. The sister is the key to controlling the violent nature of the noble slayer. He continues, saying he will begin their training as soon as they get home, and then asks Hamar, the dwarf, to come closer for a second. The young man says he will start drafting the contract, a magical contract that will state the following. If Hamar works for him for the next 20 years, he will send him back to the mountains. Hamar was shocked, not believing that Logan would really send him back to his people. The young man continued, saying it's hard to trust a promise that consists only of words in the wind, and asked if there was anything wrong or if he didn't want to go through with it. Hamar replied gratefully that he wanted it with all his heart and would do anything he asked. He continued to thank him, saying he couldn't believe Logan would do this. Seeing the reaction, Logan thought that if a contract was all he needed to motivate him, then he was the one profiting here, and he continues, admitting that he got everything he could want from this adventure and more, since he managed to get his hands on the noble slayer. He says that the preparation for the war between the clans is going swimmingly. At that moment, however, Logan had no idea that rumors about his strange behavior had already spread throughout the McLean estate while he was away, that his reputation had gone to the dogs and was sinking, and that Rick was drowning in confusion, trying to fix things and thinking, what the hell is Logan up to? Soon after, it seems he returned home and no one in the world is happier to see him than Rick. The young man looks at Rick and asks how he's been. Rick replies by asking Logan if he's serious asking a question like that. Nearly having an attack, he continues asking what Logan has been doing while he was away, and if he's heard the rumors circulating about him, that he's a perverted monster who spends $150,000 on monster meat. It turns out that a few days earlier, Philip had gathered all the merchants he could find and said he wanted to buy monster meat in the name of the young master, Logan McLean. Apparently, even before all this, people had already heard about Logan, how his engagement was broken off, and how he basically robbed his fiancée. Philip himself started some weird rumors about monster meat, trying to get more sellers. He had no idea his master, Logan, had such a past and just thought he was some random crazy old guy. Phillips, however, saw an opportunity in the rumors and dropped the price of monster meat as low as he could, while still making sure merchants would chase after it like it was hot bread, 1 gold piece per kilogram. He figured no merchant would refuse to sell trash to a guy willing to pay for it. He added that if they wanted money, they should bring all the monster meat they could get their hands on. Phillips's aggressive sales pitch seemed to work, with merchants gathering monster meat and the rumors about Logan spreading through almost the entire Thieves' Quarter. Hearing all this, Logan comments that Philip did his job perfectly, and Rick is stunned, not understanding how he can laugh at a time like this. Logan continues, saying he should take a look at the faces of those who came with him and think about how many rumors they must have heard to look like that. To all this, the young man simply replies that he shouldn't worry, because it will all be over soon. But Rick warns him not to be so calm, because the next stop is facing the Patriarch, and he is furious. In his father's office, Patrick asks Logan if he enjoyed running away from home. It was a worthwhile trip, yes, Logan replied. Patrick continued, saying he had heard some rumors, that he'd been up to some crazy things, but at least it had been worth it. The young man defended himself, stating that rumors are just that, senseless lies, and that he didn't regret anything he had done. His stepmother then chimed in, telling Patrick it was exactly as she had said before. Logan had no sense of his position and how his actions could dishonor the family name. But the young man didn't let her finish and interrupted, saying she was exaggerating a bit. After all, he just spent the money from the broken engagement as he saw fit. Marion jumps into the conversation again, asking Patrick if he heard what she said and if he's still on his side after everything. But Patrick yells that it's enough and, with a certain calmness, asks her to leave, as he wants to speak with Logan alone for a moment. Patrick warns Logan that this is the last chance he's going to give him. Logan looks scared, standing there before his furious father. He asks his son what's going on in his head and says they need to have a sincere conversation about what's happening. Logan thinks to himself, knowing his father won't let it slide this time. So he tells Patrick that he wouldn't understand even if he explained. Patrick retorts, asking Logan if by any chance he's the one who doesn't want to be understood. And if Logan realizes what the people around him are saying, that he's violent, cruel, obsessed with money, and even insane. He continues, asking Patrick how much longer he will have to cover for him, and if that moment comes in the future, begs him to let him know. That way, he can at least make the excuse that he did his best for the sake of the young man's deceased mother. The young man thinks he can't believe Patrick mentioned his mother, since he never mentioned her in his previous life, not even when he was kicked out. And maybe Patrick hasn't completely given up on him yet. So, Logan asks his father to give him 1 year. He asks that in 1 year, he will prove to Patrick the reasons behind his actions, and once again pleads for this last favor. Afterward, we see Patrick alone in his room, mulling over what just happened, admitting how strange a request for a favor between a father and son sounds, and thinking that if Logan doesn't prove his words after a year, then he will have to make a decision, because he is the patriarch of the McLeans before he is a father. A picture of Logan's mother, Raina, appears, to whom Patrick apologizes, saying he doesn't understand what's happening with their son. Patrick then begins a monologue, saying he promised to protect him at all costs and raise him well. In the the end, the whole thing fell apart due to his own negligence. Walking through the castle corridors, Logan runs into his younger brother, and what he sees leaves him speechless. Ronyan had awakened his force. "How did you guess? You caught up to me pretty quickly," Ronyan comments. The young man is happy to see the boy awaken his force so early, at only 14 years old, and thinks that in his past life, Ronyan's force had only manifested during the war between the clans, but this time it happened much faster. "It's all thanks to you," Ronyan says, leaving him confused. He then explains that the knights were trying to stop him from finding Logan when he returned. That's when he awakened. Apparently, he had defeated the knights while trying to meet up with Logan. Logan started laughing and told Ronyan he had done a great job. He thinks that if he teaches him the secrets of the divine sword, as soon as his force stabilizes, he could become much stronger than he was in his past life. In a cabin south of the Mechlin estate, Logan meets with Dwayne, who informs him that the 35 rank C mercenaries he asked to recruit are all there. It seems the mercenaries are furious with the young man, wondering if this whole thing isn't some kind of scam. It had been 10 days since they were called there, and so far, none of them had met Logan. One of them commented that a petty baron's family wouldn't dare to cross a mercenary guild unless they were crazy. Another replied that they might never know, since the rumors about him had reached them too, and they were pretty heavy. Then they started talking about the young man's appearance, how he was carrying a sword and armor, trying to play the soldier. Hearing everything, he thought he needed to rein in these scoundrels who fought for a living, or he would never get through to them. So, Logan addressed one of the mercenaries and asked if he thought it was funny to wear armor and carry a sword. The man replied that he didn't understand what he meant, and wondered how Logan had heard his comment from where he was standing. The young man then started mocking the guy, saying he could think that way, but only if he had the talent to back it up. He then said that he was nothing more than an insignificant C-class mercenary, and asked what non-existent skills he thought he had to look down on others. He then asked, somewhat sarcastically, if he had offended the man, acknowledging that even a low-level guy like him had pride, and told him to come closer to finish it. The warrior made a proposal. If the guy could land a single blow on him, he would let him leave right then and there, and would even pay him a full year's salary, sealing the promise with a noble's honor at stake, and assured that everyone there was a witness. The mercenary approached and said that this was great for him, since he couldn't go back on his word now, and gave Logan a once-over, trying to intimidate him. But how do you scare someone with that gorilla face? The crowd started commenting on the mercenary's size, wondering if he wasn't a rank B. Another guy replied that he wasn't yet, but that he might get there after this job. Hearing this, Logan scoffs, realizing that must be the reason for the mercenary's confidence. The mercenary tells Logan to attack first, and he replies saying the other will regret that decision. But the mercenary ignores the danger, saying he's been using a sword for much longer, so he doesn't need to worry. He even asks Logan if he needs any advantage at this point. The young man focuses his force and punches the guy in the face. Everyone is speechless at the power of the blow, and it seems Logan ended the duel right there, with the man stretched out on the ground and his teeth flying into the air. The other mercenary looks on in disbelief, while Logan simply stretches his shoulder, scoffs, and asks if anyone else feels like running their mouth. The mercenaries can't believe that at his age, he already masters the force. They think it's absurd. Kaiselan watches him and thinks that he always found him different, but never imagined he was this good. The young man continues, saying that no one else will be making any comments from here on out. After that, he formally introduces himself as Logan McLean, the one responsible for summoning them, and continues, saying that many of them are probably wondering why he's spending money hiring mercenaries. He then explains that he wants to train them to be crossbow knights. Dwayne and Kaiselan seem surprised, and the mercenaries didn't quite know what to think of that idea. One of them even commented that they would just be spending the whole time reloading. Kaiselan then whispered to Logan that crossbows were not efficient weapons for knights to use, but he replied that he already knew that. Kaiselan asked why on earth the young man would want them to use crossbows if he already knew. Logan explained that crossbows were much more destructive than bows, but for an inexperienced shooter, it took more than a minute just to load while on a horse. You would be out of firepower in a minute, even carrying 3 or 4 loaded crossbows, and it's no wonder they're confused. Logan tells Kaiselan that even though he thinks he's wasting money playing soldier, he should train them well first, as he will find out why later. And as a final comment, he says that the crossbow cavalry will be a great force for McLean, even beyond the coming war between the fiefs. Kaiselan doesn't quite know what to think, but accepts his master's request. A few days later, the young man looks at a piece of paper in his room, and thinks that of the 350 mercenaries they hired, only 312 passed the simple qualification test. He says, "That's good enough. and suddenly, someone interrupts him. It was Hamar, wanting to know what was on that piece of paper he received. Logan explains that it's a schematic of the crossbow he's going to make for him and continues, saying that it's probably a bit crude to a professional's eye. The young man thinks that this was a weapon he used for decades in his previous life, so he drew more or less all the structures he could remember. And since Hamar is a master craftsman, he should be able to build it. Hamar agrees that he will have to put a cartridge that stores the bolts on the back of the crossbow and make it reload automatically, and that it needed to fire 3 shots in a row. He asks who the hell came up with such a stupid idea, to which Logan replies that it was him, and Hamar seems annoyed. Then, Hamar comments that it's a wonderful idea, but with the string twisted in such a structure, the strings won't hold and will snap. Besides, if you put a wooden box like that on the back, it will be uncomfortable for the shooter as well. And he asks Logan what he's going to do about it. The young man replies that it's not his problem, and that Hamar should figure it out himself. And hearing this, the dwarf looked furious. Logan explained that it was just a joke and continued, saying that he needed to reduce the size of the bolt to reduce the cartridge itself. Agreeing with Hamar that it would be single shot, he proposed instead that they manufacture pre-made cartridges and reload them with each shot, calling the loaders magazines for convenience. Hearing this, Hamar was dumbfounded. He commented that even for a skilled shooter, a crossbow couldn't fire 2 shots in a minute, and that this would be like a weapon out of its time. Logan pondered that it was because, in fact, it was a weapon created in the future. Hamar then tells Logan that people think all you need to make something like this is a spring cartridge, a bit of wood, glue, and a bowstring. This is a motivating challenge for him, and he says he will try. Hearing this, Logan asks Hamar when it will be ready, to which Hamar replies by asking if Logan is asking him to build something he's never heard of or seen with a deadline. Logan then continues, saying that it's still a weapon that humans made. Hearing this, Hamar is perplexed, asking where and who made it. Logan ignores the subject, telling Hamar that he doesn't need to know that, and challenges him, saying that if he thinks he can't do it, he'd better give up. Hamar says he just needs a month, and that in that time, he will build something far superior. Seeing the situation, Logan is pleased to discover what happens when you mess with a dwarf's ego. Later, in the castle's training grounds, Victor is seen running. Logan warns him that he's slowing down again, and that he can do better, so Victor tries to speed up again. Logan thinks about how he has only fed and made the boy sleep for days since he arrived, but can't believe the difference that little bit of food made. He orders Victor to rest. At that, his little sister runs to him. Logan thought once more about the great investment he made in buying Victor. A 14-year-old boy, much smaller than others his age, ran 20 kilometers without stopping, showing great talent. But what he admired most was the young man's grit and perseverance, who seemed to worry about nothing. It became clear to him that he wasn't a noble slayer by nature. This great change in his life probably happened because of his sister. Quickly, Logan interrupts his thoughts and warns Victor that the rest is over and it's time for the next training. He throws a sword into the young man's hands and says that from now on, they would learn the sword technique of the Kingdom of Grandia, which every aspiring knight in the country learned. Soon, the instructor asked for Victor's attention to demonstrate. The young man held the sword firmly and cut the air with force. Victor, however, seemed unimpressed, thinking that all he wanted was to faint and sleep. Even so, he bit his lip and thought that if the price for that good food and a decent night's sleep was exhaustion, he would do whatever it took. So, he took his sword, as Logan had done, and cut the air with perfection. Observing the scene, Logan thought that what he had done before was perfect, just like Victor's strike. Not just the movement, but every breath, and he had only shown it once. That's why he's amazed to see how easily the boy keeps up with him. He comments that not even Ranyan was this good, and they are the same age. Seeing this, Logan tells Victor that if he increases his stamina and executes the sword technique perfectly more than 1,000 times in a row, he can consider himself a knight. Hearing this, Victor's eyes shine, imagining himself in that position. Logan then asks if he can do it, and the young man happily replies, yes. Logan continues, telling Victor that if he needs anything else for his training, he can ask Rick. He would probably sort out most things, but Victor replies that he doesn't need anything. Logan insists, asking if he's sure, and Victor says his only request is that he takes care of his sister. That would be enough. Logan thinks it's perfect. While training Victor, he thinks that maybe the young man isn't ready to go to war immediately, but he will be of great help to McLean in the future. He also concludes that both the mercenary corps and the weapon Hamar will create will be a formidable force. Even so, he shouldn't get too excited. After all, Hamar might not be able to make a decent crossbow, and even if he did, the mercenaries might not know how to use it properly. Since he put everything in someone else's hands, he needed to come up with another plan. Next, Logan went to his father's office and said he wanted to participate in the Knights' training, and it seems his father accepted the request. In the Knights' training field, Captain Hinckley introduced Logan to the others, warning that he would be participating in the training from then on. on. Apparently, the knights didn't take the news well and started whispering among themselves, thinking that Logan might see the knightly order as a joke since he had beaten Dominion. A memory of the captain surfaced. He saw himself in the Patriarch's chamber, where they were discussing the young man's entry into the order. The captain didn't seem happy at all. In fact, Hinckley told Patrick that if he joined, the knights wouldn't be pleased. But Patrick retorted, stating that he wasn't asking for special treatment. In fact, he asked them to be tough on him, as they would with any other rookie. In the present, Hinckley thinks that even with Patrick's request, he's still the Lord's son, and that it would have been easier if Patrick had asked him to treat Logan with more kindness. Logan notices the captain's concern and reassures him, telling him not to worry. He states that if he falters in any of the Knight Order's exercises during the next week, he will simply pretend nothing happened and get out of Hinckley's way. Hinckley is surprised by the young man's attitude, but ends up agreeing. Hearing this, he decides that for the next week, the Knight Order's training will be 3 times as difficult. Soon after, a knight is seen running with a colleague on his back, wondering what kind of training this was. The warrior yells at his pupils not to die and reminds them that they are cavalry knights, and they can't ignore what it's like to be a horse. He tells them to feel what it's like to be the horse that carries them across the battlefield while fully armored. The knights realize this is the reason they have been training in full armor, and also comment that all of this is happening because of that damned troublemaker. They speculate on how long Logan will last with this training. 1 day? 2? Maybe 3? However, they may all be mistaken, because Logan is running at full speed, charging through the crowd and leaving everyone speechless, even the captain. And to top it off, the young man is smiling while doing it. Hinckley was furious, thinking that at this rate, the knights would fall behind, not Logan. With that said, he ordered everyone to stop and take a 10-minute break. Then, he went to ask how the young man was doing, if he was tired after that run. In fact, what was going through his mind was that it was obviously exhausting, and all he had to do was give an honest answer to get out of that crazy training. But he didn't even finish his thought when Logan interrupted him, saying it was a breeze. Hinckley was gobsmacked. He asked what he meant by that, and the young man replied that it was great training. If the knights go through this every day, there's no way they won't be strong. Then he tells Hinckley that he's looking forward to the next training session, while 2 guys on the ground look like they're about to give up at any moment. Hinckley thinks that's not exactly what he wanted, and Logan, once again, doesn't seem to care. Later that night, the young man looks around and realizes he's alone in the training field. All the knights must have gone home already. He then begins to reflect, thinking that training with the knights is his insurance policy in case all his plans fail. If that happens, he will join the knights and fight on the front lines. So it's better to start hanging out with them now and try to build bonds. Another reason he's doing this is his force, since he can develop it through meditation, but just as important is training his body. That's where the knightly order comes in handy. And as he imagined, as his force core grows and he feels no fatigue, the young man takes his sword and, in a quick blow, releases a force slash, demonstrating his power. He thinks about how he possesses all this strength, and it's all coming from just a 1-star core. He imagines that when he reaches 2 stars, he will have the power to rival a high-ranking knight like his father. The next morning, he tests crossbows, considering them all failures, and asks Hamar if this is all he can do. Then, the young man asks about the string he ordered, saying that this thing only shoots once and that he's not seeing the magazine either. He also tells Hamar that it needs to be integrated. Hamar is furious, and Logan continues, apologizing, saying he was too harsh, to which Hamar replies that he's right, and that even though he's his master, he should never insult a craftsman's pride. However, what Logan really means is that if this is Hamar's best, then there's nothing they can do about it, which makes the dwarf almost explode with anger. The young man continues, saying that maybe he expected too much from him, since it's been weeks of work and he hasn't managed to do anything right. That's where Logan made a big mistake. He started provoking Hamar, saying he had misjudged him, that he was mistaken and had wasted money on him. That was the trigger for Hamar, who asked for another month, guaranteeing that he would come back with something worth the investment. Furious, he smashed the crossbow he had in his hand. Logan watched Hamar leave, thinking about the anger consuming him, and how it would make him start from scratch. A cruel smile appeared on his face, wondering if Hamar would be able to create something incredible if he was pushed even further. A month later, in one of the training fields, Hamar demonstrates the power of his new and improved crossbow, which fires 2 arrows at once. The invention leaves Logan speechless. Hamar comments that even though it has 1 less shot than Logan originally requested, this one is easier to hold with 1 hand and allows for changing magazines. Logan, however, is impressed with the speed at which he loaded and fired, taking only 2 seconds. The young man thinks it has a shorter range than the weapon from his previous life, as well as being smaller, but for a mounted soldier, this one is much better, exceeding expectations. He can't believe they've come this far, and there are still months until the war between between the fiefs. Hamar asks if Logan is paying attention, and Logan lifts him up, saying what a great job he did, continuing to brag about dwarves and wishing a long life to Hamar and his people. Hamar, however, is not as happy as Logan, as he thinks someone might see them, and tells him he's not a child and wants to be put down. Logan looks into Hamar's eyes calmly, preparing to ask a question, and when Hamar asks what it is, the young man reverts to his psychotic self and says he needs 400 of these in 2 months. Next, Logan hands the crossbows to Kaisalan and the other mercenaries, and everyone is amazed at the distance the bolt reaches, and also that it fires consecutive shots. Kaisalan looks at the invention and wonders how it's possible. How could a crossbow do something like that? A front-loading crossbow with this range, power, and speed. With this, an army of 300 or more mounted troops could do things that terrify him just to think about. So, Kaisalan tells Logan that he's truly incredible, and realizes this was the young man's plan from the beginning. Logan confirms he's right, and thinks that Hamar went through a lot. Even with extra help from craftsmen, Logan didn't expect him to finish the order 2 months ahead of schedule and even make 100 extra crossbows. As expected of an expert dwarf, it was undeniable. The guy was really good. He even thought about sharing this with the knights and soldiers, but money was a problem, and there was still the risk of the technology leaking. Better to hold off for now. So Logan asked Kaisalan to equip the mercenaries with the crossbows and clear the monsters from outside the territory. Kaisalan thought the idea was impossible, but the young man was confident they could handle it. In the end, Kaisalan ended up admitting that maybe it was possible, but Logan isn't satisfied with that and tells Kaisalan to figure it out, because if he can't, nothing else matters. Kaisalan thinks the young man wouldn't have created a weapon like this to subdue monsters, and realizes he's preparing for war. In one of the night training sessions, one of the guys comments on his tremendous physical stamina. Another asks if this ridiculous physical ability is genetic, to which a third replies that if he's anything like the patriarch, he must be good with a sword. Then, they comment on Logan's fight against Dominion, and one of the warriors tells the other not to even dare compare the young man to the old man. Even before awakening his powers, Logan had already lost to his younger brother. But even so, it's impressive how he has held up in training for over a month. That training, which at first was meant to make him quit, has now become the new symbol of the Night Order. It's tiring, but much more rewarding than just running around. It seems like the right level of training for a member of the Order. It ended up being an unexpected incentive for the low-ranking knights who were slacking off in their training. In addition, the knights began to truly understand and identify with their horses, and the bonds between them also strengthened. Hinckley thought he had only insisted on the training because the young master wouldn't give up, but he couldn't believe all those results. His lucky charm had walked right up to him. At night in his room, Logan thought that after pushing his body to the limit with training, he would stimulate his inner consciousness with meditation. This way, the repetitions were working in synergy, and he was making real progress lately. He had been noticing signs of a change in his force. If he could enhance his martial powers as he hoped, he could surpass all the monsters he had seen in his previous life. That's when something unexpected happened. Logan's core grew. He started talking nonsense, and suddenly, his core became a 2-star core. He commented that he now had the basics to learn the next secret technique from the secrets of the sword, Iron Cut, murderous Iron Cut. Just thinking about the power the first technique had given him, he was sure the second would be much stronger than he imagined. And if he could master this technique before the war, not even a high-ranking knight would scare him. Next, Kaisalan and the other mercenaries were hunting a band of goblins. His soldiers fired at the goblins, killing them instantly. Noticing how there was almost no recoil on these crossbows, one of the guys commented that his bolt went through one guy's head and still lodged in the head of another behind him. Logan thought that the swarm of over 100 monsters had been decimated in less than 10 seconds, and that the mercenaries' old habits of using basic crossbows had been cast aside. They were much faster at changing magazines. The young man thought to himself that it was worth the effort of going on the hunt so far into the territory. Kaisalan asked if he was satisfied. More or less, he replied, remembering how they were a complete mess during the first monster hunt, but they had improved a lot. After that, Kaisalan asks Logan why so many preparations, saying he's never heard of a mercenary army with so much firepower, and questions if he plans to kill monsters all over the continent. However, Logan doesn't have time to answer Kaisalan, as a mounted knight comes galloping to deliver a message from Rick to him. Apparently the day before, Viscount Tesseron had declared war on House McLean. In the McLean war room, Patrick and the other family heads are looking through a crystal ball, as Viscount Tesseron declares that, due to the ancient grudge of his unjustly killed ancestor, he blames House McLean, leaving Patrick dumbfounded. Some nobles look at each other, wondering if what he's saying justifies a war. Hankel and Marion question Patrick about his next steps. Hankel continues, explaining that Tesseron's knightly order alone has many more soldiers than them. Even with Patrick on the battlefield, the chances of victory are slim. That's when one of the other nobles suggests they defend the city and call for reinforcements. However, this is a terrible idea. If that happens, the force using knights will take advantage, and the city will descend into complete chaos. While another man proposed sending an emissary to try for peace, Patrick explodes in a fit of rage, tells everyone to shut up, and begins to explain that even though the royal family's authority isn't as strong as it used to be, these people just declared war without even asking for permission. So, it's crystal clear that they planned everything. Therefore, peace is completely out of the question. He orders everyone to prepare for war and tells his generals to come up with a winning plan, as he will not tolerate any disagreement. After all this, in that tense atmosphere, a random noble asks Patrick if the young Master Logan will also go to war, and Patrick confirms. Marion continues, saying that Ronion's forces have awakened, and he is also old enough to do his part. Hearing this, Rick realizes that Logan is not at the castle, and hurries to send a messenger to inform him. Upon being briefed on the situation, he thinks that from his past life's memories, the war shouldn't start for another 2 months, and wonders what could have sped things up. The messenger hurries Logan, warning that the Viscount is breaking all customs and has gone on the attack right after declaring war, so he needs to hurry to at least reach the middle of the conflict. Kaisalon and the others shout that Logan's mercenary troops are ready at any moment. Seeing this, he comments to Kaisalon that he doesn't seem surprised at all by the situation. Kaisalon replies that for a mercenary, if there's no war, they want to start one. And he continues, saying that they got their hands on a great weapon, so it's natural they want to use it. The young man looks at his army and thinks that these guys are way too confident. But he doesn't worry too much about it and says that what they're feeling is valid, since they trained hard in the last few months and overwhelmingly massacred the monster hordes. He continues, saying that it doesn't matter when the war starts, because all they have to do is win. He thinks they have enough combat power now, so he commands his troops to march to the Mechlin Plains, certain that this war will end in victory. Back in the barony, the war started earlier than the Mechlins had imagined. The day after the declaration of war, Tesseron and his troops appeared on the Mechlin estate, and their numbers exceeded the vassals' expectations. Captain Heinkel informs Patrick that the Viscount's army consists of 100 knights, more than 1,000 regular soldiers, and almost 10,000 conscripts, explaining to the Patriarch that this was a full-scale war. Hearing this, Patrick thinks Tesseron has completely lost it. Not only was he facing a main force of knights who are basically superhuman to the common citizen, but he was also using conscripts in a war that wasn't even between nations, but just a simple domestic feudal dispute. This makes Patrick question, why is Raymond the Viscount going this far? And it seems things only get worse. The captain informs Patrick that the House of Karaz has warned that they will not send troops, leaving him and Mary speechless. Mary tries to argue that the situation is impossible, that it must be a mistake. She remembers that both Mr. Duane and she had checked everything, and everything was set so that this wouldn't happen. With no choice, Patrick orders Henkel to gather all men capable of bearing a weapon, saying they will respond to the attack with full force. Patrick thought about how Kiraz, whom they trusted so much, had turned their backs on them, putting them in a tight spot. McLean gathered as many men as he could to fight Tesseron, assembling 53 knights, 552 regular soldiers, and 4,418 conscripts, totaling 5,023 combatants. But this force wasn't even half the size of Tesseron's army. On the battlefield, 2 soldiers were chatting, and one of them asked about the whereabouts of the young Master Logan. The other replied that he had been gone for a long time and hadn't come back yet. Some soldiers commented that he probably wouldn't come back, and that he must have fled when he heard the news. Hearing this, Ronion turned around and asked what they were talking about, saying there was no chance Logan would do something like that. He believed that Logan had already expected this war to happen, and, for that reason, had taught him that secret move. There was no way he would run away. Other soldiers heard what Ronion said, and started to think the rumors were true, that the Lord's son had deserted. Soon after, Patrick appeared next to Ronion, and told his youngest son that he should take his brother's place, and tells him not to waver at all. He continues, thinking that he doesn't want to believe these rumors, but that doesn't matter now, since the only thing that matters is winning the war. So he commands all his troops to advance and crush that scum that is attacking his home. Next, Tesseron appears with a smile on his face, thinking that Patrick has finally drawn his sword. He shouts that his knights are his sword, and tells Patrick to face them. The The young man charges his attack with aura and tries to break through the vanguard, but fails, as a knight with a shield blocks his attack, leaving Patrick speechless. Rick is also seen on the battlefield and doesn't look happy at all. He's seeing people being killed and torn apart right in front of him. The young man thinks about how they are losing the fight, how they were forced to send people like him because of the huge disadvantage, and that anyway, they will lose if they get surrounded where they are. While he's at it, he gets hit on the head by a soldier from Tesserion's army who was about to finish him off. But the warrior manages to dodge the blow, and an ally saves him, killing the enemy and telling him to get up quickly and prepare his spear. Rick extends his hand and holds his, trying to express his gratitude for saving him. But before he can, an enemy knight murders his comrade and splatters blood all over Rick's face. He understands that his only chance of survival is to flee as far away from the enemy lines as possible. Suddenly, mounted soldiers advance towards him while he passes between the bodies of his allies and adversaries. Rick realizes that they have also been surrounded from behind and fears that this is the place where they will all perish. After fighting the knights who interrupted his attack, Patrick's opponent assures him that he lives up to his name. They made several preparations, but it was still difficult for Patrick to trust his own condition. Observing the man, he thought about how this man had withstood his deadly blows, which also contained explosive force. In addition, he was surprised to see that Tesserion also had a high-ranking knight. Continuing to ponder, Patrick supposed that the other knights should be at least of an intermediate level. Was that why they didn't fear him? He asked if they were the ones who were prepared to deal with him. The other knight responded with another question, wanting to know what he thought of the preparations. Surrounded by 4 knights, the young man thought that if he got stuck there, the situation would become very complicated, and so the order of knights would follow. So he takes his sword and charges at the enemy, swearing that this would never happen. The young man locks swords with the high-ranking knight, but is attacked by another guy from behind with a spear. Fortunately, he manages to dodge. Seeing that they are all attacking him from all sides, Patrick asks if they have any honor as knights and calls them bastards for fighting dirty. However, they don't seem to know the word, much less care about it, and one of them even says that this is his last battle before he dies, so they should just leave him alone. Once again, the warrior charges with all his might, clashing swords with one of his opponents. This time he wasn't so lucky and ended up being hit by a spear in the back of his stomach, being seriously injured. He thinks that while the high-ranking knight blocks his attacks, the others jump in and attack him, an obvious trap from which there is no escape. And since the enemy managed to flank him, he thinks Logan did well to flee. Facing defeat, the warrior hopes that at least Logan can carry on the family's legacy. From a distance, the tyrant watched the battle between Patrick and the knights. He thought he'd made a brilliant move by keeping his high-rank knight a secret. Now all he had to do was finish off Patrick and take McLean Castle. He was about to proceed with his plans when he heard a strange noise from behind, the sound of cavalry troops. A servant rushed over, reporting a cavalry unit approaching from the rear, about 300 of them, maybe more. Tesserion thought for a moment and asked if the McLeans had any other hidden troops they didn't know about. The soldier replied that it was strange. The approaching knights weren't even carrying lances. Their only weapons were small crossbows. Hearing this, Lord Tesserion laughed out loud. He mockingly asked if crossbows meant those little things hunters use, and ordered the soldier to gather the rear guard and archers to get rid of them, calling them a bunch of fifth-rate soldiers. As he spoke, an arrow pierced through his soldier's head, making Tesserion freeze in his armor. It seems Logan had joined the battle, and he was furious seeing what was happening. He gave his mercenaries the order to fire. A storm of bolts rained down on Tesserion's army. The mercenaries' projectiles pierced through the knights, decimating hundreds in seconds and tearing through shields and flesh. One soldier thought about how anyone who didn't raise their shield was already dead, and how he would have been one of them if he'd been a second late. Tesserion's archers prepared to fire back, but their arrows fell short, their bows too weak to reach Logan's troops. The mercenaries fired again, killing even more of the Viscount's soldiers. Watching the chaos unfold, Tesserion wondered how this could be happening. His rearguard was in shambles in mere seconds, and Logan's mercenaries weren't even using magic, just those damn crossbows. He wondered what kind of weapon Patrick had created. He then screamed at his knights, ordering them all to the rear to take down those bastards. The cavalry charged at full speed towards Logan's troops, which made Logan smile. He was happy to see them coming right to him. Meanwhile, a fight was about to break out between Ranyan and another knight. Ranyan dodged an attack, and his enemy taunted him, saying he did a good job. As the soldiers began to clash, one told his comrade to stop playing around with the kid, as the fight was getting serious. But the other replied that he was doing his best, and that Ranyan, despite being just a boy, couldn't be underestimated. Hearing their exchange, it clicked for Ranyan. After being exposed to a real battle instead of just training, he realized he wasn't some genius, just a simple boy who had awakened his powers. Still, he couldn't lose. Too much was at stake. He thought of his father and how he was counting on him to do Logan's part in this war too. He told himself he couldn't afford to falter here. As he was lost in thought, an opening appeared, and Ranyan immediately noticed it. He saw one of the soldiers with his back turned and wondered what the hell he was doing. Whatever the reason, he thought, this was a chance he couldn't miss. He drew his sword in a decisive strike, cleaving through the soldier's body. It was so easy that even he was surprised. He noticed the bolt stuck in the enemy's chest, and looking up, was overjoyed to see his brother, who was shouting his name loud and clear. However, the joy lasted only a moment. Other knights were charging furiously from behind Ragnar towards Logan's position, following the Viscount's orders. Logan observed the kite shield formation the cavalry had adopted, noting it was a remarkable defense, but it wouldn't stop him. His evil plan was about to be revealed. The young man instructed his soldiers to aim their crossbows diagonally at the ground, which made them question his judgment once again. That's when he flashed his psychotic smile and ordered the mercenaries to shoot the horses. This warrior was truly using every dirty trick in the book to win. Hearing the command, the mercenaries got excited, showing the same murderous grin as Logan. A shower of bolts rained down on the cavalry's horses, bringing all the soldiers crashing to the ground. Logan thought that he had made it in time to help Ranyan, but there was still the matter of his father. He reflected on his oath to save his family in this life, and that winning the battle meant nothing if he lost them. He gave an order to Kaisalan and rushed towards his father. Kaisalan told Logan that this wasn't the plan, and started freaking out about what might happen. He felt victory was already in their grasp, and wondered why Logan would risk himself like that. Even if Logan was stronger, running into a mid-rank knight could turn things sideways. Kaisalan finally took charge and ordered Gerald to provide cover for Logan as he advanced through the enemy troops. Patrick was still dueling the high-rank knight, and things were looking bad for him. The knight taunted him, saying he couldn't believe Patrick charged forward knowing he'd be skewered. At the last second, Patrick managed to dodge the attack and jumped back to get some breathing room. He noticed something strange about the way the enemies were fighting. They were all pushing themselves to the limit, practically throwing themselves at him. Patrick wondered why they were so desperate when they had the upper hand. Once again, he managed to parry 2 lances that came at him a second later. Suddenly, Logan jumped in front of his father, defeating 2 mid-level soldiers in the blink of an eye, leaving Patrick speechless. He remembered seeing Logan arrive with a mercenary corps behind the enemy, but he was sure that was far from where they were now. As he turned his head, he wondered how Logan had gotten there, cutting through so many enemies. What he saw left him in shock. Behind him was a sea of corpses. Had his son really taken them all down? Patrick wanted to ask his son how he had gotten so strong, but he knew it wasn't the right time and he couldn't make sense of anything. Instead, he asked if Logan's presence meant they were winning. His son nodded. Hearing this, Patrick rested a hand on the young man's shoulder and said, "You did a good job." The high-rank knight stared at Logan, trying to process what he'd just seen. How could a mere 20-year-old boy from the countryside take down 2 mid-level knights at the same time? He remembered that at that age, he was working himself to death just to become a knight, but none of that mattered now. He would kill the boy right here. He then ordered his fallen comrades to get back into position. After witnessing what just happened, Patrick thought that Logan was strong enough to handle most mid-level knights, even if he wasn't high rank himself. If the young man decided to take them all on while he focused on the high-rank knight, maybe they had a chance to win, but that's not what happened. Logan stretched his arm out in front of his father and announced that he would face the knight alone. Patrick tried to talk him out of it, saying it was too much for him. He acknowledged his son's progress, but reminded him this was a high-rank knight. Patrick didn't even finish his sentence before Logan punched him in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. The young man said that in his current state, even he could beat his father. He asked his father to trust him and leave this to him. Patrick, though reluctant, agreed. He told Logan to be careful, and the boy replied that they needed to be quick and finish this. The high-rank knight was surprised to see Logan advancing on him instead of Patrick. He got angry, thinking how a brat like him would dare to do such a thing. The warrior charged across the battlefield, channeling his strength, and clashed swords with his opponent, pushing him back several meters with a single attack and leaving him stunned. The knight wondered how this was possible. Even with his injuries, he didn't sense any remarkable power or high level from Logan. But the fact that he was being overpowered could only mean one thing. Logan was pushing himself too hard. As he prepared to attack again, he thought none of it made sense. He lunged with killing intent, and they leaped back and forth, dodging each other's blows. With their swords locked again, the knight thought that if he weren't injured, he'd have the upper hand and kill him. But as he was thinking this, the young man saw an opportunity and managed to cut his opponent, wounding him in an instant. He jumped back to avoid a counterattack. Observing the scene, he thought there wasn't a single opening. He needed to exploit any gap to attack. It seemed he noticed something Logan also realized. The force of Logan's sword was being absorbed by his opponent, who thought this was his chance and said Logan had fallen right into his trap. He prepared to strike the young man, and it looked like the blow would land this time since he had lost his balance. but that wasn't the case. Soon, Logan was back on his feet, leaving the knight to wonder if he was getting too slow. Logan began to charge his aura again, preparing to use his sacred technique. Seeing this, the knight knew he needed to get out of there fast. Logan unleashed a cutting wave of energy, eliminating his enemy instantly and leaving everyone around speechless at what had just happened. Then he roared that he, Logan McLean, had killed the enemy general of Tesseron's army. Hearing this, Tesseron's soldiers were terrified, wondering how such a high-rank knight could have fallen. Since they couldn't even see the Viscount's flag anymore, they began to drop their swords and ask to be taken prisoner. Rick started chanting Logan's name, wishing his master good health, and everyone followed his lead. The Viscount, however, was fleeing the battlefield, wondering where it all went wrong. He couldn't understand how his 3 years of preparation had been for nothing. He had asked for help from other nobles, gathered 100 knights, and that damn redhead with his men and weapons had ruined everything. Thinking quickly, he concluded that he needed to get back to his territory first. That way, he would at least get out of this alive. Upon reaching his castle, he ordered the guards to open the gates, who were stunned to see him there. As this was happening, another guard spotted something in the distance and warned that knights were approaching with Logan in the lead. Tesseron was petrified at the sight. Logan dismounted and told the Viscount that he was pretty quick to run away. Then, standing before the gates of the Viscount's territory, he shouted for everyone to hear that Tesseron had lost the war. The young man then ordered the garrison to open the gates and welcome the true winner of the conflict. From the walls above, the soldiers wondered if it was true and thought maybe that was why the Viscount had returned in such a hurry. But suddenly a general yelled at them, asking if they were going to cower after hearing the enemy's words. They snapped out of it. The general continued, saying there were little more than 300 enemies. And as Logan charged his aura once more, he stated that they couldn't be defeated in a siege with such a small force. The soldiers guarding the gates wondered what the hell he was doing. And then Logan leaped over the wall, which was dozens of meters high, and told the general to open the gates unless everyone there had a death wish. Otherwise, he would kill them himself and open the gates. Inside the palace, Tesseron was gathering his most valuable belongings and money, thinking he should at least take some gold coins with him. Suddenly, Logan yelled at Tesseron from behind, saying he had finally caught him. Falling backward, Tesseron asked Logan how he got in. Logan replied that his own servants had given him up before he even had to use his blade. According to him, that said a lot about Tesseron's reputation as the lord of that fiefdom. Seeing the situation, Tesseron was furious, wondering how his own servants could betray him. Then, turning back into a coward, he told Logan that he surrendered and would compensate him with reparations and his due share, as per the conventions of feudal wars. He begged for him to spare his life and his family's. Hearing this, Logan mockingly asked about conventions. He then looked down on the other man, basically saying, "You have no right to talk about rules," since he declared war out of nowhere and invaded everything in a single day. Logan was furious, a vein popping on his forehead, and asked Tesseron if he had any conscience at all. Tesseron still tried to appeal to the warrior, saying he had to uphold the honor of the nobility and that the conventions guaranteed the lives of all prisoners captured in feudal wars. Logan agreed with the terms and said he would respect the honor and customs of his own house, the House of McLean. Therefore, he would spare the man's life and give him time and permission to take a certain amount of wealth and leave. Hearing this, Tesseron wanted to thank him, but Logan cut him off, saying that if it were his father, he would certainly do all of that. He stated that Patrick is an honorable man, so much so that he would accept an unconditional surrender. Suddenly, Logan noticed a diamond-encrusted dagger in a chest behind Tesseron. Picking it up, he commented on its beauty. Tesseron insisted that the young man keep the dagger, saying it was made by the best craftsman in the kingdom. Hearing this, Logan refused the gift and told him to take the dagger with him. In a swift motion, he plunged the dagger into Tesseron's chest, who took his last breath. Tesseron accused Logan of being a liar, since he had promised to spare his life. Logan retorted that he never said such a thing, only commented on what his father would have done. "But tough luck for you. I'm nothing like him," he added. Tesseron tried to mutter something about the honor of nobles, but the young man interrupted him, asking if he had any idea how many people died because of his greed, and told him to end his filthy life right there. Tesseron fell lifeless to the floor. Looking at the body, he thought the man should thank God for having such a simple death. As he clenched his fist, now stained with Tesseron's blood, he huffed and said that the crisis was finally over and that he needed to add the finishing touches. He announced loudly that Viscount Raymond Tesseron had taken his own life, thinking that would be enough. As soon as he finished, Kaiselan entered the room and told Logan he should check out the castle's underground prison. A few days later, outside the walls of Viscount Tesseron's castle, Logan and Patrick were talking. Patrick said he came straight to the Tesseron castle as soon as he recovered. He asked about Raymond's suicide. The young man confirmed it and said that Lord Tesseron must have been in great despair to do such a thing. But Patrick didn't buy the story and bluntly asked if Logan had killed Tesseron. He got right in his face, a tense stare down, the two looking like they were about to come to blows. Logan came clean and confessed that yes, he had eliminated Tesseron on purpose, arguing that they needed to take matters back into their own hands. He also told his father that he didn't want to leave Tesseron's bloodline alive to cause problems in the future. Hearing this, Patrick looked at his son and praised him, saying he was a grown man and surely had his reasons. He then continued, telling Logan that no matter what anyone said, he was the key player in this battle, and he thanked him. Hearing this made Logan happy, and he looked at his father with a wide, sincere smile. "Good job, kid," Patrick said, blushing and stammering, then tried to share even more good news. He continued, telling his son that he would be named the official heir of House McLean. Hearing this made the young man happy. He then nodded with a smile and told his father that he was sorry, but he would have to refuse. Patrick was perplexed and asked why he would do such a thing. Was he worried about his reputation? If so, Patrick assured him that his achievements in this battle were enough to change the situation. But for Logan, that wasn't the reason at all, which left his father deep in thought. He continued his line of reasoning, explaining that Ranyan would be much more qualified to take the position, since the McLeans came from a family of knights. He then mentioned that Ranyan had become a Force user at only 14 years old, 4 years faster than himself. It was impossible to predict what the boy would be capable of when he reached adulthood, and Patrick was simply speechless. Still, he argued that even if all that were true, fighting ability wasn't the only factor in becoming the lord of a family. Logan then thought that, according to current beliefs, maybe that was the case. But if Ranyan received the title of the continent's youngest Force user, as happened in his previous life, there would be no problem at all. Most importantly, there was no advantage for Logan in becoming the successor. He also wasn't interested in wasting time being the next Baron. Logan told Patrick that as the older brother, he wanted to give the younger one a chance. Therefore, he hoped his father would wait until Ranyan came of age to finally choose his successor. Patrick replied that he never imagined Logan cared so much for his brother and said he would grant his wish and postpone the choice of an heir. The decision would be made in about 5 years when Ranyan became an adult. Hearing this, Logan thanked his father. However, Patrick was still going to give him another reward. They would return to the McLean mansion to calculate the profits from the war, which would likely amount to several 100,000 gold pieces. But it seemed Logan already had something in mind for his reward. Suddenly, a guard shouted to open the gates as the McLean knights were back. The townspeople began to comment on how they had returned in just a week after the war, and that they heard it all ended in a single day. 2 guys started talking, and one of them kept wondering how that was possible. He questioned if their knights had always been that strong. The other replied by asking if he had heard the rumors that it was all because of the young master, Logan McLean. He continued, saying that according to the soldiers who returned first, young Logan's mercenaries turned the tide of the battle. They appeared behind the enemies as if they knew exactly what was going to happen. Another guy commented that they annihilated the enemies with a mysterious weapon, and that Logan even defeated a high-rank knight by himself. Then a girl asked if the master had always been this incredible person. Another guy replied that he always thought Logan was just messing around. The citizens began to think that maybe he had bought all that monster meat in the past for a good reason, that he must have had a bigger plan in mind. The crowd started theorizing that maybe the boy had been acting all along, and they all got chills from the idea. They even praised him, saying that prodigies are just on another level, all thanks to the fact that he was now a Force user. Logan heard everything and found it super embarrassing to hear people talking about him that way. Then Ranyan asked how it felt to receive so many compliments, and Logan replied that it just made him blush, asking his brother not to exaggerate. But Ranyan insisted it was impossible, since everything they said was true, and that he should smile for the people, as they were very happy to see him. Logan thought for a moment and, seeing all those excited faces, decided to try. He flashed a killer smile, or rather, it looked like he was holding in a poop until he reached the castle. Frankly, he looked like the rich kid, Rich McGee, or maybe Medusa. As soon as everyone turned and saw Logan's smile, they froze, certain he wanted to rip their heads off with his thumb. But the boy had no idea what he had done wrong, and Ranyan just felt sorry for him. Patrick turned his head to look at Logan, looking genuinely proud. He then shouted that the next cheers would be for the champion of that war, and that the grand reception was about to begin. Long live McLean! Long live young Master Logan! Shortly after, they showed the castle gardens, and Logan was strolling through the courtyard, finding it impressive that a welcome ceremony could last until morning, especially for those who had just returned from war. But the peace didn't last long, because his mother, Marion, yelled at him from behind, asking what he was up to. Ranyan pulled her arm, trying to make her stop, but Marion continued, saying she had heard everything. She asked Logan if it was true that he had refused to be the successor and what the hell he was planning, because he might have fooled the others, but she wasn't an idiot. Ranyan tried to calm the situation and told Logan that the story of the Kairosi had deeply affected Marion, but he replied that it was okay. He turned to Marion and thought that, despite the grudge she still held, at that moment she had lost all real power because Cairo betrayed her and she could no longer be a threat to him. The young man continued thinking that if he handled this correctly now, she might accept his apology. He sincerely admitted to Marion that his actions over the past few months had been untrustworthy and that even he regretted what he did, driven by jealousy and inferiority. Hearing this, Marion yelled at Ronian that she was right, since Logan was admitting it was all his plan. Ronian interrupted her, begging her once more to stop. He apologized to Logan again and explained that she wasn't herself at the moment. Logan, however, didn't seem to care much about Marion. He then turned to Ronian and asked him to pay attention, because the one who really deserved an apology was him. Ronian was surprised by the statement and asked what he meant by that. Logan continued, saying that he had been apologizing ever since he came back, but he could never say exactly for what. It seems the regrets and cowardice built up over the years weren't so easy to overcome. Ronian then questioned his brother about what the hell he was talking about. Logan implied that Ronian already knew what was up, that for the past few years, he had actually detested Ronian. He continued, saying that he tried to hide his own incompetence by hating his brother, and that he now truly regretted those pathetic years of his life. He asked Ronian to accept a formal and sincere apology. The young man bowed his head and asked for his brother's forgiveness. After all this, Ronian stared at his brother without saying a word, and Logan, still with his head bowed, thought that in the end, the bad things we do aren't erased by the good things, and thought himself naive as ever. Ronian finally broke the silence and told Logan that it was okay. Logan was shocked to hear this. He continued, saying that he believed that as long as he was kind to Logan, even when he was cold, one day the brother he knew would return, and he smiled at the young man. It was enough to make a grown man cry. Logan was happy and wondered if maybe he had hesitated for so long to do something so simple. He then spoke to his mother. The warrior told Marion that he genuinely cared for Ronian, and honestly hoped he would become the successor. He continued, saying that he knew asking Marion to trust him immediately was a big favor, so he asked her to keep an eye on him, since everything he did from now on would be for the greater good of the family. And as Marion walked away, Logan thought that this apology should be enough for now. Next, in some forest, Logan and Hamar were walking together. Hamar asked where the hell they were going right after returning from the war, but Logan said he had rested enough and it was time to get back to work. Hamar replied that he was just anxious about the task, muttering about how he was going to enjoy everything he got this time. But Logan assured Hamar that he would definitely enjoy this task. Hamar hesitated, thinking Logan had no idea what he was talking about. They stopped in a clearing, both looking into the distance, and Hamar seemed to be in shock. Apparently, the young man wanted to open a mine. The discussion about the barony of Tesseron was concluded, and Patrick continued telling what Logan wanted as a reward. It seemed what the warrior desired was the chance to explore the hill near the Tesseron border. Patrick commented that they could call it a hill, but it was actually a wasteland, because there was nothing there. So, he asked the fighter why it had to be that specific place, but Logan just smirked and said there might be gold buried under that land. Apparently, the real reason Tesseron forcibly started a war came to light a year after the conflict ended. It turns out that Tesseron had started exporting gold from a hill in McLean territory that they had taken. The gold from that mine alone made Tesseron much more influential than a common count's family. That is, until Ronian McLean massacred his family in revenge. In the underground prison of the Tesseron barony, Kaisalan said there were some peculiar people, and for that reason, he thought Logan should take a look. One of the prisoners claimed he did nothing wrong to be imprisoned, that he just fulfilled a request from the Count to bring gold from the mine as they were hired to do, but the Viscount locked them up anyway. Logan put his hand on his face, incredulous, thinking about how stupid Tesseron was, and not believing he had imprisoned 5 of those precious mine experts. Seeing this, one of the prisoners asked if he was getting angry for them, but what was really happening was that the young man's business side came out, and Logan thought he had found a way to make an unexpected profit. The old man looked at him and wondered what what this guy's deal was. He kept thinking that they won the war against Tesseron, but that was like barely getting through a small wave. If the Empire's invasion led to the nation's collapse, the event that would be the final blow, happening in a year, was the death of King Samuel Fongrandia. The king's sudden death would cause a fierce dispute among the three princes, leading to a 3-year civil war that would drastically reduce the kingdom's forces. And before the kingdom could recover, the Empire's invasion would begin in earnest. This was the first cause that led to the kingdom's ruin. Since the MacLeans weren't part of any faction, playing neutral like this could end up just leaving him as a spectator. But Logan saw an opportunity there and wasn't going to let it slip away. He said he would use this instability to reclaim the country's old territories and become the Lord of the Southwest again, and if possible, end the Civil War and something more. But just as he was about to say what that other thing was, someone interrupted. Hamar asked Logan what he was daydreaming about, since he had called the young man over and he wasn't even responding. Logan realized he hadn't noticed and needed to focus because they had just barely survived one crisis. Thinking about the future, he had to gather strength as quickly as possible, but for now that would sound like madness. So no matter what happened, he had to do it with his own money. That hill was going to become the golden goose to finance his plans. Logan informed his servants that there was gold in the middle of the hill, and that he wanted to dig to make a mine, and asked for the estimated cost. The servants were kind of mesmerized, and Hamar thought it was another one of those crazy ideas. The old man thought that Tesseron paid them well, so he agreed on the spot, but a gold mine might be too much. He asked Logan if he was sure there was gold there. Logan confirmed, saying he had seen it with his own eyes. The old man asked how that was possible. Logan explained it was a secret operation, so only the 6 people present would do the drilling. Hearing this, the old man thought Logan might be trying to get rid of them. The old man questioned how only 6 people could handle all the drilling, saying he was exaggerating. He wanted to say that even with a Doherty it was too much, but he didn't finish the sentence and prayed that Hamar would do the job. Hamar looked the young man in the eyes and said he might as well prepare to die, sleep a little less, and give up on living like a normal person. Seeing that look, the old man thought he was screwed. Logan thought that, as expected of Hamar, he had the mentality of a worker. The young man said that now Hamar and the old man were ready to work and once again asked to hear the budget. The old man informed him that they needed to drill to get an estimate of the gold deposits within the hill, but the initial investment alone would have to be 5 million gold. Hamar also commented that the safe development of the mine would take a long time. The preparation alone would take about 6 months, and the complete extraction would take another 6. Logan said it was as he imagined, indicating he would need a lot of money and time. But that mine had made Viscount Tesseron richer than other Count families, and he needed to exploit it no matter what. He argued that if he could sell the monster meat now, he would already have enough money, but its effects would only be known in 6 months. However, Logan realized he might not have to wait. If he addressed the toxic nature of the meat, he could use it as a medicine immediately. He thought that since he had neutralized countless toxic agents as a mercenary, he could make one too. If he created the formula and sold it, he would be rich. A week later, in the southwest MacLean village, Rick brought Logan the fake medicine made with crushed night herb, web herbs, and drip grass. Logan told Rick not to call the product fake, as it was just a neutralizing agent. He then asked where the monster meat was, and Rick replied that it was in the village warehouse, just as he had asked. Logan commented that was great, and that they would put the medicine on the meat. Hearing this, Rick freaked out and asked Logan if he really had to go with him. Logan confirmed that of course he would, but it seemed Rick was not excited at all and warned that he had never been there, so he had no idea what they were up against. Logan got irritated and wondered why this kid was being so dramatic all of a sudden. But then it hit him. The smell was so strong, it would make a sewer seem pleasant. Logan commented that he knew it would smell bad, but this was making him want to vomit, and it looked like the boy was already throwing up. But Logan found a solution. He used his aura to block the smell of the monster meat. After that, he prepared to go in and told Rick they needed to start. Rick, however, was shocked to see Logan fine, while he himself was still on the verge of vomiting. When he asked how he managed it, Logan replied that he had paralyzed his sense of smell using force. Rick called him selfish, and the other retorted that if it bothered him so much, he should awaken the force himself and do as he pleased. Logan handed Rick a white powder, the neutralizer, and instructed him to sprinkle it over the meat. He explained that he should use enough for the outer layer to turn white, and that the remaining black part was the poison, so he should be careful. After that, he needed to chop it finely and turn it all into small balls. Once he prepared a sample, he asked Rick if it looked like medicine, and he confirmed. Logan continued, saying they would sell it as medication and that Rick would prepare everything, so he needed to pay attention and not forget. Rick protested, saying he wouldn't do it for anything. Logan then said he would pay 100 gold coins for each pill produced, which made Rick change his mind quickly. However, Logan was annoyed because he thought he could get it all done for free. Next, he told Rick that he needed to test the product's effectiveness. Rick asked what it was for, and Logan explained it was a medicine that's good for men, but Rick didn't understand what Logan meant by that. Logan said he was very annoying and that he would only explain once, so he should pay attention. An image of two rabbits appeared, a male and a female. The male seemed a bit down because he was weak and couldn't move his little foot inside the pot. So, the female rabbit gave him a pep talk tea. The tea turned the rabbit into a super rabbit and made his little foot 4 times bigger than before. Then he could use it better to stir the pot. After hearing all this, Logan asked Rick if he understood, and Rick confirmed, saying he got the idea and that he had the perfect person for him to test it on. Logan was curious and asked who it would be, and Rick replied that it was Mr. Dwayne. In the next scene, Dwayne is knocking on Logan's office door and hears a "come in." He apologizes for bothering him and says he heard Logan called for him. Upon entering, Dwayne can't find Logan anywhere. Suddenly, he appears like Dracula behind the young man and gives him a huge scare. Logan says he was waiting for him, and Dwayne jumps back like a professional basketball player, nearly having a heart attack. He tells Logan that he can't just sneak up on people like that. Logan approaches Dwayne, saying he just wants to massage his shoulders since he's been so tired lately from handling things after the war. But Dwayne insists he's fine, and that Lord McLean is having a much harder time. Logan mentions that his father even fainted from exhaustion, but Dwayne retorts that it only happened because Logan scared him. Logan tells Dwayne he knows he's been through a rough time. Suddenly, Dwayne starts shouting that they're broke. They spent every last penny on the war, and the servants and knights don't even know it, but they keep pestering him for money, giving the administration a huge headache. Dwayne says he must have misunderstood Logan all this time, not expecting him to be so considerate of the administrators, but he doesn't get to finish his sentence. Logan cuts him off and asks if that's the reason for his trouble in bed. Hearing this, the poor man freezes like a statue. He lunges for the door trying to bolt, but Logan asks him to at least hear him out and hands him the medicine. Logan tells Dwayne it's a patented product from the Philip Kale merchantry with guaranteed results from just one pill. Of course, he immediately thinks to himself that he's never actually tried it. Dwayne reluctantly swallows the pill, eyeing it as Logan continues, asking what he thinks of the deal since he's giving him the pill as a gift before offering it to anyone else. A while later, Dwayne is seen sprinting through the castle hallways toward Logan and Rick. The two turn as Rick hears Dwayne shouting for them, and Logan already knows his plan is working. Dwayne is back for more. Rick starts to lecture him for running in the halls, but the man couldn't care less and immediately asks Logan how much he wants for the pills. The poor guy looked like he would kill for them. Seeing this, Logan flashed a predatory grin and said the medicine was a success. Rick, annoyed by the scene, grumbled that no one was paying attention to him, while Logan told Rick to give him his hand. Dwayne was panting, sweating, and knelt before Logan. It looked like he was about to propose, and Logan looked like he was about to accept, while Rick just watched, dumbfounded. Logan hands a wooden box full of pills to Dwayne, who receives it like it's the greatest honor in the world. It turns out that after the first successful test, men were bowing before him, and the experiments continued a few more times. Sometime later, in the office, Logan talks to Heinkel, saying he heard rumors that he and his wife were fighting every night. Heinkel denies it and asks who would dare spread such lies, but he doesn't get to say anything else. The young man tells him to shut up and shoves a pill down his throat. He was Logan's second test subject. Heinkel swallows the pill and feels the effects instantly. He turns towards the door and tries to say something, but Logan cuts him off, telling him to go see his wife and that he'll handle things with his father. Hearing this, Heinkel thanks him with a smile, and like the force of nature he is, bolts from the room for what we can only imagine will be a great night. Later, we see Patrick in his office. He was the third person the young man experimented on, and Patrick also seems satisfied with the results. Looking toward his father's room, Logan thinks to himself that he feels bad for Ronyan. Looks like he's about to get another little sibling, and he won't be the youngest anymore. Seeing all the chaos, Rick got mad and asked Logan why he never asked him to test the pill. After all, he was the one who worked the hardest. Logan gave him a blank stare, glanced down at his private parts, turned his back, and walked away, while Rick shouted, asking what that weird look meant. Logan stopped, still facing away, and replied that he wouldn't have a chance to use the pill anyway, so it would just be a waste. He even told him not to follow because he stank. At this point, you could swear Logan enjoyed torturing the poor guy. Next, he's seen talking with Philip through a magic orb. Philip admits that if the medicine is as good as Logan claims, there will be a huge demand. He asks how much the young man plans to charge, and Logan replies that it'll be 100 gold for a pill and 10,000 for a set of 10. Philip seems hesitant about the price and asks if he thinks the nobles in the capital are fools, warning that he'll get into trouble at this rate. Logan confidently replies that they aren't. He explains that in his past life, the medicine was so successful that the price skyrocketed. He insisted that if Philip supplied only a small, limited quantity, the product would sell for even higher prices. Philip listened carefully and agreed it made sense, then paid for another 10 minutes of communication. Logan continued, certain they would achieve incredible results if a famous person tried the product and gave a testimonial. Someone famous who needed that medicine. Philip was at a loss for words, arguing that no noble would be willing to announce that his impotence was cured after taking a pill. Logan then comments that they don't need to announce anything. So many people are watching the nobles that even if a secret rumor spreads, they'll come running like bees to honey. Hearing this, Philip gets an idea and tells Logan to go to the party in the capital. Logan is furious and asks if Philip is serious. He points out that the only party he's ever been to was with mercenaries after a war, and his family didn't even have the money for parties. Philip continues, saying parties are great for making contacts. Even if it was for business, it would take time, and it's not like Logan could sell the medicine at the party alone. But this ends up giving the young man an idea. Philip quickly asks if he's really thinking of doing something like that, saying his family would be shunned by high society. Logan replies that, of course, that won't happen if he doesn't sell anything. He then tells Philip about a great informant in the capital and asks him to find the guy and get all the information he needs. Philip is reluctant, asking what informant he's talking about and what he's planning this time. Logan just replied that he would be heading to Gran soon and would tell him everything when he arrived. Hearing this gave Philip a bad feeling. A week later, Logan arrived in the capital city of the Grandia Kingdom, Gran. Philip looked at him in disbelief for actually coming and asked how he got his family's permission. A noble's son coming to the capital to sell aphrodisiacs wasn't something you saw every day. The young man assured him he didn't tell his family the truth, though bringing about 3,000 boxes without a servant was a bit of a problem. He thought to himself that his father let him go easier than expected, probably because of his achievements during the war. Philip comments that, come to think of it, Logan didn't have a servant when they first met either, and asks if he's sure it's okay for a noble to walk around like that. The young man replies that having a servant actually slows you down, not to mention the servant has his own work to do. He thinks of Rick and the great task he entrusted to him. He continues saying that even though he treats him harshly sometimes, in both his past and current life, Rick did everything for him, and he's grateful. And a picture with Rick in his monologue is shown. That's how Rick stole a bunch of pills from Logan. Annoyed, Logan warned him that if he shook him and any pills fell out, Rick would get a punch for each one. That's what I call tough love. Then, Logan declared that he had made up his mind, as he just had an idea. In a flashback, Logan announced that to celebrate all his hard work, he would name the medicine Impul Rick. The best way to honor a man's legacy is to name an impotence pill after him. Confirming what Logan had just said, Philip had no doubts. Logan had to be a lunatic. Inside the dorm, Philip told Logan he must be tired from the long journey, and that it would be great if he could recover at a bar. Logan replied that he should watch his mouth when talking about someone who can't get it up in a place with so many listening ears. Philip agreed, saying the environment was much better for discussing such matters. He then told him he had met with the informant and asked if he was sure about paying 900 gold per document. Logan admitted the guy was expensive, but also very skilled. He explained that as long as the request was correct, they would get the perfect information. Philip assured him he had made the request exactly as instructed. A document with the names of nobles married in the last 10 years who still had no children. Second, names of nobles with no lovers or second wives. And third, names of nobles who frequently sought out food for energy. Hearing this, Logan agreed that everything Philip said was correct and that they would be fine. He praised him for his excellent work, not just on this task, but on everyone he had asked Philip to complete in the capital. Philip replied that it wasn't that difficult and that the real crisis was the day he heard the news about the war. He told Logan he couldn't even imagine how worried he was. Upon hearing that the war had ended that night, Logan, who was staring at a piece of paper, was glad to see Philip cared about his clients. The joy, however, was short-lived, as Philip soon commented that just thinking about the mountain of monster meat he'd have to deal with made him lose his appetite. After all, who would buy that garbage? The young man threw a piece of paper forcefully at Philip, telling him to shut up and read it. As the paper hit him, Philip wondered why it hurt so much. He started reading while Logan asked which name on the list he thought would be a good first client. A tear rolled down Philip's right eye, and he seemed to notice something. Seeing this, Logan watched him, waiting for him to say something. The young man pointed his finger at a name on the sheet and asked Logan what he thought of a certain person. Logan glanced at the name he was pointing to, and suddenly his expression changed to one of shock. He recognized that name. Later, inside a ballroom with a massive chandelier, people were drinking champagne. The figure of a very large man stood out among them. In a red jacket and black dress pants, he chatted with some beautiful women. That man was Count Davis, and his name had just been shouted by Logan to get his attention. The Count looked back in disbelief, with an expression of disgust or fear on his face. Logan approached to introduce himself, stating his name, Logan McLean, and his title, the eldest son of House McLean. Count Davis tried to maintain his composure and hold back a laugh, greeting his new guest and welcoming him to the party. Looking at Logan's clothes, he found them tacky and wondered what farm he came from, thinking that must be the fashion in the Southwest. Logan thought that he was wearing the clothes Philip had recommended, and, as he expected, nobody liked them. He concluded that the clothes were a good choice after all. He didn't have time to make useless friends at a meaningless party like this, and his only target was Count Davis, the fallen one. Despite being an important figure in the Grandia Kingdom's treasury and getting married at 20, he was a guy who still had no children to this day. Logan was shocked when Philip pointed him out on the list, since in his past life he had become quite famous. Not for a good reason, but for being the Count who killed himself because of his wife. An old fight between Count Davis and his wife was shown, with her screaming and calling him an impotent bastard in the middle of a party. Because of that incident, the bomb his wife dropped at that party drove him to take his own life. Logan commented that reputation and others' perception were very important, and that in any case, he fit all 3 conditions he had given the informant. He was perfect to be Impul Rick's first client. The young man addressed the Count, saying he came to the capital on a business trip and had heard of his prestige, so he went there to greet him. The Count asked Logan what kind of business he could possibly be running in the capital, since the city already had everything. He then commented that since he was from the outskirts, there must be fascinating products not available in the capital. Logan replied that he was sure the product he was selling wasn't available in the capital, and that was why he was there. He continued, saying it was a specialized medicine for men. He leaned in close to the Count's ear and revealed, stimulant. Hearing this, the Count seemed shocked, bit his lip for a moment, and then shouted for everyone to hear how a nobleman's son could be selling stimulants. 2 girls watched the scene, finding it all very embarrassing. The Count thought a country bumpkin like Logan had some nerve acting important in the capital, and thought he had put him in his place based on the look on his face. However, the young man let out a deep sigh and prepared to say something more to the noble. Logan then told Davis that as a sign of courtesy, he had brought a gift for the influential people of the capital and kindly asked him to accept it. He handed a small box to the man and said it was Impul Rick, and that each one would be sold for 100 gold coins. He continued, explaining that he had brought these 3 especially for the Count as a gift, and guaranteed it was a great medicine with no side effects, stating this with his honor as a noble on the line. Davis listened to all of this and started to sweat. A few days later, Logan's doorbell rang. It was a servant of Count Davis, sent to buy more of the Impul Rick medicine. Logan and Philip greeted him, confirming he was the Count's servant. Later, he can be seen leaving with a leather briefcase, with Philip right behind, thanking him for his purchase and inviting him to visit again. Philip returned to the room and counted the money for Logan. They had made 10,000 gold from 10 boxes, saying it wasn't bad for the first sale. Logan, however, wasn't as pleased, saying they needed to do more than that, since the rent for that little shop alone cost 10,000 gold. Philip, on the other hand, commented that this was to be expected, since they were in the center of the capital, and Logan had no idea the trouble he went through to rent the place. He then continued, saying that strategically, they needed a store, since seeing people gather with their own eyes has a much greater impact. Logan agreed with Philip and announced he was heading out to a party now. Philip didn't seem happy, complaining that he had gone to parties almost every day since arriving in Gran, and sometimes he even went to 2 parties a day. The young man explained that having Count Davis as the first client wasn't enough, and that he had to go promote the store to as many people on that list as possible. A week later, Count Davis's servant was walking down the street, unable to believe the Count had asked him to buy that medicine again, especially after seeing that no health foods had worked for him in the past. When he arrived at the shop, he was shocked. A huge line of men wanting to buy the medicine stretched down the block. Observing the people in line, the servant wondered about the huge crowd until it hit him. He recognized every one of them. One of the men was Viscount Talon's chamberlain, and the guy in front of him was Count Hamel's butler. Adjusting his hat to cover as much of his face as possible, he thought this would generate unnecessary gossip, and that he'd better just buy the medicine and leave. As soon as he did, Philip came out of the store to address the people in line. He told them he was sorry, but unfortunately, the stock prepared for today was sold out. Hearing this, the servants waiting to buy medicine for their masters were shocked. One of the guys went to talk to Philip about it and asked what he meant by sold out, since no one had said anything before. Philip apologized again and began to explain that Impul Rick was super popular, but production couldn't keep up. So sales were limited to 50 boxes per day. 2 guys got super tense hearing this, begging Philip to sell them some, since if they returned empty-handed, their masters might not be so understanding. While this was happening, another noble, accompanied by his servant, passed by and saw the commotion. The noble sent his own servant to check out what was going on, and Logan watched everything, satisfied, from behind a building corner. He thought that by limiting the supply, customers would be more stimulated to buy, and seeing the crowd would pique the curiosity of other nobles. Everything was going exactly as he had planned. Philip shouted for everyone to hear that the day's stock was gone and insisted they come back tomorrow. The next day, he sold out again, and the situation repeated on the third day, leaving the nobles wondering for how many consecutive days this would happen. The young man continued, saying it was incredible, as daily sales had been booming for over a month, and today they had sold out as soon as they opened. He commented that at this rate, 4.5 million gold in a month might not be so impossible. Hearing this, Logan sarcastically asked who knew the capital had so many impotent nobles. He commented that they had tripled the price since mid-year, but people were still willing to pay more, which made him worry about the kingdom's future. After saying this, he stared at Philip with a serious expression. Suddenly, he broke into a maniacal grin like someone who just found their next victim and began to laugh loudly. His voice echoed out of the shop, making people on the street turn their heads. In the end, he was just very happy. He grabbed Philip by the neck and started messing up his hair, saying he was an admirable brat and had done a great job. Philip, meanwhile, was starting to turn purple from lack of air. He bowed and thanked Logan for all his effort. Logan looked down at Philip and said it was great that he recognized his work, and that starting next week he would receive 1% of the total sales for himself. Suddenly, Philip started shouting that he would do his best and tried to kiss Logan. All of this happened while a mysterious figure watched from the street, his wrinkled face covered by a hood and a blonde beard. Next, in a sorcery shop, Logan used the communication line and shouted from the back of a room that it would be at least 10 tons of gold per year, making everyone look at him. He quickly fell silent, staring at the door. He asked the person he was talking to if he was serious, and that person was Amar, who confirmed the information. Amar explained that according to the miners, there was a high chance the gold nuggets were in a deeper layer. The young man looked at the communication orb like a madman, clenching his teeth and fists. He thought that even with a rough estimate, 10 tons of gold corresponded to 100 million gold coins. This was his jackpot, the biggest lottery he could ever imagine. Amar commented that the mining costs were no joke, and asked Logan if he could afford it, since starting would cost about 5 million gold. Logan assured Amar he had everything he needed. He told Amar to wait, saying he would get all the money and workers quickly. Amar didn't seem too concerned, and just asked Logan to take it easy on the guys. Later that night, in the middle of the city, Logan walked the streets thinking that the initial investment for the mine was around 5 million gold. That is, if he kept selling as he was, which would earn him about 4.5 million gold per month. Come to think of it, even if he sold for just 2 months, he would still have money left over, since he had about 700 boxes of medicine left. He wanted to continue thinking about going home to get more merchandise and starting on the mental development stuff, but something caught his attention and snapped him out of his trance. The young man looked at the shop and sensed someone was inside. In an instant, he rushed to the location, thinking it might be robbers. The warrior kicked the door open violently, sending it flying against the wall, and began to search everywhere, but apparently, the room was empty. Logan drew his sword, wondering if the culprits could have vanished, but reminded himself there was only one door. They had to still be inside. Just as he thought that, a shadow zipped past him. The young man realized it too late and swung his sword at the cloaked figure, but missed. He shouted, demanding to know who was there. When he turned around, no one was in sight. He stood still, his sword pointed at nothing. Impossible, he thought. He was sure he felt someone there, and there it was again, that feeling. He looked up, thinking the thief might be on the roof. Without hesitation, he leaped upwards. Aiming at the cloaked figure, he brandished his sword, ready to pierce the culprit, who moved at the last second. Logan faced the figure on the roof, sword in hand, ready to attack again. Once more, the young man demanded to know the man's identity, but got no response. Instead, the figure simply vanished without a trace. Logan was stunned by what had just happened. He kept thinking that there was no sign of a presence, even though the guy had been right in front of him just a moment ago. He looked at his own hand, realizing he had a piece of the man's cloak, and wondered what the hell had just happened. The next morning, it seems Logan told Philip what happened, and they concluded that an aura-using thief had infiltrated their shop. Logan said he was just speculating, but that it was at least an advanced force user. It was a term used to describe those who are even more powerful than high-rank knights. The young man added that it wasn't just a feeling he was a high-rank knight. The guy was on another level. Philip was shocked to learn that someone who knows aura was committing petty thefts. They said aura was enough to turn even a slave into a noble, and he wondered why someone like that would be running around stealing. He asked what the men stole, and Logan replied it was exactly what Philip was thinking. They took only 2 pills of the medicine. Impulric. Just that. Hearing that, the young man concluded that if he only stole 2 pills, it it wasn't for money. He actually stole the pills to use them himself. Philip then asked if there were also impotent people among aura users, and that's when it clicked for Logan, who agreed with him. Logan then asked if there were any names of aura users on the informant's list, but Philip said there were none, as the informant asked for an extra fee for that information since it was top secret, and Philip refused the offer. But, on second thought, maybe there was one person who came to mind, an aura user in the capital who had no descendants. A muscular, well-dressed noble with blonde hair and a beard walked the streets with his wife. Watching some children play, his face was gentle, and his light blue eyes seemed full of longing for a child. He was startled when his wife asked what he was looking at. He turned and told her he was just admiring the scenery outside, sweating. She didn't seem to buy his lame excuse. The woman asked if he was staring at the children again. He tried to convince her he was just enjoying the view and wasn't thinking about such silly things. He then hugged his wife and said they should go home. However, she kind of ignored him and replied that she was very happy to have met him, asking if he knew that. The man looked at his wife with happiness in his eyes and a slight smile at the corner of his mustache. He hugged her even tighter and said he felt the same. This man was Felix Esperanza, the kingdom's greatest swordsman. It turns out the deep sadness and remorse in his heart began with an injustice he suffered as a young man. Fighting for the country, he was wounded right between the legs. It was just a wound of honor for a knight who fell in combat, and since he was young, he didn't think much of it. However, Felix reflected on what the point was of having the title of Duke and being known as the strongest in the nation without a son to succeed him. To him, it all seemed to have been in vain. A scene from the past is shown, with Felix explaining the situation to his wife, who was much more understanding than he expected, so much so that he was shocked. His wife acknowledged he must have suffered a lot and asked with tears in her eyes if he was okay with it, saying she would like to serve him by his side. Seeing this, Felix wondered if there was any way to repay the immense love he received. There was Felix, walking with one of his servants on a path in the castle gardens. The servant warned that the family meeting was about to start and asked if he was sure he didn't need to hurry. Felix replied that there was no point in arriving early because the only thing that would happen was him being pressured to have an heir. The servant, somewhat hesitantly, looked at the young man and carefully commented that a very effective medicine had recently started circulating in the capital. Hearing this, Felix sarcastically asked if that was really true. The servant continued, saying that apparently the thing even cured physical injuries, but once again he didn't pay much attention. The servant insisted, saying he knew he didn't believe in these things, but there were many reports of people who had great results. Hearing this, the young man lowered his head, ashamed to admit to himself that he had already tried the medicine, and on top of that, by stealing it. Even if his wife's tears bothered him, he couldn't believe he had stooped to theft, a disgrace to the discipline he had always maintained. Not to mention that after taking the medicine, absolutely nothing had happened. So, he told Luis, his servant, not to believe everything he heard. He began to think that what he said was completely right, that the story of the medicine working was a fake rumor, and that there was no way it could fix something that even Aura couldn't, and he thought he should have given up already. At the gates of the estate, Logan was talking to a guard who told him he couldn't let him meet Felix without an appointment. The young man just asked the guard to tell Felix his name, as he was sure he would want to meet him as soon as he knew who was looking for him. Before this, it seems Logan and Philip talked, and Philip was impressed, asking if he was really going to visit the Duke personally. Logan nodded, and Philip started teasing him, asking if he was going to chase down the strongest man in the kingdom to ask if he stole something or if he was impotent. Philip freaked out and asked if that was Logan's plan, but he calmly just asked if the other was imitating him. Philip said he should act as if nothing had happened, otherwise he would get into trouble for no reason, saying that if things went south, they were screwed. Sitting in a chair in a hallway, the young man thought that Philip wasn't wrong. But if the guy from yesterday was really the Sword Duke, he couldn't let this chance slip away. A butler came out of a room, opening the beautiful wooden door, and told Logan to enter. Inside, Felix was waiting for him by the window. As he approached the Sword Duke, Logan thought that this was his opportunity to create a positive connection with one of the strongest people in the kingdom. The young man greeted the Duke elegantly, stating his name and that he was the eldest son of House McLean. He looked at Felix and noticed something. Even though he was around 70 years old, he looked much younger. Logan thought he must be suppressing his aging using his powerful aura. The Duke confirmed that House McLean was in the southwest region and asked why Logan had come from so far. The young man thought he didn't need to reveal the reason right away and said he had recently opened a business in the capital, so he brought the products as a gift. Logan slid a small box across the table towards the Duke, explaining that it was an excellent medicine for men, with proven effectiveness in countless nobles. The Duke observed the box, asking if it was true, without giving any hint that he already knew something. Logan kept his head bowed, finding it all very confusing, not knowing for sure if Felix was really the thief from yesterday. He decided to take it to the next level. He continued, saying that a superhuman like Felix wouldn't need such things, so he brought something more special, which made Felix show a small reaction. Logan was happy, as the reason for his initial disinterest was that he hadn't noticed any effect after using Impulric. It turns out that in the current Impulric, the poison in the monster meat is neutralized for consumption as an aphrodisiac, but that trivial poison has no effect on the body of a superhuman like Felix. So, he concentrated that poison over and over again, creating a potent concentrate. Logan told Felix it was a limited edition of Impulric, and that seemed to spark the man's interest. He thought that despite calling it a limited edition, in reality, it was just 50 Impulric pills concentrated into one. He guaranteed the effect, as the excruciating pain alone could kill a normal human, but if an aura user took it, it was a different story. Logan told Felix that if the pill satisfied him, he would be happy to hear from him, and he would prepare another batch of pills in whatever quantity Felix wanted, ensuring, of course, complete discretion. The next day, Felix was radiant, a sign that the pill had worked. He then told Logan that he would grant him any favor within his power. Logan almost exploded with happiness inside, but managed to stay serious and replied that he didn't understand what the Duke meant. He then explained that an aura user is a master who controls the body and life energy, so Felix could be sure of the treatment's effectiveness. The medicine worked perfectly, not just the first time, but after about 30 uses, the effect accumulated until he fully recovered. That longing and the pain in his chest were finally going away. Felix looked at Logan and said he couldn't believe he had been so considerate as to bring a gift without even mentioning his blunder. He also commented that his sword skills that day were unbelievable for someone his age. Therefore, he was certainly the type of person you would expect to have such a miraculous medicine. Poor Felix, he'd been in a dry spell for so long he'd gone crazy. He told Logan he might have spoken too soon, and revealed that he saw the possibility of being cured of a chronic illness thanks to Logan's gift, so he would like to repay him. He then asked again what he desired. Logan stared at the floor with a cold expression, and replied that, in that case, he wanted a useless book on swordsmanship. Felix searched the library and got a book for the young man, warning that training by only following what was in it would hurt his body, but it was worth reading. After that, Logan thanked Felix and asked for one more favor, to write a letter as proof that he took the book. Felix replied that it would be no problem at all. Logan thought that now he had what he needed, and commented that it was a shame he was only taking one book on swordsmanship, just when the Duke was willing to give him anything. But his real goal was different. As soon as Logan finished that thought, Felix said he had thought about it and that the situation didn't seem right. The young man asked what he meant by that, and Felix replied that he would personally teach him a sword technique, leaving the young man speechless. The kingdom's greatest swordsman offered to teach him. Felix continued, saying he understood Logan's desire to be humble, but giving him just a low-level swordsmanship book wouldn't put his mind at ease. Logan thought that even though he had the secrets of the divine sword, he didn't need to refuse when the strongest man in the kingdom was offering something like this. Ecstatic, he thanked Felix for the opportunity, thinking he'd hit the jackpot once again. In the training grounds, Felix and the young man stood face to face. Felix commented that assessing the talent of remarkable youths was one of an old man's pleasures, so he told Logan to focus, as he wouldn't be going easy on him. Logan readied himself, steadying his stance. Felix told the young man to draw his sword, but he was frozen, overwhelmed by the master's aura. A massive force crushed down on him, preventing him from even touching his weapon. This was the power of a true aura user. The young man wondered if they could all do this, imagining if this ability to paralyze the body was common among them. If so, all battles would boil down to a duel of auras. He concluded that this wasn't pure brute force, but some special technique. Finally, he managed to draw his sword slightly. Logan thought he needed to use his force to sharpen his senses, not his body, and then analyze that energy. Every time he tried to move, the Duke's force spread out from the initial point. The young man thought he didn't understand how it was possible, but he knew how to handle the situation. He figured that when Felix was about to disperse his force, he had to move half a step faster. That's what Logan thought, as he assumed a fighting stance with his sword fully drawn. Felix looked at him and said he was talented. Logan was sweating, barely able to stand, as Felix told him to pay attention. Felix seemed to be concentrating his aura at the tip of his blade, preparing an attack. As the young man tried to resist the overwhelming presence, fear paralyzed him. Looking up, he realized what he was facing, Felix's blade of force. He stared ahead, aware that the attack was coming. However, he seemed to have a serious problem. Felix's aura was too strong for him to handle. He thought the Duke's force was invading his body, disrupting his senses, and the energy of that red blade was growing even more intense. He looked forward desperately, wondering if there was anything he could do. Suddenly he realized something. His own force was neutralizing the Duke's. Looking inward, he felt he couldn't dodge the attack, but maybe there was another way. The warrior summoned the force within his body, shaping it into a protective circle around him. Seeing this, Felix was stunned, wondering if he was really going to use force against his attack. Immediately after, the fighter took an aggressive stance, his sword behind his back, charged with energy, ready to take Logan down. He stepped forward and leaped towards the young man with a murderous look. Logan, in a defensive stance, his blade in front of him and enveloped in his protective aura, felt a shiver of fear. As expected, Felix's blow hit him squarely and sent him flying backward. Logan slammed into the wall, and even his sword seemed to have taken some damage. Felix, on the other hand, didn't even seem to break a sweat. He was calm, looking at the fighter with a cold gaze. Using his sword as a support, Logan tried to get up, but he was still shaking. His sword was in pieces, and all he could think about was what had just happened. Felix turned to him and asked if he really thought he would teach him something he couldn't figure out on his own. He then revealed that he had seen everything and pointed out that, without even realizing it, the young man had gotten serious at the end. With a proud look, Felix praised Logan, amazed at how he faced the attack head-on, thinking that some are just born to stand out. As the young man passed out, Felix commented that it would be fun to watch him get even stronger. A little later, Felix's butler asked Logan if he was leaving already. He continued, saying the Duke had invited him to stay until he fully recovered. Logan replied that it was okay, and that thanks to the potion the Duke gave him, he was completely fine. Hearing this, the butler told Logan he would walk him to the door. Outside, the butler wished him a safe trip, and he thanked him. After that, the young man quickly walked away, disappearing from the butler's sight, who wondered where Logan had vanished to so quickly. Logan turned a corner, still limping from the pain of Felix's attack. It hurt like hell, but he wasn't going to waste a potion like that on a silly wound. He couldn't believe the Duke had given him a superior grade potion, practically impossible to find, as if it were nothing. The young man continued, saying his power had evolved precisely to heal his internal wounds on its own, but the ones the Duke caused would be difficult to handle. In the end, he looked at the potion and said that either way he had gained more than he lost. Then, the warrior took out a note from Felix, giving the coordinates of the mansion's communication channel. He said that if Logan had any problems, he just had to get in touch. Logan was happy, thinking who knew Felix would see him in a favorable light. To him, Felix was practically treating him like a disciple, and this relationship would surely be very useful in the future. As soon as he had that thought, Philip appeared from behind, taking Logan completely by surprise. He turned his head, asking what Philip was doing there, and Philip replied that he was waiting at a distance for him to appear. As soon as he showed up, Philip asked why he was so pale. Concerned, he practically shouted at Logan, wanting to know if by any chance he had done or said something rude to annoy the Duke. The young man replied that it was quite the opposite, that he just had a little swordsmanship lesson with the noble. Suddenly he coughed and blood spurted from his mouth, scaring Philip badly. Seeing that, he said he was going to prepare everything for them to flee, and that he would get the fastest horses. Logan tried to explain that he was getting it all wrong, but Philip kept muttering, not listening. A week later, at Logan and Philip's shop, a notice on the door informed that Impul Rick was out of stock, asking customers to come back later. Inside, Logan appeared with a victorious look, announcing that the total profit from Impul Rick sales had reached an impressive 4.1 million gold pieces. Impressed, Philip replied that if sales continued at this pace, surpassing 4.5 million gold pieces in a month wouldn't be difficult either. They exchanged confident glances and let out a cheer of joy that echoed outside the shop. But the celebration was short-lived, as Logan, ever serious, asked Philip if he was so happy that he didn't need a bonus this month. Philip, quickly snapping back to reality, begged him not to ruin his daydreams. Then, the young man commented that he had ensured the monster meat he bought at the market would be handled without problems, and Logan praised him for a job well done. Next, Philip suggested that Logan think about buying a house in the capital to offset accommodation costs. But he dismissed the idea, explaining that they would only be in the capital for another year and a half, so it didn't make sense to commit so much. He advised Philip to focus on Impul Rick for now, adding that they would have to move eventually. When Philip asked what Logan meant, he simply replied that it was something he didn't need to worry about. Finally, Philip asked Logan to take care of his health, as he was shocked to see him cough up blood, to which Logan replied by saying that was why he had locked himself in his room for a whole week. Hearing this, Philip asked if Logan was really concentrating on his recovery, since every time he entered the room, he saw Logan at his desk doing something. But again, Logan cut him off, saying it was none of his business. Philip complained that he kept too many secrets, but Logan was glad that, even while grumbling, the young man didn't press the issue. If it had been Rick there, he would surely be digging to find out everything. Philip then asked if he was going home already, and Logan confirmed, asking him to find a way to calm the customers until he sent more Impul Rick. And besides that, Logan still had one more thing to tell Philip. He instructed him to send food rations worth 100,000 gold pieces per month to the Tesseron and McLean estates. Hearing this, Philip was stunned and asked if he intended to feed the entire region with so much food. The young man replied that was enough muttering and that they needed to do this for a whole year, so Philip should start looking for a supplier. Philip realized Logan was serious and commented that he never imagined he valued his people so much. However, that didn't seem to be the case. As he prepared to leave, he thought that he didn't value his people, but that was precisely what he needed to do. It would take at least a year to solve the food shortage in McLean. The young man said that the people's labor was a big part of his plan, so he couldn't let them starve. Logan got ready to leave and casually told Philip he had work to do, so he was heading out. Philip, however, didn't even bother asking for details, knowing it was just another one of his secrets. Elsewhere, a group of poor people huddled on the cold floor of what looked like a warehouse, using any piece of cloth they could find to keep warm. A guy, bleeding from his face, stared at the floor sadly. Meanwhile, Logan was in a magic shop, handing a piece of paper to a sorcerer. The wizard, glancing at the paper, asked if the young man really intended to find the people on the list. He hesitated, explaining that with only names and a few characteristics, the task would require searching the entire continent. The warrior, unfazed, asked the sorcerer if he could do the job or not, adding that he would compensate him generously. The sorcerer, sounding uncertain, looked at the paper once more and, after a pause, reluctantly agreed. As Logan left, he thought that, as expected, it would probably be difficult to find them. After all, even the names he had could be fake. Still, the young man knew he had no other choice. He needed to gather all the independent superhumans, whatever the cost. Those who reached that stage in his past life, but never joined any organization. Each of them would be a crucial ally in the approaching war against the Empire, especially a certain mercenary who had once fought for the Empire. As he walks, Logan suddenly stops. He exhales sharply and realizes he's been rushing things too much. With everything going well in the capital, he was moving too fast. The young man looks up at the sky and remembers that he has plenty of time. He can afford to take it slow. However, this belief that he has plenty of time might not be true. In a dark room that looks like a dungeon, a man tries to calm a furious elder chief. The old man is possessed, complaining that someone is mistreating his disciples and wanting to know if the man has other henchmen, mentioning some tower master. The man explains he's only there to relay information, but the elder doesn't care. His fury remains uncontrollable. Then the elder asks why his disciple was called this time. The man replies that the young man was sent to the countryside in the far southwest, to the McLean region, for a 6-month business trip. Hearing this, the elder places a heavy hand on the man's shoulder and declares he won't let the magic tower master get away with this. This time, he insists, the matter must be resolved once and for all. Next, we are introduced to the grand location of the Earth Magic Tower in the Kingdom of Grandia. Inside, a man approaches a desk where another man is fast asleep. He greets him, and the sleepy attendant blinks, looking up to see who it is. As soon as he recognizes the visitor, he stands up cheerfully and offers a welcome. Curious about the young man in front of him, the employee wonders what his deal is. At first, he thought he was a noble, but seeing him now in a cheap suit, he starts to doubt it. The man in question is Logan, who came to the tower to research magic scrolls. The attendant deduces that there's no way he's there to meet a high-ranking mage, hoping Logan would buy some basic scrolls. With a smile, the attendant listens as the young man asks for 150 scrolls of destruction magic, which catches him by surprise. However, his expression remains cold. Then, the young man presents his Cooper Bank account certificate and asks the attendant to take a look. As he begins to count the funds, the man's disbelief only grows. The total comes to an incredible 4 million gold, leaving him completely stunned. He looks down, visibly shaken, but finally stammers and offers a personal escort to the upper floor. Logan listens calmly. Destruction magic, a 4th circle area of effect spell, has the potential to bring down stone walls. However, due to its disadvantages, such as a slow activation time and obvious signs of use, it was rarely used in combat. Despite this, the young man sees potential in construction, believing it could greatly speed up development. The fighter now speaks with an older man, who asks if he really wants to buy 150 scrolls. Logan replies that he does. The guy, Radius Great, is the master of the Earth Magic Tower, and he doesn't hide that he's a bit nervous, as it's been a long time since they've had such a generous client. Logan remembers how, a few minutes earlier, the master had come running upon hearing he wanted to buy 155 scrolls, a rather strange reaction for someone of his level. It turns out that Radius has been the Tower Master for 5 generations, but he only has 1.5 million gold, which shows the Tower's dire financial situation. Logan thinks that this vulnerability of the Master plays in his favor, so he tells Radius that his own house, McLean, is nothing but a bunch of petty thieves from the southwest, and he understands if the Master has never heard of them. Hearing this, the Master apologizes to Logan, acknowledging that his young apprentice made a mistake, and assures him that he will give him a stern scolding. However, Logan dismisses the apology, saying it's unnecessary. The Master then replies, saying he is very generous. All this while, the guy at the counter thinks he's lost. The Master, however, seems quite irritated, as he almost lost an easy prey like Logan. Despite the young man's insistence, the Master reflected in silence. In these peaceful times, earth magic was more useful for agriculture or construction, so he wondered which noble would spend so much on expensive scrolls for something so trivial. Frustrated, he thought about the fools who gossiped, saying the magic tower had weakened since he became its master. Furthermore, it seemed he had depleted the tower's budget faster than he should have. Assessing the situation, he thought it was fortunate that Logan seemed like an easy target. He decided he needed to handle the young man carefully and try to get a large sum of money from him. With this in mind, the Master comments to Logan that, to be honest, there might be a problem in fulfilling his request. Curious, the young man asks what the problem would be. The Master explains that creating a 4th circle scroll requires the leadership of at least a 5th circle mage, and unfortunately, the tower is currently short on experienced people. However, the warrior is not fazed by the explanation. He simply looks at the Master and bluntly asks what he intends to do about it. The Master returns the gaze, surprised. This wasn't the response he expected, but he decides to continue, explaining that the unit cost to produce a scroll is very high. Hearing this, the young man calmly stands up and says it's a shame there's nothing that can be done. Logan headed for the door, telling the Master that his intention was to buy 150 scrolls every month, but if the tower couldn't produce that quantity, he would take his business to the royal family's magic tower. Hearing this, the Master panicked and jumped in front of the young man, blocking his path. Desperate, he asked if he really planned to buy 150 scrolls every month. The young man confirmed, adding that in the next 6 months, he would need a total of 900 scrolls. The Master seemed to have reached heaven, looking at Logan with admiration, as if he had seen an angel. Then, the young man commented that if producing 150 scrolls at once was too much for them, fulfilling a 6-month order would be an even greater challenge. As Logan was about to leave, the Master made a dramatic move, throwing himself to the floor and grabbing his boot. He shouted desperately that they would handle the order. The young man asked if he thought it was possible, to which he replied that it was 100% feasible, while dusting off Logan's shoes with his robe. The Master continued, informing him that each scroll cost 10,000 gold pieces, so 150 scrolls would total 1.5 million gold. The Master's eyes gleamed with greed, and he quickly realized that with Logan's planned purchases, he could earn more than 9 million gold in the next 6 months. After finishing his demonstration, he stands up and proposes an alternative to Logan. He suggests that hiring a mage might be a better option. Confused, the young man asks which mage the Master is referring to. He thinks that usually a mediocre mage is preferred to avoid dirty work, so he wonders why the Master would suggest lending him a mage, which would be even more expensive. He considers that with a 4th circle mage, he could achieve the effect of 300 scrolls per month, and asks the Master if they would have a 4th circle mage willing to work on a construction site. The Master replies, clarifying that there might have been a misunderstanding. He explains that not even he has the authority to order a 4th circle mage as he pleases. Instead, the Master offers to send 2 to 9 end-of-circle mages and 1 to 3 RD circle mages. He explains that these mages are disciples with vast experience in teamwork. In return, the Master asks Logan to reduce the number of scrolls. Logan ponders the offer, thinking it might be a good deal. Sending a team of mages could be more advantageous. However, the young man hesitates to hire mages specialized in construction, wondering what kind of people they would be. Suddenly, a group of exhausted and ragged men appears before him, led by the mage Grease. The guys look like they just got back from the war, and he's shocked by their condition. The warrior struggles to find the right words. It's at this moment that the Master interrupts, telling the group they could return to their quarters. The men ran off, visibly scared, leaving Logan a bit lost. Annoyed, he turned to the Master and commented that they looked like they were about to collapse. The Master agreed, but assured him they were the youngest people with the most construction experience in the magic tower, experts in the field. The young man reflected and thought that, despite their appearance, the mages seemed quite capable. With the Master of the 3-art circle and several experts among them, all in their 20s, they represented promising talent. talents. Despite the success, Logan remains suspicious. He doesn't trust that the master will actually send his disciples to the countryside, so he confronts him, saying that exchanging second circle mages for the scrolls doesn't seem like a fair deal. The master replied, assuring Logan that the team of 10 mages would be sufficient. Hearing the response, the young man once again displayed that characteristic murderous smile. Still smiling, he began to negotiate with the master. He proposed that the 120 magic scrolls and the dispatch of the 10 mages would be for the price of 1.2 million gold per month. The master tried to remain calm, but was visibly shaken by what he had just heard. The young man thought it was almost a steal, considering the talent of those mages, and that he himself wouldn't send ordinary mages for that price. He was still amazed to see the master agreeing to the price. The master then pulled out a contract and insisted that the young man sign it immediately. Logan looked at the paper, wondering how anyone could agree to those terms, and in the rush, the ink didn't even dry properly. Logan felt something was wrong. Suddenly, the big chief Clayton burst through the door behind him, with 2 disciples trying to hold him back. The elder chief tells the master that he heard everything he's been doing with the disciples, and that they're going to have a little chat right there. The elder chief, a 5th circle mage, was furious and confronted the master, wanting to know if he was going to send his disciple on another mission. The master replied that everything he did was for the good of the tower. The elder chief then questioned why only his disciples seemed to be assigned to the most difficult tasks, pointing out that the master wasn't sending just anyone, but the young people who had just returned from other missions. The master retorted, saying that the young were capable of enduring hardship. The elder accused him of mistreating the disciples ever since Clayton had become an elder last year. The master, however, dismissed the complaint, stating that Clayton had lost his mind. As Logan watched the scene, he began to understand the dynamics. Clayton, having reached the 5th circle so young, seemed to be a threat to the Tower Master, who took out his frustrations on the younger disciples. Despite the tension, Logan remained calm, satisfied that the internal conflict was playing in his favor. The Tower Master then turns to Clayton and coldly declares that if he's not willing to follow orders, he doesn't care about their fate. He tells Clayton and his disciples to leave right now if they want, and the elder asks if he's serious. Upon hearing the ultimatum, Clayton begins to channel his magical powers, clearly ready for a fight. Even with the imminent conflict, the master remains impassive and asks Clayton if he really wants to go through with it, while already charging his magic. The ground around the two begins to shake. One of the disciples realizes the danger and says they need to stop those two. Clayton then shouts at the Tower Master, telling him to get ready. The master just watches Clayton get into a fighting stance when, out of nowhere, Logan slams his hand on the table with force. Everyone's attention turns to the young man, who seems completely unfazed by the commotion. The two of them were speechless at what Logan was doing, and the young disciples were also in disbelief at what had just happened. The young man showed the other man the piece of paper he had just stamped. It was the contract he was going to sign with the Tower Master, now finalized. He then simply told the 10 people waiting in the room to follow him. He also addressed Clayton and the Tower Master. He told them to sort it out and warned that the contract would still be valid, even if the Magic Tower Master changed. Thus, there would be no problem with the business. The Tower Master admitted how pathetic they both had looked in front of the guest and told Logan he would send the scrolls as soon as they were ready. But Clayton interrupted him, saying he wasn't finished talking to him yet. The Master asked if he was trying to force the official contract of the Earth Magic Tower right there and reprimanded him, telling him to know his place. Clayton then retorted, saying that if that's the case, then his decision was final. He would follow his disciples too. Logan and the Tower Master were dumbfounded by Clayton's attitude. The Master then exclaimed that he must be crazy. An elder following his disciples to a construction site was unheard of, and Logan shouted that he never hired a 5th circle mage. Clayton replied that he didn't want him to pay him separately, that he just planned to cooperate to help his disciples and finish the job faster. Hearing this, Logan bowed before the elder and promised to serve him with devotion. Clayton just asked Logan to delay his disciples' departure by 1 day so they could recover before leaving again. Logan agreed to the request and told the Master to meet him tomorrow at noon at the west gate. The next day, a carriage was seen leaving through the tower's gate. Logan was outside, leaning against the wall with a backpack on his shoulder, waiting for Clayton and the others. While waiting, he reflected on how yesterday's contract had turned into an unexpected windfall. Hiring a 5th circle mage through a standard contract would cost 1 million gold pieces at least, and he had gotten much more for far less. The young man thought about how he wanted to return to his territory as quickly as possible. He needed to send more Impulric to the capital and take care of other matters. However, his thoughts were interrupted when someone shouted his name. Someone was calling for him. It turns out it was Reyna, who admitted it had been a long time since they last saw each other. Logan greeted her by name, casually, and Reina cut him off, saying they weren't close enough for such intimacy. Finding the situation a bit awkward, the young man, getting the hint, corrected himself immediately and treated her more formally as Princess of the Wolves, agreeing that it had indeed been a long time since they last met. He even added that she was being rude, as always. Reina looked down at him from her luxurious carriage, hiding half her face behind a fan. She said there were some rumors going around in the capital, and that she heard Logan was getting involved in some pretty shady business. She then asked if the McLean family wasn't going through a tough time. Deep down, what she wanted to know was if his family had finally gone broke. Logan, keeping his cool, replied with the utmost politeness that, as Reina should know, he was very ambitious about making money, and that his family's situation was none of her business. Once again, Reina got on Logan's nerves and said she knew the amount she gave him when they broke off the engagement wasn't small, but that it was probably normal for a thief like him. I swear I'd slap her just for fun. Anxious to get rid of Reina as quickly as possible, the young man agreed with the comment and tried to go in the opposite direction, making a dismissive comment about her being so filthy he'd rather avoid her. However, as he was about to leave, Reina stopped him, mentioning she had heard about his deeds in the feudal war when he used a special weapon. Reina then asked what he would think of selling it to her. Trying to be polite but wanting to escape the conversation, Logan downplayed the weapon's importance, saying it was no big deal and that while he was embarrassed, he would have to decline the offer. The young man then basically fled from Reina's carriage, which seemed like the best thing to do. She watched him with disgust from the window as he walked away. He thought about how even after becoming famous in the capital selling the impure medicine, no noble had shown any interest in the feudal war in the countryside. Not Reina. Better yet, the wolves are too involved in this. He thought that the structure of the crossbow he built was very simple, so he only hoped to use it a few more times before the plans fell into the wrong hands and everyone started manufacturing it. At that moment, a voice interrupted Logan's thoughts. It was Clayton, with his disciples, who said he expected to find him at the west gate and asked what he was doing coming over to their side. The young man began to push Clayton and the others in the direction he wanted to go and told them he had run into someone annoying earlier. Suddenly, 3 carriages came tearing through the woods. Logan, of course, was with Clayton in one of them, accompanied by one of his disciples. Clayton looked like a parrot. Huffing, he turned his head to face Logan and commented that the carriage was spacious, that 5 or 6 people could easily fit, and that the coachman seemed very experienced. He then concluded that Logan had spent a lot of money to make them comfortable. Then, Clayton's mood soured, saying he didn't need to have bothered with all that pomp, that he had wasted money for nothing. Meanwhile, the disciple tried to calm him down, without much success. Hearing this, Logan looked at Clayton and thought it wouldn't be the first time a mage had shown exaggerated pride. So he told Clayton that he was honored to serve such powerful mages, stating that everything he did was the bare minimum. After all, he thought, he hired a 5th circle mage for free, so flattering him was no problem at all. Clayton, however, did not respond. Instead, he stared out the window, maintaining his grumpy attitude. After night fell, Logan and the others seemed to have set up camp. The young man commented that it was too late to travel, so they would rest there and continue their journey tomorrow. After that, Logan lit a fire and began to meditate, when suddenly a man with a knife appeared ready to attack. He threw the knife at Logan, who sensed the danger, and ducked his head to dodge. Then, without interrupting his meditation, he asked who was there. One of the men stepped out of the shadows and praised his dodge. Logan stood up and the man continued, saying he had heard all the rumors about him in the capital, and asked Logan if he wasn't the one who made a fortune selling a weird drug. Logan was surrounded by 5 guys and wondered if they were robbers. He huffed, annoyed, and said he just wanted to practice what he had learned by meditating, but this was the perfect opportunity. Since they had interrupted him, he took his sword and warned the bandits that they would have to be his training partners. One of the bandits mocked the young man, laughing and jeering. Logan, unfazed, remained silent, and without hesitation, quickly slit the bandit's throat, silencing his laughter instantly. 2 of the others looked at their fallen comrade, not understanding how he had moved so fast, and called him a bastard. One of them jumped to attack him. Seeing this, the young man took an aggressive stance. The moment the bandit got close, ready to plunge his knife into him, the fighter dodged and cut his belly in a swift motion, sending him flying through the air. Seeing this, the other bandits lost their composure, impressed by the young man's strength. The guy landed on his back, hitting a tree, and seemed to have passed out. 2 men were already down, leaving only 3. One of the bandits realized there was no way to defeat Logan and shouted for the others to run, but that's when it hit him. He couldn't move his legs. At that moment, the young man began to charge his aura, and the way he held his sword seemed familiar. He was imitating Felix's movements. Logan managed to put enough mana into his sword to replicate the attack Felix had taught him. The aura blade was ready. Logan planted his foot on the ground and cut through the air with absurd force, force. He hit two of the opponents squarely, knocking them down instantly. Suddenly, something strange happened. He lost the aura he had managed to conjure, which left him a bit confused. The young man thought that this ability must be difficult to maintain for a long time as he looked at the last bandit who had fallen to the ground, terrified. Logan smiled. He had managed to use the move at its maximum level, thanks to Felix. While he was distracted, the last bandit crawled to a safe place, trying to escape the danger. Then, the young man thought that focusing and compressing the force through the new authority gave rise to the aura. That day, along with the pressure blade he learned from the Duke, he also showed him the force blade, which was a weaker level attack. However, he thought it was impossible to imitate that at his current level. His cheeks flushed, and he said he couldn't believe he had managed to use the force blade, even for a brief moment. He then noticed that the last bandit was trying to escape and turned his head in his direction. Logan stared at him, while the man cried and wondered what trouble he had gotten himself into. The young man prepared to attack again, which seemed to terrify the poor guy. Walking towards him, he explained to himself that using the force emanating from the sword to dominate the enemy creates the ability known as the pressure blade. And just as he was about to stab the last bandit, Logan flashed that predatory smile again. He said this ability should be enough to use in a fight. Then, he glanced at the bodies around and wondered if he had overdone it a bit. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, taking Logan completely by surprise, saying that he had witnessed everything. The speaker was Clayton, and he seemed very furious. Logan looked at Clayton, somewhat confused about the reason for his anger, and wondered if Clayton thought he had gone too far, even though the guys were robbers. If Clayton decided not to work with him anymore, Logan would be in a tight spot, but that's not what happened. Clayton looked at the young man and, to his surprise, praised his skills, saying he was incredible. Logan was stunned, speechless for a moment. Still grumpy as ever, Clayton added that although he didn't understand much about force users, what he had just witnessed was not normal for someone of Logan's age. The young man thanked him for the compliment, admitting he was being too generous, and realized that Clayton wasn't really angry, it was just his face. Clayton and Logan walked together through the forest, and an awkward silence hung in the air. Logan glanced sideways, thinking about how he had purposely moved away from the camp to avoid exposing his powers. He wondered if Clayton had come all this way just to find him. Breaking the silence, Clayton commented that his disciples were struggling because they didn't have the best teacher, and that's why he was trying to teach them as much as he could. The young man replied, assuring him that he was already doing a good job, and asked why Clayton felt the need to share this with him. Hearing this, Clayton stopped in his tracks, turned his head towards Logan, and warned that even after they reached the young man's territory, he wanted his disciples to take breaks and have the chance to train with him. Clayton then told Logan that he would work as much as necessary for them to have this opportunity, and asked if they could have an understanding, to which Logan immediately agreed. The young man looked down and noticed something strange. He looked behind Clayton and saw mana flowing from the ground, wondering where it was going. It turns out the mana was flowing towards the tent where the mages were sleeping. Once again, Clayton was looking at Logan, asking if they had a deal, while Logan kept wondering why he would go to such lengths to share his mana with his disciples. Logan acknowledged that Clayton was taking great care of them. The master then replied that, as a teacher, he had to do the bare minimum. Logan questioned if fighting the Tower Master for them wasn't doing more than the minimum, but Clayton retorted that the Tower Master was the one picking a fight. The next day, the flags of the McLean estate waved proudly in the wind. In his father's office, Logan was talking with Patrick, who seemed to have heard the story of his son's travels, and asked if he had gained much experience during his time in the capital. Logan replied, informing his father that everything he learned was of immense help. Patrick said that in that case, it was fine, and asked if his son had anything else to report. Hearing this, Logan thought he could have approached the subject in a better way. He casually mentioned to Patrick that his business in the capital was thriving. This left Patrick speechless. Standing up from his desk, Patrick asked Logan what business he was referring to. Logan explained that he had been selling the medicine he had given him before. Patrick looked like he was about to faint, and asked if he really went all the way to the capital to sell a stimulant. Placing a hand on his forehead, the father reminded the young man that despite his promise not to interfere, this was still a huge surprise. Then, Patrick asked him to be more careful with the family's reputation next time. Logan quickly promised his father he would, feeling relieved that Patrick was handling the situation better than he had expected. Patrick, however, raising an eyebrow, asked if Logan had answered without much thought. Once again, the young man gave the same affirmative answer. He then informed his father that he had also befriended the Sword Duke. Hearing this, Patrick was stunned and immediately asked if he was referring to Felix Esperanza. Patrick, furious, then asked if he had also sold the medicine to Felix. With a smile, the young man replied that he had done exactly that. Enraged, the father shouted, demanding to know how far he planned to drag the family's reputation through the mud. Unfazed, Logan calmly took out a book that Felix had given him and said that in return, he had received a valuable intermediate-level sword technique. Patrick, now calmer, took the book from the young man's hands and read the title aloud, The Iron Blood Sword. He commented that it was a genuine intermediate sword technique, guaranteed by the sword duke himself. However, the young man knew this wasn't entirely true, as he was the one who wrote that comment. Logan then reflected on how the Imperial merchant had unearthed the Iron Blood Sword from ancient ruins. It was considered one of the best intermediate sword techniques of the time. Initially, the merchant had copied and sold the book only to a select few, but in the end, it leaked. Copies of the entire technique began to circulate on the market. Over time, it became so common that even ordinary people managed to learn it. But he thinks that will only happen in about 10 years, so having the family's knights learn this skill now will be a great help. Logan continued to think that if they also added the sword's chi and the divine secrets of the sword, his father and Ronion could use it as a trump card. That said, the Iron Blood Sword technique pushed strength to the extreme. To prevent it from causing internal damage, Patrick would never allow something like that to happen, but adding the Sword Duke's name to the book would surely make him accept it. The young man read the book's content and commented that this was on a completely different level from the records the family had passed down. As his hands trembled over the book, he thought that, in reality, acquiring intermediate sword skills was difficult, and considered this the reason he had been stuck at one level for 10 years. Patrick then explained to Logan that properly mastering this technique would increase the total strength of the Knight Order by at least 30%, and he wondered how they could repay the Duke's kindness. Hearing this, Logan thought it was great that he thought that way, as he had a proposal for his father. He should also master the technique to show it to Felix. Suddenly, Patrick rushed out of the room, interrupting him. He threw a seal to Logan and said that mastering the technique was now his top priority, leaving the young man in charge of everything until he succeeded. It was at that moment that Logan understood the seriousness of the situation. Patrick had just thrown him the family crest, a symbol of his temporary authority. Patrick shot through the door, yelling for him to help Dwayne with the family's responsibilities. He promised to return as soon as he mastered the technique to perfection, thanked him hastily, and disappeared, without giving the young man time to discuss the matters he wanted to. There he was, standing in his father's office, holding the family crest, completely lost. Logan stared at the seal, not knowing where to begin, realizing that having it in his possession meant he could now act freely. Dwayne burst into the room. The idea had barely sunk in, and he was already entering, shouting that he had heard about all of Logan's exploits in the capital. Now determined, the young man silently swore that he would accomplish everything he wanted before Patrick returned. Dwayne soon began to beg for money. Suspiciously, he asked if the other hadn't already received funds from the battle with Tesseron. Dwayne shouted, frustrated, explaining that those funds were nowhere near enough to maintain the two fortresses. The battle had caused a huge labor shortage, and production was going to drop drastically this year. To make matters worse, the Kairos had also cut off all aid. Desperate, Dwayne dropped to his knees and begged Logan for money, saying he had heard about the fortune he made in the capital. But Logan just smiled and said he was sorry, but he'd already spent all the cash. Hearing this, Dwayne couldn't believe it, and asked where on earth he had managed to spend all that money in such a short time. Logan just looked down at him, smiling, without saying a word. Dwayne looked up and told the young man to stop with the shenanigans, but the young man maintained his composure, staring down at him. Seeing this, Dwayne started to sweat. He then asked if the warrior was serious, and Logan nodded. Dwayne bowed again, desperate, and asked where he had managed to spend so much money. The fighter replied that he had spent 1.2 million gold on scrolls and magic images, and had also bought construction materials and food. In other words, there was nothing left. Dwayne looked at Logan, repeating what he had just said, and mentioned that buying a little food and giving it to the people wouldn't make a difference. But that's when Logan dropped the bomb that he had spent 1 million gold just on food. Dwayne wasn't sure if he had heard correctly, and asked Logan to repeat it, and he did, that he would be distributing 1 million gold worth of food every month for a year to the people. Hearing this, Dwayne started shouting, asking if the young man had eaten something that made him go crazy. Logan thought this was a normal reaction. After all, him becoming a war hero wasn't going to change Dwayne's opinion of him. Logan then told Dwayne that he was completely sane and asked if the food he bought was enough. Dwayne confirmed that it was and asked what he planned to do with the construction materials and scrolls and if he was going to start some construction. The young man replied that they were going to build a dam. 2 weeks later, a notice began to circulate around the city with the following message. The feudal lord summoned everyone for compulsory labor. For those in McLean Fortress and at the west gate of the city, and for those in Storm Fortress and at the east gate. Seeing the situation, A man from Tesseron Fortress declared that they had finally reached their limit, that the nobles were exploiting them mercilessly. A man from McLean Fortress added that forcing them into labor at the peak of the harvest was madness. Another voice joined in, lamenting that they had barely survived the battle, only to see the feudal lord trying to crush them now. Furious, they questioned if the message they received left them any choice: die fleeing, waste away at work, or simply starve. In the end, they realized that all paths led to the same end. Determined, they grabbed pitchforks and any tools they could find, ready to confront the feudal lord in a rebellion. The whole crowd gathered in front of the McLean estate, and Logan asked if everyone was present. A young man turned to an older man and asked if they were really going to go through with it. The older man replied firmly that the lords were treating them like dogs while they could barely survive on grass. He looked at the crowd and declared that this time, it was worth picking this fight. A drop of sweat trickled down the young man's forehead as he agreed, saying he'd rather take the opportunity to fight. At that moment, the castle gates opened, and the people, driven by determination, took their positions. When the gates opened completely, the silhouettes of several knights became visible. One of the knights shouted for his comrades to prepare for the distribution. The crowd, which had been leaning towards a fight, calmed down and began to wonder what the noble meant by distribution. The elder stepped forward, warning the people that it was all a trick. At that instant, a man placed a sack in front of him, and the noble explained that, by order of young Master Logan, those who participated in the forced labor would receive a month's worth of grain. He told everyone to line up at the gate for the distribution to begin. Hearing this, the crowd dropped their weapons and rushed to form a line. The old man clutched the sack tightly, silently staring at the ground. He trembled for a moment, then raised his head and shouted for all to hear, "Hail Logan McLean!" The people turned in his direction, and he repeated the cry. A smile appeared on their faces, agreeing with the old man, and soon everyone began to hail Logan. Meanwhile, high on the estate walls, Dwayne and he were talking. Dwayne asked if it was really necessary to force a compulsory order to gather the people, since they could have simply made a request. The young man replied that if he had acted that way, not even a quarter of them would have shown up. After all, no one there trusted the nobles. He explained that nobles consider their people property, but life as a mercenary had taught him that for the common folk, between good and bad nobles, there is only one difference: which one takes more. Logan told Dwayne that even his father thought more of the knights than the people, as he believed that knights were the strength of a nation. That's why, even without money, he still maintained an order of 50 knights. That was why the young man had forced them to gather there, so they would truly believe. Logan then turned his head to Dwayne and asked why he was staring at him. Dwayne replied that he was just surprised, and that the young man had been surprising him a lot lately. Logan told Dwayne he was being silly, and that anyway, since Dwayne listened to him and trusted him so much, he could go ahead and start the construction. Dwayne got annoyed hearing about that again, and asked the young man to think it over one more time, as it made no sense to spend 2 million gold on that construction. He then asked Logan if it was even possible to build it. At that point, Logan replied that Dwayne was sounding just like Amar and Clayton. He had already revealed his plan to the two of them, who were left speechless at the idea of building a dam. During dinner, they asked if the intention was to divert the water and build a sluice gate. The young man confirmed, insisting that the project be executed exactly as planned. He explained that the McLean territory was surrounded by mountains, making the land unproductive. He added that the mountains to the north were preventing the Luder River from flowing south. To transform the region, he instructed Amar and Clayton to make a huge hole in these mountains. For the river water to pass through, Amar, somewhat annoyed, replied that it would be easier to believe if the young man had asked them to simply tear down the entire mountain. Logan explained that instead, they would build a tunnel connecting directly to the Luder River, about 30 meters in diameter at the mouth, which would function as a sluice gate. He added that this method was used in the western part of the continent, where they called it a dam. In reality, the warrior knew this explanation wasn't entirely true. It was a flood control method that would become popular in the Empire in about 20 years. He also didn't fully understand the principles, but with a master dwarf and a fifth circle mage at his disposal, Logan believed the project could get off the ground. If the two of them led the project, he would be able to transform the western wastelands of McLean into fertile plains. Clayton was about to comment on the plan, but Amar cut him off, insisting that choosing the right spot was crucial. He explained that the soil composition was fundamental, and that they needed to consider water levels to prevent the tunnel from collapsing. They would have to build an arched structure and ask the mages for help. After hearing all this, Clayton turned to Amar and asked if Logan's idea was really feasible. Amar, surprised to have said all that out loud, could hardly believe it either. Hearing everything, Logan, holding his wine glass, confidently acknowledged that the plan was possible. This made both Clayton and Amar start to sweat. Amar, trying to explain himself, began to say that he was already busy with other tasks, including the new mining operation. But before he could finish, Logan interrupted him, explaining that was exactly why he had prepared magic scrolls and mages. Logan then told Amar that he would leave the task of finding the right mountain to him. Hearing this, Amar, somewhat reluctantly, replied that he had suspected something when Logan suddenly decided to take him out for a huge meal. Seeing all this, Clayton wondered if everything that was happening was really correct. At the construction site, Clayton took his position, concentrating his magic. From a safe distance, two workers watched, nervous. One of them dismissed the concern, assuring the other that with Logan there, they would be safe. Amar then shouted to Clayton, telling him he could start when he was ready. Clayton pressed his magic-infused hand against the mountain, and with a sudden surge of power, the surface shattered into millions of pieces. The people immediately scattered to avoid the debris. Seeing the chaos, Amar pushed Clayton aside, reminding him that he had asked him to take it easy. Logan, watching the scene, began to explain that besides physical strength, there was another power that humans could use: mana. In his past life, Logan could barely feel mana, but now he saw everything clearly. He was impressed by the power of the earth, coming from the mana circle in Clayton's heart, weaving patterns to stimulate and break the stone wall. Impressed, Logan realized that the development of his force core had supercharged his senses to an absurd level. Clayton turned to him with a little smile and told the young man to pay attention to the next trick, assuring him that this was just the beginning. At first, Logan wasn't impressed, but he watched closely as Clayton raised his hand and then suddenly clenched his fist. In the blink of an eye, all the stones from the previous explosion came together and began to float in front of him. Immediately, Logan understood what was happening. The debris was coming together to form a gigantic structure. The size of the thing was so massive that the young warrior could only look up, jaw dropped, while a completely terrified Amar hid behind Logan's leg. Clayton transformed the scattered stones into a gigantic rock golem. Logan, surprised by Clayton's ability to create such a colossal figure without any tools, began to ponder the possibilities. He muttered to himself that if they could make a few more of these golems, the construction would be completed much faster, and they could even be used in war. Overcome by Clayton's power, Logan enthusiastically grabbed his hands and asked how many golems he could create. Excited, Clayton asked if his students were also capable of creating golems. He confirmed, explaining that since they were from the golem school of the Earth Magic Tower, they indeed could. Logan was radiant, but Clayton soon dampened his enthusiasm, pointing out a major limitation. He explained that the magic formula required to create a golem's core could only be executed by fifth circle mages. His students, though skilled, were not strong enough and needed mana stones. Even with that, the golems they created would be much smaller and weaker than the one Clayton had just summoned. Hearing this, Logan's expression changed drastically. He explained that mana stones are a mineral as rare as calcium or mithril, which made them a rare ore that couldn't be produced artificially. And since they are used for magical assistance, they are also very expensive. This made Logan think that mana stones weren't really worth it for this job. But could the young man be thinking about cost effectiveness in a war? After all, what if he could win by investing a little money? Okay, that's good enough then. He asked Clayton if his golem would also get stronger with mana stones. Clayton confirmed, explaining that its strength and speed would increase, and it would last much longer. However, since he was a fifth circle mage, he would need the highest quality mana stone. Even so, for a second circle mage, a low-quality mana stone would be sufficient, would last about 24 hours, and would be much stronger than an adult man. Hearing this, the young man thought that a low-quality mana stone must cost about the same as a gold piece. Their cost-effectiveness didn't justify all that money, but for a short war like the last one, they could yield a much greater result. Dwayne arrived at the construction site and, upon seeing the giant golem punching the mountain, was terrified. Logan tried to calm him down, explaining that the golem was digging a tunnel as part of the plan, but fear overwhelmed him and he couldn't hear. Without listening to Logan, he panicked and fled, shouting that he needed to warn the patriarch. Logan turned to Amar, telling him to take the workers to start the water channel, and said that he didn't need to leave anyone to build the tunnel as the golem could handle it. Amar nodded and began to give orders to the workers. Meanwhile, the young man reflected on having 3 construction projects underway, feeling a mix of excitement and determination. First, the tunnel and the dam. Second, the water channel. And third, the mine, for which Logan already had the drilling results. Therefore, he sent workers there before anywhere else. The young man thought that after returning from the capital, he had been busy with the dam, so he couldn't keep an eye on the mine. For that reason, he was going to pay a visit tomorrow. The next day, he saw people going in and out of the mine with Amar in the middle, looking particularly annoyed. Logan approached Amar and commented that they hadn't seen each other in a while. Amar retorted, asking what Logan was talking about, and accused him of making him run from one side to the other. In a fit of rage, he yelled that he couldn't take this pace anymore and suggested it would be better to just kill him. He lamented not even being able to take a break and demanded to know why he had to carry this whole burden alone. Throughout the entire outburst, Logan remained silent. Meanwhile, one of the other workers noticed Amar's frustration and told the others they needed to intervene. Amar threw himself back on the ground with tears in his eyes. Logan gently placed a hand on his shoulder, trying to comfort him. The young man acknowledged the hard work he had been doing and told Amar that from now on, he would let him manage and administer everything by himself. The young man's expression changed to disbelief, and he asked Logan if he was serious, wondering if Logan really intended to dump all the tasks on him. Logan felt a pang of sadness upon realizing that Amar had figured out his intention. With a somewhat playful gesture, Logan extended his pinky finger, promising Amar that as soon as the construction was finished, he could rest as much as he wanted. Amar, feeling overwhelmed, tried to push the young man's hand away, but Logan held his finger firmly, almost making the poor dwarf cry out in pain as he threatened to break it. Amar, standing there on the ground, annoyed, saw Logan simply turn his back and comb his hair, saying he was just trying to be funny. He then looked at the mine, thinking that it would be exploited much faster than last time. Even without being sure about the dam, he hoped it would work out. It was the only way for his plans to succeed. Then, Logan activated a communication channel to speak with Philip. His buddy informed him that the construction materials would be delivered without any problems, and also mentioned that he had closed a deal for the wood, which would yield an extra 100,000 gold per month. The news made the young man's face light up. Philip, in turn, also didn't hide his excitement and told Logan that as soon as they finished building the mine and clearing the land, the territory would be completely transformed, and that he would like to see it in person one day. Logan stared at the orb for a moment, thoughtful, before replying that Philip should visit next year. Curious, Philip asked why, but soon added that he probably wouldn't get an answer. So he changed the subject, revealing that rumors were circulating in the capital that there was a problem with the royal family. Philip questioned what that problem could be, and Logan replied that he had heard about it at the Sword Duke's house, but didn't know the details. But it seemed to be something serious. He advised Philip to try to find out more. In his head, the young man delved into memories of his past life, remembering that the following winter, the king would die suddenly, which would lead to a civil war. However, he knew that the information he had might not be entirely accurate. If the king's death was indeed sudden, it would follow the same pattern as his previous life. Otherwise, the exact timing could be different. Logan understood that he couldn't start preparing until he confirmed the situation. His priority was to get the McLean family ready. So, the young man instructed Philip to allocate the remaining budget to an emergency fund and to buy as many weapons and armor as possible, specifically enough to equip 500 men. Hearing this, Philip began to sweat, commenting that this was not an easy task. He questioned why Logan needed so much equipment, since the McLeans only had about 100 knights. Logan explained that the equipment was not for the knights, but for the soldiers. This revelation made Philip furious, asking incredulously if Logan had completely lost his mind. He argued that no one fully armed their soldiers, considering it a waste of money. But Logan refused to listen to the complaints. In his thoughts, the young man pondered that although his actions might seem strange, they were motivated by necessity. The last war had resulted in many deaths, decreasing production. To avoid this, he needed to minimize enlistment as much as possible, while at the same time increasing the strength of his knights and soldiers. Arming the soldiers was crucial to this strategy. Logan then asked Philip if his judgment had ever failed, to which Philip reluctantly replied that it hadn't. He then smirked and told Philip that, in that case, they should proceed as planned. Philip said he understood and that he would discreetly find out more about the rumor. With that, Logan stated that the next step was to secure funds through the mine, the food supply with the dam, and improve the soldiers' weaponry. The basic preparations for a leap forward were progressing well. A huge pile of papers was on Logan's desk, overwhelming him. Dwayne was beside him, directing his attention to specific papers. "Read this, sign the other, and so on," said Dwayne, before adding that he would bring the next set of documents. Reading one of the papers, Dwayne informed Logan that he had once again signed a document without checking it properly, questioning if he intended to continue with this carelessness. So, Logan really had to get a grip on the territory's affairs. And just then, the door burst open, and he immediately started yelling at Dwayne. Dwayne, insisting he wasn't the successor, just asked if anyone else agreed with that right at that moment. That's when Casalon rushed in, looking worried sick, and said that Amar was trapped in a mine that had just collapsed. The news sent a chill down the young man's spine. He leaped out of his chair and demanded to know what happened. Casalon explained that one of the tunnels had given way, and more than 50 meters of it had caved in. There was no way to know where Hamar was. Worried, Logan immediately asked if they had found Hamar yet. Dwayne jumped in, asking since when their territory even had a mine, but Logan totally ignored him. Hearing that the damage was over 50 meters wide, the young man bolted out, shouting that they couldn't waste any time and needed to head straight to the mine. Dwayne was left behind, completely clueless, yelling about where this whole mine story came from. Logan arrived at the mine on horseback and immediately asked the workers which tunnel had collapsed. One of them pointed to the middle tunnel, explaining it was the deepest and darkest one. But Logan didn't listen for a second and went straight in. Inside, he used his aura to see in the dark, and what he saw, it really disturbed him. Huge boulders were blocking the passage, and a few people were desperately trying to move them. The ancient form, the one that oversees the mind, noticed Logan's presence. Logan just ordered the workers to step back. He touched one of the stones and filled it with mana. He could feel the presence of 10 trapped people, one of them with the same energy as Hamar. He told the foreman they had escaped the worst of it, but there were still many victims. The foreman, totally puzzled, asked how he could possibly know that. The kid just ignored the question and wanted to know how long it would take to clear the rocks. The foreman estimated at least 3 days, and that got Logan seriously worried. He knew the longer they took, the slimmer the chances of survival for the trapped people. Outside, Logan asked for help from Clayton and his apprentices. He begged them to rescue Hamar and the trapped workers, promising they'd be rewarded handsomely. Clayton realized Logan was talking about the place where Hamar had been working. He decided to help, but made it crystal clear it wasn't for the money. It was because people were hurt. Logan thanked him and promised to return the favor. Clayton thought it was weird, that Logan, who was always so secretive about the mine, was suddenly giving up its location just to save a slave and a few workers. He used his magic to support the tunnel, and his disciples used mana stones to summon golems. The disciples, holding their crystals, threw the stones at the rubble, and the rocks transformed into stone golems, which immediately started clearing the debris. The miners were terrified. They just weren't used to seeing magic that powerful. Logan was amazed by their efficiency, watching them clear several meters of rubble in mere seconds. Clayton hurried them along, and Logan didn't just stand there watching. Oh no. He joined the workers and the mages, carrying rocks and helping with the removal. Clayton was shocked to see Logan, a noble, working so hard to save commoners and a dwarf. For him, that scene was something he'd never witnessed before. Then, the master of the mine shouted that he'd found the injured. Hamar was there, and partially buried. Seeing that, Logan was terrified, but then he realized that, despite the scare, the injuries were minor and everyone was okay. Feeling a huge wave of relief, he thanked the gods that everyone had escaped with just a few scratches. Later, in the infirmary, Logan asked Hamar what had happened. Hamar confessed he had dozed off. He'd been overworking himself lately. Logan was upset, but Hamar tried to reassure him, saying he'd be back to work in no time. Logan cut him off, telling him to rest for as long as he needed. Hamar was shocked by Logan's concern, and shouted that he was gonna rest even if the world caught fire or aliens showed up. Leaving the infirmary, Logan was impressed that the rescue had only taken 2 hours. His thoughts were interrupted by Clayton, who appeared out of nowhere, saying that Logan's mind was something wonderful. Logan wondered if the mage had figured out his mind was full of gold, and if he would keep it a secret. He explained to Clayton that the mine was crucial to his plans, and that he had no one else to replace Hamar. Besides, if he couldn't protect his people, he'd have no one left. Clayton was interested in his answer, and asked if Logan wanted a magic tower in his territory. The young man was stunned. Clayton explained it was time to get rid of the old tower master, and Logan's lands were perfect for a small magic tower. Logan was ecstatic and said it would be an honor. He wanted to know if Clayton's apprentices would come and what the cost would be. Clayton replied that his disciples would definitely come, and that he didn't need much money. He trusted Logan's character and abilities. Logan was just amazed. Hamar, who had overheard the conversation, asked Clayton if he'd hit his head, but Logan just told his friend to get back to bed. A week later, Hamar reported to Logan, saying he was fully recovered and heading back to the mine to make up for lost time. Logan wished him good luck. As soon as Hamar left, Dwayne showed up. looking terrifying. He demanded to know why Logan had kept the mine a secret and for how long he'd been developing it. Logan just apologized, saying he forgot. Frustrated, Dwayne questioned how he could possibly forget something so important. To answer Dwayne, Logan broke into a huge grin and revealed, "It's a gold mine." Dwayne couldn't believe it and told the kid to stop being a wise guy. "There's no way people like us could have a gold mine. What are you even talking about?" he said. Logan asked what was so unbelievable about it and called him a rascal. Getting serious again, he informed him that the mine was expected to generate about 100 million in gold per year. "Do you really think I'd joke about something like that?" he asked. Hearing this, Dwayne was speechless. He asked if he was being serious and just froze on the spot. Logan touched Dwayne, concerned, and he nearly fell backward. It looked like the information he'd just received was making Dwayne faint, because he just couldn't process the amount of cash that mine would bring in. Logan was sweating bullets, trying to snap him out of it, all while thinking about how the plan had moved faster than he'd imagined, aside from the little problem with Hamar's injury. Elsewhere, a group of people walked together in the forest, kinda puzzled about why they'd been called back again. The dam construction was finished in just 3 months, not the 6 they expected. They were the administrators Dwayne had gathered for a final inspection. Logan greeted them warmly, saying how glad he was to have them there and acknowledging their tight schedules. He asked them to stay and witness the opening of the dam. One of the administrators looked on skeptically, thinking it was a waste of time, because bringing water from the Luder River to sprinkle over the desert wouldn't make a lick of difference. He thought Logan should have invested the money more wisely, maybe by fixing the south wall. The other administrators also questioned why Logan had put in so much effort. They turned to Dwayne, who was once again just standing there with his mouth wide open. Dwayne stared at the dam, realizing it wasn't built just to water some wasteland. It was actually connected directly to the underground channels of the Luder River. If they could supply water continuously through those channels, the vast wasteland could actually become fertile land. Logan looked around and saw that everyone was gathered, the workers, the mages, and the administrators. He turned to Clayton and gave the signal. Clayton, without a second's hesitation, got ready to start the process. Hamar grumbled, complaining that they had worked their butts off so the workers themselves could open and close the floodgates. But Logan explained that the first time had to be something huge. He wanted to show everyone on the McLean property what they had built with their own hands. An image of the dam appeared, showing some golems positioned in front of the floodgates, ready to lift them. The administrators were speechless, but they got used to it pretty quick. Then Clayton shouted loud enough for everyone to hear, giving the order for the golems to open the gates. They stretched their hands toward the gates and began to lift. Logan smiled, satisfied, but something weird happened. The golems were struggling to lift the gates. With a killer smile, Clayton looked at Hamar, muttering and asking what the hell he was doing. But it seemed like Hamar had no idea either, since he'd given orders for the workers to open the gates. Seeing the situation, Logan started to sweat and had a flashback of a conversation with Clayton, where he'd warned him that lifting the gates would be too much for the golems. Apparently, the golems' strength was just for show, and it would take about 100 workers turning the pulleys to open the gates. Thinking fast, Logan told Clayton to order the golems to knock down the gates. Hamar and Clayton were flabbergasted, and Clayton asked if he was serious. Logan just told him to do as he said, since they could rebuild the gates later. Hesitating for a few seconds, Clayton did what Logan asked, and the golems started punching the gates. The construction crew wondered if this was for real, since their hard work had just been finished. Suddenly, the gate gave way, and the water started rushing down with incredible force, dragging the golems with it. Everyone was confused, but Logan just grinned from ear to ear, totally thrilled. The townspeople who had worked so hard on the construction couldn't hold back their tears at the sight of the water, understanding what it truly meant. In that moment, Logan thought this would solve their food problem during the Civil War. They could start planting next spring. Even Dwayne was happy and jumped on Logan's back, scaring the daylights out of him, saying how wrong he was about the dam and begging for forgiveness. Logan said it was all good and started teasing him, asking why a big guy like him was crying so much. But not everyone was so happy. Hamar was over in the corner, crying and asking how long it would take to rebuild the gates. Clayton came over and said he'd help rebuild them one more time. Logan then said they didn't need the gate urgently, that they could take a week off and finish the mine construction after that. He told Hamar that after this project was also done, they'd have a long vacation again. That lit up Hamar's eyes, and he asked if he was serious. Logan reassured him, but what Hamar didn't know was that they'd be busy again soon. Lots of farmers would want the fertile land, and they'd need to build a new village for people to live in. Logan turned to Hamar, about to praise him, but realized that wasn't the right way to do things. He called him over. Hamar turned, curious. Logan commented that construction must be tough, even for someone like him, since he'd never heard of dwarves being good at building. This drove Hamar crazy. He asked what Logan was trying to say, and explained that after making weapons, construction is the dwarves' specialty. Logan realized realized Hamar was right where he wanted him and commented that it was great to hear that. Hamar replied, a bit suspicious, that he could praise him all he wanted, it wouldn't get him anything, and asked why he was so interested in construction all of a sudden. Logan played it off, saying it was just curiosity, but as soon as Hamar turned his back, Logan thought to himself that after his week of rest, the thrilling experience of home building would begin, and then he wouldn't be laughing. He was actually scared to run into him at night. As soon as the chat with Hamar was over, Logan addressed the crowd at the inauguration. He repeated the promise he had made. First, that everyone could farm the McLean Plains. Second, that they would receive leasing rights equivalent to their work, and taxes would be only 30%. Then, he looked at the vassals, thinking that if he announced it like that, not even they could oppose it. In fact, they looked radiant, realizing the territory might finally be changing. 4 weeks later, Logan was in his office with Rick, reviewing a plan sent by Hamar, who had already finished the village layout and a model house. Logan commented that he knew he'd chosen the right person for the job, and Rick replied that Hamar is amazing. Logan thought he never imagined Hamar would accept the task when he approached him a few weeks ago, since he was a bit hesitant at first. In the background, events from 4 weeks ago are shown, when Hamar asks Logan if he's crazy for wanting to build a village, and Logan teases him, saying that dwarves are supposed to be construction experts. Hamar planned the streets in a cross pattern and placed houses of the same size, with wells, community bathrooms, and sewers. Logan thinks he tried to replicate the city plan he saw in his past life. Suddenly, a strong smell hits Logan. He turns to Rick and asks why he stinks so bad. Rick says it's all Logan's fault. He asks why that drug is selling so well, and says if it weren't for that, he wouldn't be suffering like this. Just then, Dwayne bursts into the room, screaming for Logan. The young man asks Dwayne if he's ever going to knock again. Dwayne doesn't care and starts telling him something about Hamar. Suddenly, Dwayne's expression turns to pure joy. He tells Logan that Hamar sent word they can start mining the gold now, and shows him nuggets explaining they found the treasure just like that. Logan tells Hamar he did a great job, and Dwayne hugs him, asking how they got so lucky to have him around. But Hamar just wants to rest, and his eyes show he's been awake for a long time. Logan then asks Hamar how much they can start extracting. Hamar replies that everything is on schedule, a ton of gold per month, which should last at least 10 years. He again insists that the young man go rest. Logan hesitates, arguing there's still so much to do, like building the city, more beasts, and new weapons. He asks Hamar if that would be possible. Logan's request hits Hamar like an axe blow, making him sweat and grab his head. Then, Hamar just lies down on the floor to rest. Dwayne bends over him, calling him the treasure of the territory. Logan thinks he'll be the only one moving forward since there's still so much work to do. He tells Hamar he'll keep his promise and that he can take his time off. Hamar starts screaming with happiness and bolts out like a flash of lightning. Logan wonders if he's awakened some kind of power because the kid was way too fast. Behind him, Dwayne starts crying with joy. Logan asks what happened, and Dwayne explains the mine will bring in 100 million in gold a year. Dwayne tells Logan to hell with the Kairoses and that their territory is saved because they won't have to worry about anything anymore. Logan teases him, saying he's crying more than when the dam was finished. Then, the young man looks calmly at Dwayne and drops a crucial fact. The only one you should fear is me. Stay sharp, because that mine is also mine, Logan warns. Dwayne is terrified. Logan explains that, of course, he'll pay 30% in taxes to the family, but that's it. Dwayne gets up, bewildered, and kneels before Logan, saying he trusts his judgment. Logan warns Dwayne that they have to keep the mine a secret, because if word gets out, the Befros, Kalea, and the Margrave will cause trouble. Dwayne says he'll take care of it, which makes Logan a bit uneasy. He thinks his father is going to be a handful, since he made a lot of changes before his return. A week later, Logan and his father are walking by the river, admiring the beauty of the place. Logan notices that Patrick has become an advanced knight. Patrick acknowledges that while he was away, Logan managed to accomplish a lot. Logan tries to defend himself and explain his plans, but Patrick cuts him off. Patrick says that having water flowing through that wasteland is incredible, and that Logan is much better at managing the property than he ever was. Logan tries to be humble, but Patrick says he managed to do more in 3 months than he did in the last 10 years, and thanks him. Logan wants to say he's grateful too, but is interrupted again. Patrick announces that from now on, Logan will handle all the duties of a lord, because he wants to focus on training the Order of Knights. Hearing this, the young man is in shock. Patrick interrupts him again and asks if he knows what he realized during his training. "I got old," he says. Patrick explains that he couldn't master the secret techniques, and now it's up to young people like Logan and Ragnar to try. He says Logan helped him break through a barrier that had blocked him for years, and that he wants to step back and be a guide. Logan nods and accepts the proposal. Patrick then turns and calls for Marianne, asking her to help Logan fulfill his role. Marianne agrees. Patrick gives Logan a little nudge, encouraging him to talk to his mother. The young man approaches Marianne, who is in a beautiful dress holding a parasol. She begins by saying that Logan's achievements are enough to prove his ability to be the successor. She calls him young master and says that now she only wishes for Ronyeon's success. Logan apologizes, but she interrupts him, saying she's the one who should be sorry. She admits her vision was limited and hopes Logan will be generous. Marianne continues, saying that Logan is teaching Ronyeon how to fight and that he's never been happier. She asks him to continue looking after his brother. Logan isn't happy with where this conversation is going and shouts that parents shouldn't use respectful titles with their children. He calls her mom, which makes her stop, emotional. She turns and says goodbye, walking towards Patrick. Patrick signals to Logan, showing his approval of his son's action. Logan watches his parents walk away, and in what seems to be the state of Tesserana, he and Patrick are talking. Logan says that as soon as the city is ready, they'll start clearing the brush for farming. Patrick worries if the residents will move easily. Logan says yes, because they'll give priority and rights to those who move to the new city, and the new houses will be better. Logan informs him that he asked Dwayne to recruit soldiers, and Patrick agrees to train those who become knights. Patrick praises Logan's work, but points out there's still one problem. He turns and stops in front of the Knights of the Order, and calls them lost causes. He asks since when they have 2 orders of knights, and says his face alone gives him the chills. Logan recognizes them as the McLean Knights, who deserted from Thesseron. They act like they're on opposite sides. Logan tells them to get a grip. Patrick comments on how he and Logan have been killing themselves training, while the Knights are fighting like children. Logan says it's his fault for being negligent. The Knights shout that it's not true and ask Captain Heinkel to get them out of there. Heinkel turns his head to Patrick and asks if he's become an advanced level knight. Patrick says he's going to straighten them out, and with so much aura that the wooden sword shatters, he yells for them to feel it and learn the art of the sword firsthand. In the office, Dwayne was signing documents, happier than ever not to be worrying about the budget. 2 vassals were talking about the budget that Logan was monopolizing. Dwayne interrupts them and asks if the extra cash has blinded them and where they think it came from, telling them to just obey. He reads a paper and starts to sweat. A few minutes later, he's in Logan's office, asking what he's going to do with 10 million in gold. Logan replies that he's going to buy 100 kilograms of mithril. Dwayne's jaw drops, and Logan shoves him against the wall, telling him to sign. Dwayne argues that he can't, because mithril is 1,000 times more expensive than gold. The scene cuts to a conversation between Logan and Philip. Logan wanted to buy mithril for the Knight's war gear, and Philip says it's impossible. Logan is stunned. Philip explains that mithril isn't something you buy just because you have money, but with power. This gives Logan an idea. Inside a castle, a messenger is disturbed by a message from McLean. Duke Felix, who is busy, arrives in 30 minutes to check the message. Felix greets Logan and says he misses hearing from him. Logan says he would never dare to send a personal message. Felix smiles and reveals that his wife is pregnant, and it's all thanks to Logan. The young man congratulates him, and Felix thanks him. Felix says that when the baby is born, he wants Logan to come back to the capital, because his wife wants to thank him, and he will teach him his next technique. Logan thanks him. Felix asks what the reason for the contact is. Logan gets straight to the point, wanting to know if he can get the 100 kilograms of mithril he needs. Felix's jaw drops, and he asks if he said 100 kilograms, not 100 grams. Felix says that not even he invests that much in his own parties, and that he underestimated Logan's generosity, which makes the young man think the misunderstanding is getting bigger. Felix says he'll take care of everything, but that he must attend the baby's party and call him master. Logan stares at the empty sphere, then shivers and lets out a cry of happiness. Being a disciple of the Sword Duke was the most incredible thing that had ever happened to him. The idea was just to ask for a little help, but Felix gave him a golden rope. Logan thinks Hamar will be more productive after a short break. He brags about how benevolent he is as an employer. In reality, Hamar had nightmares about Logan for weeks after getting his vacation. On the outskirts of McLean Castle, a group of men, all under 20, showed up for recruitment. Dwayne asks Logan if he really needs to recruit so many people. Logan says he'll handle it all himself. He thinks expanding their forces is crucial, and that he'll personally select the new members, even with some disadvantages. He thinks about the Empire's new theory that what really counts are the senses, not physical ability, and that they used 50,000 knights to crush the neighboring countries. 9 years later, Logan thinks they gather all existing soldiers and reselect them to form a knight unit. He thinks the Grandia Civil War might be tough, but they'll have a formidable force against the Empire's invasion. He mentions he'd like to recruit people over 20, but then there wouldn't be enough manpower for the city's construction. One of the vassals yells at the boys to be quiet. Logan asks how they used to select soldiers. The vassal says they made everyone run and chose them based on their finishing order. Logan realizes their selection method was crude. He orders them to only select those with good vision, hearing, and quick reflexes. The first test he came up with was for candidates to walk towards an image until they could see it clearly. Some stopped pretty quickly, and one of them says the picture is of a chicken. Logan tells the knights to deal with the kid who called him handsome. A kid from the back raises his hand and says that seeing the comb, it must be a rooster. Logan is impressed. For the second test, Dwayne yells the same word over and over, and the participants have to walk until they understand the world. One of the boys yells at Dwayne that the answer is the world sparrow, and says Dwayne also called him a son and asks if that's part of the test, too. Dwayne freaks out, thinking he was talking to himself. Logan tells Dwayne to select the boy who just spoke, and says he needs a beating. Looking over the documents, Logan can hardly believe that 250 people passed with flying colors. He thinks about selecting about 500, no holding back, to form a force of 1,000. On the training grounds, Victor is training with his sword. He swings the blade with force, catching the attention of some knights. Victor can only think about what Logan told him. If he can perform the sword technique 1,000 times without a mistake, he can become a knight and awaken his inner strength. He grips the sword hilt and tells himself he needs to become a knight as soon as possible. Victoria, his sister, watches him with concern. Victor thinks that Logan wouldn't wait for him forever. Just then, Victoria spots Logan. He signals for her to stay quiet because he wanted to check on Victor. Logan thinks he has a lot of talent and that even while swinging the sword wildly, he maintains a correct basic stance. He shouts to Victor and informs him that the next day, he'll be leaving the McLean Castle property to train soldiers in the Thessalon territory, which will last until winter. He invites Victor to come with him. Victor asks if he can bring Rhea along. Logan questions if it's a good idea to bring his sister to a training camp full of men, but Victor yells that it is. Logan sighs and tells Victor that Rhea can come, and he points a finger, warning that if there's any trouble, it's on him. Victor replies that he'll take very good care of his sister. Logan asks if Victoria is really that precious to him, and Victor hesitates, but then lets it all out. He tells Logan that his parents died because of him, and that Rhea has no parents because of him, so he has to protect her. Logan looks at him without saying a word, then puts a hand on Victor's shoulder and says it's okay, and to keep up the good work. A few days later at Thessalon Castle, Kezalon is grilling the kids Logan selected. He makes them run 5 laps around the wall, and as punishment, the last 100 will have to do 2 more. The kids are terrified, but Kezalon yells at them to stop messing around and start running. Logan compliments Kezalon, saying he has a knack for being a sergeant. The warrior replies that since he's being treated like a knight, he agreed to renew his contract. He whispers in Logan's ear, asking if he's planning to start some kind of war in the next 2 years. Logan just smiles, not answering, but Kezalon knows that war is inevitable. The two get distracted when one of the recruits shouts something about someone being a monster. They're talking about Victor, who's first in the race. The others are startled. One of them asks what he's made of, and another replies that Victor is Logan's slave. Hearing this, the first one feels motivated and starts running again, shouting that he won't lose to Victor. Kezalon notices the winner effect that Logan talks so much about. Logan comments that he doesn't expect them to have exceptional physical skills, but the will to not give up is enough. He thinks Victor will absorb strength and that his power will awaken soon, becoming the soldier's greatest motivator. Next, the kids are taken to the barracks, where tables full of food await them. They eat heartily, thanking Logan. Rhea is also in the lodging, serving meals. The boys are mesmerized by her, and one of them calls her an angel. Victor notices the admiration and emits a threatening aura. He points his finger at the boys and warns them to look away before he gouges their eyes out. They fall silent. Another boy, behind Victor's table, stares at Rhea with a lecherous look. Outside the barracks, Victor dashes out with a piece of bread in his hand. He had asked an older woman where Rhea had gone, and she said she'd use the back door to take out the trash. Worry takes over the young man, as Rhea shouldn't be alone at night. He hears a noise coming from an alley and goes to investigate. What he sees leaves him speechless. The apprentice with the lecherous look is trying to take advantage of Rhea. Tears stream down her face, and the bread in Victor's hand falls to the ground. The rookie stammers, but Victor is already in action with a powerful knee strike. He shatters the guy's nose and sends him to the floor. He stands in front of Rhea, ready to attack again. The apprentice spits, calling him a bastard and demanding to know how a mere slave dares to touch him. But Victor lands another blow, almost knocking him out. Rhea lets out a startled scream, paralyzed. Victor grabs the man by the hair and starts punching him relentlessly, growling for him to die. Around a corner, another apprentice witnesses the scene and runs for help. Victor sees nothing but red. Each punch brings flashes of his past, memories of the night he and Rhea lost their parents. Suddenly, a voice shouts from behind, snapping Victor out of his rage. He turns and sees Logan. Logan tells him to get a grip and look around. A maid enters, gently guiding Rhea away. Kezalan tries to process the chaos. Logan points to the lifeless body and tells Kezalan to deal with it. Victor keeps his head down, waiting for his punishment, and apologizes. Logan asks if he regrets it, and Victor says no, but he's sorry for killing one of Logan's soldiers without permission. Logan acknowledges that he's not entirely wrong, but points out that he should regret bringing his sister to the camp. Logan explains that his stubbornness almost got Rhea hurt. He continues, saying it's better to leave Rhea in a safe place than to bring her into danger. Logan allowed Victor to bring her so he could learn the consequences of his actions. He asks Victor if he understood the lesson. Victor nods silently. Logan tells Victor that although killing is a crime, Rhea was a victim, and he did well to protect her. But he warns him that next time, he should ask for permission before taking such a drastic step, as he doesn't want his future nights delayed because of some pervert. Inside the castle, Kezalan and Logan are in a deep conversation. Kezalan questions whether Logan should really decide this issue on his own. Logan replies that Victor is his property, and that he used him to rid the world of a disgusting criminal. He frames it another way, saying he used his property to get rid of a criminal, and asks what Kezalan thinks of that version of the story. Kezalan asks if Victor killed the recruit under his orders. Logan nods and starts to detail his plan. The apprentice's crimes will be exposed, and his body will be hung from the castle gates as a warning. He instructs Kezalan to inform the soldiers. Kezalan changes the subject, noticing that Logan is marking something on a map. He asks what the young man is up to. Logan replies that it's a surprise. The markings on the map highlight areas where monsters have been recently spotted. News of Victor's actions spreads, and when they find out what the dead recruit intended to do to Rhea, the shock turns to fury. The crowd wanted to dig up the body and finish him off again. Logan listens to the conversation and thinks the situation resolved itself quite well. Time passes. 3 months later, snow covers the trees, heralding winter. Logan and Kezalan talk, observing the landscape. Logan comments that the new year is near, and Kezalan talks about how time has flown. In 90 days of training, the group of 1,000 apprentices has dwindled to 987, with 1 death and 12 dropouts. Kezalan is satisfied, noting that no one else is giving up. Logan thinks the basic training is finally over. He has already asked Hamar to make 400 more crossbows. He asks if the apprentices are ready for combat training. Patrick confirms and suggests the forest at the base of the mountain range as a suitable location. He says it's time to advance the training, as the knights will need real combat experience. Logan asks if they have mastered the Iron Blood sword technique yet. Patrick replies that true mastery will only come with fighting. Logan's smile widens with a psychotic touch, and he agrees. Kezalan turns pale, and a drop of sweat runs down his face, realizing where Logan got his intense and slightly crazy tendencies. A few days later, in the heart of the southern McLean mountain range, Patrick appears, all decked out in his armor. He orders the knights to draw their swords and control their breathing. They focus their aura, and at Patrick's command, they attack the giant trees with their blades. Even the knights are stunned by the power they just unleashed. Logan, beside his father, watches with satisfaction, but Patrick remains serene. The apprentices, however, are ecstatic, whispering among themselves, wondering if they'll ever reach that level. Logan yells for the apprentices to stay alert, reminding everyone that this is no ordinary forest, but a monster-infested forest. As if on cue, goblins start emerging from the shadows, and the knights, eager to fight, waste no time. The knights charged against the goblins, striking with precision and ferocity. They cut them down like a storm. The goblins, overwhelmed by the knights' power, tried to flee in panic, but Logan had already anticipated this. He ordered the troops to ready their crossbows. At his signal, a shower of arrows rained down on the battlefield, eliminating any goblin that tried to escape. The cavalry laughed, mocking the fear they had once felt for the creatures. Their joy was short-lived. A massive, terrifying paw appeared before them, and the knights prepared to attack. A pack of wolves charged forward, but these weren't ordinary wolves. They were horned wolves. The knights formed a defensive line. In an instant, one of the wolves sank its jaws into a knight's sword. The situation got tough for the knights. Suddenly, Kezalan ordered the cavalry to use their crossbows. Arrows cut through the sky, hitting the wolves, who let out horrible screams of pain. But the arrows seemed ineffective and shattered on impact. A soldier, trembling, exclaimed that the arrows had no effect. Logan yelled for the knights to hold the formation. The mission was clear. No wolf could get through. The winner of Stan leaped forward, determined determined to test his strength against one of the wolves. The blow was so strong it sent the wolf flying several meters back, but a blood-curdling scream cut through the air behind him. When he turned, he saw a wolf sinking its teeth into a recruit's leg, while another stood paralyzed with terror. A flaming strike cut through the air, and Logan unleashed his fury on the wolf, finishing it in a single blow. He ordered the terrified apprentice to pull himself together and take the wounded to a safe place. The recruit responded immediately and ran. Logan thought that, as he suspected, most of the apprentices weren't prepared for chaotic skirmishes, but those who ranked in the top 100 in the census test stood out. One of the apprentices, cornered, noticed another wolf approaching from behind. Victor appeared out of nowhere and slit the second wolf's throat. Victor looked at the bloodied sword, and a faint smile formed on his face. The other apprentices stared at him, dumbfounded. Logan saw the scene and realized that Victor had finally broken free from his limitations. The battle was nearing its end, and the last wolf was taken down by Patrick. Logan asked the captain if that was all of them. The captain confirmed. Patrick commented that it had been a month and a half since the combat training began, and clearing all these places took much longer than expected. The captain agreed, explaining that discovering 3 cities infested with thousands of monsters was monumental. The young man shuddered at the thought of all those monsters invading the castle at once. He thanked God they had discovered the threats in time. Logan was coordinating the knights and soldiers, insisting they hold on just a little longer, and instructing them to finish felling a huge tree trunk and transport it to the construction site. The knights, however, grumbled about how they were felling monsters and trees non-stop, without a single break. Logan ignored the complaints and commented on how absurd it was that such valuable trees were left unused just because there were monsters nearby. With his characteristic killer smile, he thought the situation was perfect, as he was managing to train the soldiers and collect wood for the city at the same time. Patrick watched it all and thought that Logan seemed more interested in getting wood than in training the troops. Logan continued to wonder if awakening one's strength didn't require a sixth sense, a survival instinct. If everything went as planned during the Grandia Civil War, they could quickly reinforce their forces for the inevitable conflict with the Empire. Hamar noticed a smile on the young man's face and asked what was amusing him. Logan ignored him and changed the subject, saying that with enough wood, they could move forward with the construction of McLean Town. Logan asked if Hamar could finish the project on time, and Hamar nodded confidently. He explained that with the support of the mages and the motivation of the workers, the task would be manageable. Logan wondered if Hamar had always been so reliable and credited it to his vacation. But just when Hamar's confidence was at its peak, Logan reminded him of another task, the Magic Tower. Clayton cast a spell, conjuring a wall of earth, and the workers watched, stunned. Logan urged them to stop admiring and start collecting the soil, as planned. Logan approached Clayton, thanking him for fulfilling his requests. Clayton brushed off the concern and said that with the promise of an annual support fund of 10 million gold, it hardly mattered if the place was a small town. He said that if everything went as planned, the city would become the center of the region. Logan interrupted him, stating that his only goal was to make the city a nice place for people to live in peace. Clayton was stunned and exclaimed that McLean was truly a territory for the people. He shouted dramatically that Logan had his vote. Logan ignored the comment and told Clayton that the earth walls were good enough, as this place would never become a battlefield. "Because I'll never let that happen, after all. I plan on invading someone else before that happens," he said. In the silence of the night, Logan stood in the forest, holding his sword in an unusual position. Suddenly, with an explosion of energy, he lunged forward. A single radiant beam of light shot from the sword, tearing through the darkness. The beam exploded, and when the light faded, it was clear the young man was aiming to shatter a massive rock. Logan inspected the result and noticed that the beam had not only pierced the rock, but continued through the trees behind it. He thought that the technique he had just used was the second form of the divine sword secrets. He needed to get stronger. 2 months later, the village construction is finished. Families start moving in, and the beginning of summer brings a sense of vibrancy to the new settlement. In the office, Logan and Dwayne discuss the city's progress. Dwayne reports that the area's recovery is going well, but notes a labor shortage. Logan reassures him, saying that refugees are constantly arriving, and instructs Dwayne to accept all newcomers. Dwayne asks about Hamar and is told he is still on vacation. Logan wonders if he gave him too much time off, but quickly dismisses the idea. Dwayne asks about a rumor that Hamar received a large amount of mithril before leaving. Logan confirms this and explains he gave the mithril to Hamar so he could create new weapons for the knights. Dwayne raises an eyebrow and comments that it doesn't sound much like a vacation. Logan replies that working with rare metals is a dream for dwarves and that Hamar must be thrilled. Far away, Viscount Max Peretta was boiling with rage, slamming his fist on the table. The McLeans had managed to reclaim the wasteland. He scoffs, saying that land like that could never be cultivated. The vassal explains that rumors are circulating about the source of their wealth. Some say Logan made a fortune in business, others that he discovered a gold mine. The Viscount ignores the gossip and asks about the harvest from the reclaimed land. The vassal estimates the production will be at least double theirs. The news only fuels the Viscount's fury, as he realizes they can't just stand by. He asks if they can come up with an excuse to invade. The vassal suggests using the people who fled to McLean as a pretext to infiltrate and claim the reclaimed land as compensation. The Viscount identifies the problem. It would be risky to act alone. He devises a plan. He will contact the Viscounty of Sylvan, as their people must have fled too, and together they can overpower the McLeans. In Logan's office, the mood is heavy. Patrick, Logan, Dwayne, and Heinkel are discussing training and military expansion. Logan informs them that he has selected about 300 talented recruits, and Patrick questions whether he truly believes they are worthy of becoming knights. Logan nods, and Dwayne comments that it seems like too many people. Heinkel calls the number absurd, arguing that even with intense training for 10 years, only 1 in 100 awakens their strength. Logan is unfazed and states they will maintain the training system. Dwayne yells that he's throwing money away, but Logan replies that the neighboring territories will provoke them anyway. Patrick asks him to explain. Logan clarifies that with McLean City in full swing and the fertile land, there's no way the vice-counties of Sylvan and Perita will stay quiet. Heinkel interrupts him, stating they have no excuse. Dwayne shouts, cutting Heinkel off, and insists the real issue is the influx of refugees. Logan asks his father to consider the number of refugees they've been receiving, and to wonder how many might have come from Perito or Sylvan. Dwayne, furious, yells at Logan, demanding to know why he didn't prevent the situation. Patrick seems to be putting the pieces together, and asks Logan directly if his goal was to start a war. Logan's answer is blunt. They are enemies, and we'll have to deal with them eventually. So why wait? Silence fills the room, and everyone from Heinkel to Dwayne is disappointed. Patrick wonders if he gave up his authority too quickly. Rick bursts into the room looking for Logan, and says that Sylvain and Perita have sent a voice message. Logan says things have already started, and they need to discuss how to handle the situation. Outside, 2 flags flutter in the breeze. They belong to the emissaries of Sylvan and Perita. The emissaries, who are silent, admire the beauty of the city. They note how the houses are organized around a large crossroads, and how clean and happy the people seem. They conclude that the city is worth taking. One of them tries to strike up a conversation with a soldier, who says the credit all goes to the first young master, Logan. The soldier praises Logan's skills, saying he is far more advanced than any other prince his age, and that Logan prioritizes the well-being of the land and its people. The soldier continues, telling an anecdote about Logan, but the envoys don't want to hear it. In the meeting room, the envoys stand before Logan and Patrick. They demand the return of the refugees and control over the Thesron plains. Logan and Patrick just lower their heads. Logan thinks they're asking for a war, and Patrick agrees. Heinkel decides to take charge and asks if Sylvan and Perita really want to go to war. Chaos erupts in the hall, and everyone starts shouting. One of the emissaries, terrified, points at Logan and Patrick, saying they can't intimidate envoys like this. Patrick is furious, but keeps his composure, and warns that they are the only ones declaring war, and that the McLeans do not fear it. The envoy says that if war breaks out, nothing but ashes will be left of the McLeans. Logan feels a knot in his stomach and jumps into the conversation, questioning how refugees can be used as bargaining chips. He tells his father that the envoys have forgotten their duties as nobles, and that there's no need for negotiation. The knights surround the emissaries, pointing their swords at them. The envoys ask if Logan and Patrick are trying to start a war. Logan walks down the stairs and replies that it's all-out war. He says they have the audacity to enter his castle and use foul words against him. Logan draws his sword, and one of the envoys tries to say he's crazy, but can't finish the sentence. Logan kills the guards in seconds and approaches the envoys. One of them, terrified, begs him not to come closer. Logan ignores him, wields his sword, and kills him on the spot. The other envoy falls to his knees, saying he will serve McLean's will and will relay every detail to his lord. Logan turns to his father, who nods. Logan then orders the knights to prepare for war, and they all cheer. On the same day, the McLeans send a magical transmission to the Viscounts, demanding compensation for the envoy's insolence. Viscount Soto Sylvan is furious. Sylvan scoffs at the demands, saying the McLeans don't have the strength to fight. Logan and Patrick watch the magic transmission globe, which summarizes Sylvan's demands: return the servants, pay 10 million in gold, and hand over the Thezron Plains. Patrick asks why the rush, since the McLeans have the power to crush the 6 counties. Logan warns that they need to occupy Sylvan as quickly as possible. Kezalon enters the room and reports that the count is finished. 389 regular soldiers, 100 from the main fortress, and 313 mercenaries, all ready. Logan praises Kezalon's work and asks about the armaments. Kezalon assures him that armor, spears, and crossbows have been provided and that they would not be outmatched. Logan thinks they wouldn't lose to Sylvan and Parita even if they attacked together, but he can't draw the attention of the factions vying for the throne. He wants the third prince to become king, as he is the only reasonable choice. Logan asks Kezalon if he has any good news. Kezalon replies that he does. Victor has awakened his strength and was waiting to report it directly to him. Logan gets excited and tells Kezalon to bring him in. Victor enters, and Logan cuts him off, telling him to show what happened. Victor concentrates his power and a gray smoke begins to envelop him. His power explodes and Logan and Patrick are left speechless. Logan tells Victor that he did a great job and promotes him to knight, tearing up the slave document. Victor is happy, but gets annoyed when Logan says his promotion will be postponed until after the war. Logan burns the slave document, thinking that Victor just wants to fight. He thinks he has already prepared an opponent for him, Runyon. Logan tells his father they should send a response to Sylvan. Patrick tells his son to skip the formalities and get straight to the point. Logan smiles and urges the soldiers to march towards the county of Sylvan. Logan bellows for Soto Sylvan to come and face him. Soto Sylvan is furious, and Captain Kellyan asks for permission to lead the charge, with 120 knights and 2,512 soldiers. Sylvan feels relieved because, although the number of McLean soldiers was larger than he expected, they still had the advantage, and Kellyan was also a high-ranking knight. Sylvan worries that Parita will betray him and concludes that McLean and Parita have teamed up against him. He screams in fury and orders Kellyan to contact the barony of Befros to prevent Parita from making any move. Kellyan confirms the orders. In front of the castle, Heinkel, Logan, and Patrick discuss strategy. Heinkel asks if it wouldn't be better to provide covering fire, but Patrick replies that they can't risk Viscount Sylvan escaping. Logan agrees and explains that Sylvan thinks their forces are superior and will come out soon. Heinkel is suspicious, as Logan seems to know Soto Sylvan. The gates of Sylvanweiss County open, and the Sylvan Knights advance. Patrick assesses the situation and comments that Sylvan has 3,000 regular soldiers. Heinkel says that's 1.5 times more than the McLeans. Kellyan tries to say something, but Patrick orders his soldiers to advance. Kellyan calls him insolent and says the McLean soldiers are a bunch of rabble. Kezalon orders the mercenaries to ready their crossbows. Kellyan wonders what Patrick is thinking and tells his men to raise their shields. Kezalon gives the order for the soldiers to fire, and a shower of arrows falls. Kellyan smiles, thinking they would have no effect, but the arrows pierce the shields. Kellyan is furious and yells for his men to advance with full force. Kezalon orders everyone to spread out, which confuses Kellyan. The crossbow cavalry splits and targets the soldiers, and Kellyan wets himself in fear. He thinks about retreating, but it's too late. Patrick appears and challenges the Sylvan Knights to face him. Kellyan is stunned by Patrick's power, who takes down 4 knights at once. Kellyan realizes that Patrick has reached the advanced level. Patrick gives the order for the McLean soldiers to annihilate the opponent. The McLean Knights charge with everything they have and slaughter the Sylvan enemies. Heinkel acknowledges that 2 months ago, the Sylvan Knights were a match for them. Heinkel smiles, happy to see his knights getting more powerful. He then looks at Logan and Patrick and comments that their lord's training was not in vain. On the battlefield, Reiko is in a duel and Samora arrives to help him. They didn't count on Reiko's strength, who disarmed 2 of them. The knights realize that Reiko is a high-ranking knight, thanks to learning the Iron Blood Sword. Logan charges at Kellyan, who realizes he's in trouble. Logan remembers his training, having completed the second form of the Divine Sword secrets and his barrier. Logan and Kellyan wield their swords. Kellyan retreats with each attack, annoyed, and calls Logan a blockhead. Kellyan attacks with full force, but Logan dodges, and the blade only cuts his ear. Logan applauds the maneuver and admits he didn't think all of Kellyan's swords were real. Kellyan conjures another sword, but Logan doesn't seem worried. Kellyan realizes that the closer he gets, the more his swords fail. Logan tries to annoy him, calling him weak. Kellyan is visibly irritated and prepares to attack Logan once more. Logan closes his eyes, and his core seems to change, becoming a 2-star core. He dodges Kellyan's attack and ends up behind him. The battle turns in Logan's favor, who manages to wound Kellyan badly. Kellyan realizes that Logan has become a high-ranking knight. Logan raises his sword and concentrates his aura, ready to take him down. Logan uses his raw strength and jumps high into the air, deciding to defeat Kellyan in the most flamboyant way possible. He concentrates his aura and prepares his secret technique, the Divine Ripple, releasing a huge wave of aura. Callian tries to block, but it's useless. Logan defeats Callian, and the Sylvan troops realize the fight is over. Logan stands up, imposing, and shouts that he has taken down the enemy leader. Seconds later, Patrick announces the capture of Soto Sylvan and orders everyone to surrender. Logan smiles and thinks to himself. After the war, the Sylvan fiefdom lost 42 knights and 1,223 soldiers. The MacLeans, on the other hand, lost only 5 knights and no soldiers. A man is informed by his vassal that Sylvan lost to the MacLeans, and he concludes that it's time to act. Back in Sylvan V County, Soto Sylvan is kneeling before Patrick, who gives him one last chance. He must apologize, take the bare minimum of his belongings, and leave the lands with his family. Soto Sylvan, looking up, says that the takeover will not be tolerated by the royalty. Logan, behind him, thinks that's the worst thing he could have said to Patrick. The fall of the MacLeans can be attributed to the Count's mismanagement at the time, but the one who caused a rebellion to profit from the chaos was Beffros. Logan thinks that thanks to royal intervention, Beffros had no authority to order the MacLean house to serve him, but just hearing the name sends Patrick's mood down the drain. Patrick asks Sylvan if he wants to die. Soto tries to say something, but Logan cuts his throat and leaves him to bleed out. Logan explains to Patrick that he respected him by giving him an honorable death. Patrick nods and says he did a good job. Logan thinks he hopes other nobles won't use this to attack them, especially Beffros, who is an enemy they can't face yet. A few weeks passed, and in Sylvan Castle, Logan and his father Patrick were having a chat. Logan commented that despite being on guard, Perita had shown no signs of attack. Patrick then asked if there was any reason for her to do so. The young man responded with another question. What if Perita attacked Tesseron Castle? Patrick downplayed the concern, telling Logan to relax since Clayton was there. The young man agreed that brute force wasn't the only thing that helped them defeat Viscount Sylvan. The truth is, they won because Sylvan underestimated them, while the MacLeans went all in, using everything they had, not to mention their ace in the hole, Clayton himself and his stone golems, hidden in Tesseron Castle. Even with all this help, Logan knew that managing 3 castles like that wouldn't work. They needed a way to optimize things. The young man proposed to his father that they move the center of their lands to the cities, which would make managing the 3 castles much easier. 2 nearby vassals agreed, as they had cleared the monster-infested woods and leaving minimal forces in MacLean wouldn't be a problem. They could keep the knights in the cities, ready to march to Tesseron or Sylvan at a moment's notice. Patrick thought the idea was great. Logan, happy, said that now he wouldn't have to handle everything alone. His father then congratulated him and asked how many knights they had captured. Logan replied that it was 75, all imprisoned in cells, with 8 of them being intermediate knights. The young man asked if he could try to convince them to serve the MacLeans. Logan thought that a single battle had yielded so many knights that it was more efficient than selecting young talents, but also considered that if Sylvan had been more cautious, they would have had many more casualties and captured only a quarter of the knights. He thought it was unlikely to happen again, and they shouldn't get attached to that victory. Patrick, on the other hand, was beaming, telling Logan that with these forces, not even Peretta seemed intimidating. He praised him, stating that all of this was thanks to his son, and smiled like the proudest father in the world. Seeing his father's reaction, Logan blushed and fell silent. Patrick then told him to enjoy it, at least for that day. The father and son's joy was short-lived. A vassal arrived with news from Beffros, leaving Logan and Patrick stunned. The vassal read the letter aloud. Beffros called himself the Lord of the Southwest and expressed his discomfort with the MacLean family's annual wars. Patrick almost had a fit just hearing Beffros call himself the Lord of the Southwest. The vassal continued reading. In the letter, the Lord said that at the request of Viscount Sylvan, Peretta and the MacLeans should cease the conflict immediately. With every word, Patrick grew more and more furious, ranting that they were the ones who started the war and now they were asking for intervention. Logan thought they should finish hearing the letter. Beffros acknowledged that the conflict was constant because he himself had failed to fulfill his duties as a lord, nor promoted coexistence in the region. Therefore, Roger Beffros, on his 50th birthday next month, was inviting the heirs of each family in the Southwest to discuss the future of the region. Patrick lost his composure, calling it all nonsense and tearing the clothes off the vassal reading the letter. He continued shouting that there would be no trip, as the MacLeans did not serve Beffros. The letter ended by saying that not attending would be seen as a refusal to dialogue, and Patrick declared they would not bow to threats. But Logan went against his father, thinking the invitation sounded interesting. Patrick stared at his son with an expression he had never seen before, and despite saying he respected his wishes, started yelling again, tearing the last piece of paper covering the vassal. He swore the MacLeans would not kneel before Beffros even if he died. It was then that Logan picked up a plant and asked his father if he wanted a burial right now. But one of the knights accompanying them stopped the fight. saying there would be no patricide there. Patrick calmed down, took a deep breath, and asked Logan what he was thinking. Logan explained there was no way to beat Bifrost now. The young man acknowledged the truth. They had about 200 elite knights, over 500 high-ranking ones, and a total of over 300 knights, and that was just a fraction of Bifrost's forces. Things looked good for the McLeans, but they were walking on eggshells. They needed time to unite the Sylvan Knights and make Parita serve them. Furthermore, Logan needed time to learn the third style of the divine sword secrets, and for the other knights to train. Patrick understood everything, but warned that the Southwest was different, because unlike other lords, Bifrost couldn't demand loyalty from other nobles. Logan disagreed, saying that in the capital he discovered that Percival and Rothman had sworn loyalty to Bifrost a long time ago, which left Patrick in shock. Logan smiled, glad to have permission to go. He told his father not to worry, that he knew his abilities and that they would see the trip as a chance to see how their ancestral lands had changed. The next morning, back in McLean City, Logan was approached by H. Hamar. Shamer asked if it was true he was being sold to the enemies, but Logan had no idea what he was talking about. Realizing the situation, the warrior Logan got annoyed. He punched H. Hamer in the face and told him to stop believing stupid rumors. H. Hamer then replied that most rumors about Logan were true and that it wasn't his fault. Logan was at a loss for words. H. Hamer took something from his back, unwrapped it, and asked Logan to take it. It was a sword of pure mithril, which left Logan speechless. On the Bifrost estate, Plone Parita, heir to the Parita estate, arrived by carriage and noticed something strange. A man in a cloak, traveling alone. He soon realized it was Logan McLean and was shocked that he had managed to occupy the Sylvan barony. He thought the McLean family must have suffered heavy losses for Logan to be traveling unaccompanied. Plone got out of the carriage and asked why he was receiving the same treatment as someone who seemed to be a nobody. A guard tried to intervene, but Plone paid no mind, introducing himself to Logan and saying he had heard of him, especially how he killed 6 knights in the blink of an eye. Plone noticed Logan's sword was clean, and upon shaking the young man's hand, commented that he looked much younger and that the stories about him must be exaggerated. Logan smirked and shook Plone's hand so hard he almost broke it. It was in that moment that Plone realized Logan was much stronger than he thought. They let go of each other's hands with Plone's trembling, and Logan apologized, saying he had misunderstood his intentions as a strength competition. Plone held back tears and, calling him an idiot, drew his sword, ready to teach the McLean a lesson. The guard tried to warn him that personal fights were forbidden, but Logan threw off his cloak and told Plone he talked too much. Plone was furious and ordered his knights to attack Logan. The young man prepared himself, concentrated his aura, and passed through each of the guards in an instant, ending up behind them with his sword at Plone's neck. Plone felt no force coming from Logan and realized the blow had come solely from the sword's power. A guard approached, asking where he had bought the weapon, and Logan replied curtly that it was rude to ask. Plone thought Logan was just a lucky guy who had found a good sword somewhere. At that moment, a man in full armor emerged from the gate. It was Sir Frums, the Moonlight Knight, a knight of such a high level that Bifrost could only have sent him to receive them for a good reason. Sir Frums looked at Logan, asked if he was a McLean, and expressed his surprise at seeing such a young intermediate knight. Plone and his knights were speechless. Plone realized that must be the reason for Logan's strength, and not just his skill with the sword. From a high-ranking knight onwards, there was a unique energy that couldn't be hidden, and Logan thought it best to only show the strength he had, to reduce the attention on himself. Logan placed his hand on his chest in a sign of respect, and said he strove to one day be as powerful as Sir Frums, who advised him not to be content, and to aim to become a superhuman. Afterward, Sir Frums led them inside, informing them that the heirs of Percival and Ruffman had already arrived, and they should wait until the party tomorrow night. Plone tried to mock Logan again, saying he had no party clothes and offering to lend him pajamas, but Logan ignored him and asked a servant where his room was. Logan thought that Plone really didn't understand his situation, and that occupying the Parita wouldn't be difficult. Logan looked up at the building, remembering what Plone had said. He thought he didn't intend to take off his armor anyway, as he was on the land his ancestors had lost and couldn't let his guard down. Logan stood before Lord Bifrost, who ordered him to unsheathe his sword. The young man bowed his head, greeted the Lord, and wished him a happy birthday. The people around thought Logan's attitude was stupid and called him a country bumpkin. Logan observed the castles and cities and was surprised to see that the people were quite friendly and said Bifrost was a good man. Bifrost welcomed Logan with open arms and said that since he had come all this way, he presumed the McLeans would follow his wishes. Logan replied that if Bifrost's wishes were for peace, they would always be ready to march by his side. Bifrost praised him, called him enlightened, and invited him to enjoy the party. The young man realized that Bifrost was also impressed impressive. He was a 5th circle mage, which made him as formidable as an advanced knight in a war. Logan's thoughts were interrupted by an announcement. Count Befros would make a speech. Befros began by thanking everyone who attended his birthday, and also the second prince, for granting him the Sun's Tier. People were shocked by the intimacy Befros had with the prince himself. Befros continued, saying it was time for the Southwest to leave traditions behind and unite, as the second prince, the top contender for the throne, wished. Logan thought this was just an elegant way for Befros to tell everyone to place themselves under the prince's command. Befros finished by saying that Logan was a great young man, the standout who led the MacLeans to victory in 2 wars, and a genius who became an intermediate knight at just 21. Befros extended his hand, saying he didn't intend to force such a talented man, but merely to make an offer. He revealed that Count Valtramine, the second prince's grandfather, was looking for talented guys like Logan to be his pupils. The young man was at a loss for words, but replied that he felt honored, but already had a master. Befros asked if it was his father, but Logan said he was trained by a great man and regretted having to refuse. Befros commented that youth really does act fast, and said that the flaming heat sword himself would appear soon, and asked Logan to receive some instruction from him. He warned that he would make the same offer to all the heirs present, and that Logan could even call his own teacher to the lesson. The young man then stopped caring about the teaching, and more about the fact that Befros was trying everything to rope in the MacLeans. Logan thought it would be difficult to refuse again, and, luckily, had already taken precautions. He thanked him for the compliments and said he couldn't refuse the request, since Befros was so insistent. Befros thanked Logan for accepting, and said that his choice would be the first step in uniting the Southwest. He added that Percival and Ruffman had already agreed to join, and that in gratitude, he would personally gift those heirs. Vassals brought a table into the room with 2 artifacts, a sword and a hammer. Logan thought that, of course, the Count would give a gift of at least 12 million gold. He wondered if Befros would really give something like that as a gift, and, as if reading his thoughts, Befros called Ramon Percival and Eric Rothman out of the crowd. He asked if they would swear loyalty, and the 2 knelt. Befros then bestowed upon Ramon the sword of Lambton, and upon Eric the hammer of Jackson. Befros promised that those who served him would receive their due reward, staring at Logan. Parita, drunk, emerged from the crowd and asked if Logan's sword didn't look better. He insisted that Logan's sword looked much better, further insulting the Count. Logan thought that Parita had dug his own grave. The sword, named Lux, had a strength that matched most artifacts. Logan thought that in the worst-case scenario, he would use the sword to negotiate or buy time. But Parita had ruined everything. Befros asked if Logan's sword was so extraordinary, and the young man replied that he was lucky to get a weapon forged by dwarves. Befros asked if he could inspect the sword, but Logan knew that if he handed it over, he would never see it again. He said that even though he was young, it was hard to hand over his partner. Befros proposed that instead of handing over the sword, Logan demonstrate its strength in an exhibition fight against Ramon. The young man smiled, said the situation had taken an unexpected turn, but there was no reason to refuse. Logan drew his sword and said he would comply with the order. In the training room, he and Ramon faced each other. Ramon offered the first attack, but Logan refused, saying he didn't want to hear later that he had some advantage. Ramon called him arrogant and began to charge his aura. The women in the room commented on the beauty of Ramon's sword. Logan wondered if he wasn't trying to draw too much attention, which would make him a perfect target to die. In contrast, H. Hamar's weapon was very simple, but had perfect balance, cutting edge, and resistance. Ramon asked if Logan's pretty little sword could stand up to an artifact. Logan thought that Ramon was even dumber than Parita. Ramon leaped forward, ready to take Logan down. The young man looked at the audience, spotted Sir Frums, and thought he needed to hide his strength and confidence. He needed to stumble, get scratched, and occasionally make a good counterattack. He should show a bit of vigor and, after defeating him, finish with a one-liner. Logan held the sword to Ramon's neck and said he was lucky. Ramon shouted that it was all a mistake, that he wasn't used to the sword. Befros said that Ramon had disappointed him. Logan was disappointed too. Befros apologized to Logan and said he would open his treasury, allowing the young man to choose any artifact he wanted. Logan thought that Befros was trying to keep him there at all costs, confident that no matter what Logan took, he would be able to get it back. At that moment, a servant ran in, informing the Count that the Sword Duke had made contact for his birthday. The information left Befros dumbfounded. Felix Esperanza congratulated the Count, one of the kingdom's most trusted pillars, and regretted not being able to attend. Befros thanked him. Suddenly, Felix noticed Logan in the background and asked Befros if it was really him. Everyone in the room was stunned. Befros started to sweat. Logan realized his request had been granted and stepped forward, calling Felix master. Everyone was gobsmacked. Felix turned to Bifrost and asked if it was true. Bifrost changed his mind and said that if the sword himself desired Logan, he could postpone his own needs. Logan thought he had made the right move by asking for Felix's help, who, being a neutral superhuman, couldn't have his orders denied. Felix winked at Logan, saying he couldn't wait to see him in the capital. Logan bowed his head and thanked him. Bifrost almost had an aneurysm. The next day, Logan was in Bifrost's artifact room. A guard informed him he had 1 hour and could choose only one treasure. Logan observed the 30 or so artifacts, skipped the weapons, and noticed that all the force was converging on a pair of armored boots in a glass cabinet. He was skeptical, as he felt no magic emanating from them, but realized they continued to suck his energy. He wondered what would happen if he kept feeding them his strength, and surprisingly, his energy began to be sucked away like a wave. Logan shouted defiantly, "Let's see who wins!" He continued pouring more and more energy into the boots. Suddenly, a wave of energy emanated from the boots, and Logan was thrown backward. His strength returned. At that moment, he realized something. That night, Bifrost asked if Logan McLean had already left. With 3 days left until the party, he concluded the young man really wanted to screw him over. Furious, Bifrost ordered his knights to follow him and retrieve the artifact. Logan was relaxing by a campfire. Suddenly, he felt a murderous intent that made him jump up. Looking at the trees, he realized it was a pursuer from Bifrost. A hooded man emerged from the bushes, and Logan quickly realized that Bifrost had sent a group of 4. The man in front warned his accomplices that they could do whatever they wanted, as long as they didn't kill him. The 3 men jumped Logan, but he didn't wait and went on the offensive. The guys panicked, not understanding how an intermediate knight could move so fast. Logan thought he had made a great choice with those boots. Besides a triple jump in the air, they also self-repaired and were size adjustable. He concluded the boots were, at the very least, an artifact above the 4th level, and a fitting name would be Boots of the Wind God. The men asked for permission to aim for vital points, and the hooded figure let out a sound of disgust, saying it was shameful. The man jumped from behind with a silver aura, and Logan was surprised. He managed to block, but was pushed back. Logan concentrated his aura, preparing for a brutal fight. He told the man he never imagined the title of Moonlight was earned with sneaky tactics. Soon after, he recognized the man's true identity, Sir Franz. Sir Franz revealed that Logan not only hid his true strength, but surpassed it, and that he knew about the artifact Logan possessed. Sir Franz said he would take the artifact as payment for the lesson he was about to give. Logan asked what lesson that was, since Sir Franz should be ashamed of his title, the Moonlight Knight. Sir Franz replied that was why he intended to teach a harsh lesson. Logan wondered what was wrong with his peculiar stance, which seemed to hold a whip. Sir Franz began to use his strength, attacking Logan with a blade of force that moved like a whip. Logan blocked the attacks and commented that they were relentless. He realized he couldn't last long and needed to use everything he had. He charged his aura and managed to attack Sir Franz from behind. However, he didn't feel a single scratch. Suddenly, he realized something. He did a backflip, dodging one of Sir Franz's blows. Sir Franz asked how he could dodge his attacks, and if they were the secret arts of the Sword Duke. Logan didn't seem interested in what he was saying, thinking that if Sir Franz was still standing, his attack hadn't been good enough. He thought that if he didn't have the abilities of the Boots of the Wind God, he would have taken the attack head-on. Logan replied that he wasn't using any secret arts, and asked Sir Franz to wait a moment, as he would show him a secret technique. Sir Franz, arrogant, said he would wait. Logan thought that Sir Franz's arrogance made things easier. He charged his aura, concentrating on the sword, thinking that if he lost, he would not only lose Lux and the boots, but Sir Franz would also ensure he never held a sword again. He opened his eyes, declaring that the time was now. Sir Franz attacked him, but the instant he was about to plunge his sword into the young man's heart, everything exploded around them. Sir Franz hadn't counted on the strength Logan truly possessed. The warrior managed to conjure a blade of aura, the 3rd form of the divine sword secrets, and was ready to take down Sir Franz. Sir Franz hit the ground. He realized he was in real danger. The impact of the attack was so great that the knights accompanying him started searching for him. Sir Franz coughed up blood. He managed to dodge, but said it would have been better to die alongside Logan than to return defeated. Logan rode off on his horse, thinking about how he had hesitated. He remembered when Sir Franz attacked him while he was charging the 3rd style, and the coin-sized hole in his chest. He thought the talk and excitement were pure facade, but at least one thing was certain. With his skills and the treasures he possessed, he could definitely defeat an advanced knight. Suddenly, he fell off his horse, which continued on. At the McLean mansion, Rick and Dwayne were gobsmacked to see him in tatters and asked what had happened. Logan said he had fallen off his horse. His return caused a commotion. The incident was set aside. Patrick was ashamed, saying that Logan was enduring all these hardships because the family lacked power. Logan told his father they could soon repay them in kind, but for that, he needed to reorganize their forces. On the training field, Rania brandished his sword. He remembered what Logan had told him, that the war would be easy and he didn't need Rania, who should hone his skills. Rania thought he couldn't let Logan treat him like a child anymore. He was interrupted by Logan, who invited him to take a break and introduced him to the person he would be training with from now on, Victor. Rania was stunned. Victor wore new, shiny armor. Rania asked if the armor fit well, but could only think that Victor looked to be his age and wondered if he was also a Force user. Logan confirmed that Victor had recently awakened his strength and was the same age as Rania, which would be good encouragement. Rania asked Logan what he meant by training together, and Logan replied, "Fighting." They stared at each other, ready to fight. Logan gave the signal for them to begin. Victor attacked Rania's neck, but he managed to dodge and realized that Victor was using the Iron Blood sword. Rania decided to fight back. Rania charged forward, ready to take Victor down. Victor realized he was in trouble. Rania released a powerful wave of energy, but Victor managed to dodge, jumping high into the air. He prepared his next attack, trying to catch Rania by surprise. Victor plunged his sword into the ground, creating a crater, but Rania moved at the last second and called him a monster. Victor didn't seem bothered. Logan started laughing, asking Rania who was calling whom a monster. Rania resumed his stance, thinking he should give it his all. Victor smiled, looking very relaxed. Logan watched the fight from a safe distance and realized his thinking was correct. They had synergy. Victor had perfected his learning of the Iron Blood sword and was adjusting it to his style. Rania, who was already experienced, moved without being tied to forms. Rania shouted that Victor couldn't use punches, and the other replied that anything goes in a fight, which made Logan laugh again. He asked them not to go so hard, and thought that there were 7 more years until the Empire's war began, and that Rania and Victor would be ready in 5 or 6 years. He thought it would be great if Victor learned the secrets of the Divine Sword, but he would need a catalyst to keep him there. In Logan's office, Clayton and his disciples were shocked by what he told them. Victor could see the mana band. Logan tried to get Victor to learn something she liked to keep her at the castle. When Victor said he wanted to learn how to move clay dolls with that yellow thread, Logan was flabbergasted. Clayton interrupted, asking if she could see where he was sending his mana. Victor pointed to one of the disciples, calling him old, and said that's where he was sending his mana. They tried again, and Victor said Clayton was sending the mana to the water bottle. Clayton grabbed Victor by the shoulders and said she was special, that not even the great mages of legend could see mana with their own eyes. Logan wondered if seeing mana was really that impressive. He asked Victor if she was sure she wanted to learn magic. She replied that if that's how she would control the giant doll, then yes, she wanted to. Logan insisted, and Victor explained that if she could control it, she could do so much more. Logan told Clayton he would entrust Victor to him, but the young man had already disappeared. Clayton shouted for someone to bring a measuring tape while he measured Victor. Logan thought that Victor had the talent to become a great mage and that the 2 siblings were geniuses. He pondered that their forces were getting stronger and that maybe it was time to go to Grand, since he had made a promise to his master. He thought he would go alone, but not everything went as planned. 7 knights surrounded Logan, ready to defend him. Captain Henderson of the 18th Squadron of the McLean Knights introduced himself, but Logan seemed irritated and told them to get lost. Patrick had warned that it would be rude to the Sword Duke, and that Logan should take at least the minimum number of assistants. Logan asked Rick what he was doing there, and Rick replied that it wouldn't be appropriate for the heir of a noble family to walk around without a personal servant. Logan didn't buy it, and asked if Rick had gone because he wanted to visit the capital. Rick broke into a cold sweat and said yes, because no one in his fiefdom talked to him anymore, and he needed to get married. Logan put his fingers in his ears and commented that they would only slow him down. Logan had 2 goals for the journey. First, to identify possible changes in the future, and second, to find the 3rd prince to create a link with the hill. He remembered the story of the royal family. The current king, Samuel Vaughn, had no heir until he was 40, so he had 2 sons with concubines. 10 years later, the queen gave birth to the 3rd prince, who surpassed his brothers and became the successor. Logan knew that in the winter, shortly before the 3rd prince came of age, the civil war would begin with the king's death. The 1st prince, Juan Doblas, a 6th circle mage, and the 2nd prince, Jordan Valtermine, would have the support of their grandfathers. Logan saw the 3rd prince about to be executed, but Felix appeared, claiming that the king's will was for the 3rd prince to live. Despite getting the upper hand, the 3rd prince ended up leading the country to ruin in the following 5 years. Therefore, Logan's goal goal was to never allow that man to become king. He thought the second prince was cut from the same cloth and needed to see with his own eyes if the third prince was worthy of being king. Inside the castle, Logan's servants were speechless. Rick approached and asked if Logan didn't think it would be good for the family to make some connections, and asked for a little help getting close to one of the maids. Logan, annoyed, hit Rick on the head, who fell to the ground. A man approached to greet Logan and took him to Felix's office. The man introduced himself as Louis Ryan, the Duke's supervisor, exactly who Logan had met in his past life. Louis had given him the secrets of the divine sword and asked him to memorize them and pass them on to someone with talent. Logan couldn't remember anything else Louis had given him. Louis took him to the office and said the Duke was waiting inside. Louis turned and a voice shouted. Logan smirked and turned towards the voice. He greeted the Duchess, Felix's wife, congratulated her on the birth of her heir, and said he was open to any questions. She placed her hands on her belly and asked him to choose the baby's name. Logan was stunned. Felix joined the conversation, saying that he and the Duchess had been discussing it for some time. Thanks to Logan, they wanted him to choose the name. The young man was still speechless. He thought about how a name decides and illuminates a child's path. They had only met twice, and Logan knew it was a huge responsibility. He said it would be an honor. Felix and the Duchess were radiant. Felix asked the Duchess to go rest. He leaned against the door and commented that he wasn't good with words. Then, he told Logan they should talk about their bodies. Logan didn't understand. Felix stared at him and said he was surprised at how quickly his level had risen. He wanted to see how strong Logan was now. On the training field, Felix and Logan faced each other. Logan leaped forward, but Felix dodged and appeared behind him, ready to counterattack. Logan huffed and redirected his attack, but Felix blocked it easily. The young man thought that in a battle against his own master, he could test his limits, but Felix told him to stop. Felix asked what the hell he was doing.